Hello, everyone, and welcome to day one of Azure Community Conference. My name is Liji Thomas, and I am your host for this track. Also joining me is our sign language interpreter, Eunice Rajesh. This year, we are proud to host an exclusive track for diversity and inclusion in tech. At AZConf, it is our mission to create an inclusive space for the community to promote the sharing of knowledge and diverse insights. It is our utmost priority to ensure that all voices are heard. Especially in the wake of the pandemic, the tech sector has accelerated in dominance across all industries. The products and services we create today touch every single aspect of life and business. Now, more than ever, it is essential that we focus on inclusion in tech. We are excited to bring you some amazing sessions from eminent personalities who walk the talk in this space. Our keynote speaker for the day is Irina Ghose, Country Head Modern Workplace at Microsoft. As the leader of Microsoft's cloud solutions in India, Irina leads a team of cloud specialists and technical evangelists across Microsoft solution areas. A Microsoft veteran for nearly 2 decades, Irina has held a variety of leadership roles. A strong proponent of women in business and technology, she's a recipient of the Inspirational Women's Award at Microsoft. She's also the founder of My Little Bit, a philanthropic foundation focused on education and employment for underprivileged girls. Besides being a marathon runner and a music lover, she's a champion for diversity and inclusion. AZConf is proud to welcome our keynote speaker for the D&I track, Irina Ghose. Welcome, Irina. Nice to have you, Irina, on the track today. Welcome. I believe there is we can't hear you, Irina. So if there is something on the audio side that we want to do, that'd be great. Yeah, sure. We'll just give it a minute. No worries. Take your time.
Hello. Digi, can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, Irina. I can hear you now.
Okay. Apologies for a bit of a glitch.
No worries.
It's indeed an honor and a privilege for me to be here today with all of you for the AZ DevCon with such an eminent and a vibrant audience. So let me start a little bit talking about what's been my journey and what's the thing that we are seeing across in the society and what are some of the ways that we together can make a difference for who we are, what can we do, and how can we show up things differently in the entire journey together. With that, I'll share my presentation and I'd encourage all of you to really come in and ask questions and keep it as participative, and I'll have all these questions answered to the best of my ability. Okay, so diversity and inclusion is a large topic. The thing that I really want to cover today is diversity and inclusion for societal good. Now, our country has taken the call in the mission to be that Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I think the other side, which is a bigger story, is that how can we have many, many Atmanirbhar Bharatis, women, in this mission as we travel this together. So let me start with a story. This is the case of the missing topper. When I started my journey, the picture and the girls that you see here is a school called Renuka School, right by Kasavanahali Lake in Bangalore. And this was a school that we chanced upon, and we said that we should make a difference to something which is happening there. So we had started doing classes for girls, and to make it inclusive, we always wanted to ensure that parents are a part of this entire progressive journey. So during one such year, after we had started the classes in June, we wanted to ensure that we are getting the parents together for a counseling session and ensure that we kind of have an open talk with them. Are there any barriers? Are there any challenges? What had happened is that after we had started the classes, there was one girl who was the topper of the class. She had actually stopped coming for 2 months. We had a very, very enthusiastic and a persistent teacher. He kept on calling. And finally, he was able to get it from this girl that the father was not supportive of the higher education. So he had personally called the father and requested him to come for this PTM. So through the PTM, my biggest aha was to hope that I see the father coming in through the door. We had a very engaging conversation, as you can see in the picture, with the rest of the audience. All the parents were there, of all the 9 girls, but the 10th girl and the parent was not there. While we felt satisfied, but there was a tad of looming disappointment. So my partner Suma, she actually came out and asked the girls, do any of you know her house? And one of the girls said that she does. She just said, along with the science teacher, Irina, let's just go there. And we just got into our cars, packed up things, and we just started driving down there. It was a little far away. We were apprehensive. What would be the reaction? Would there be some antagonistic overall way that they interpret this intrusion? We entered, we knocked at the door. The father was there. The father was watching TV. And on seeing us, he actually was polite. He let us enter the house. We asked him, why are you not sending your daughter? He said that, I would be encouraging her, but she will be getting married beyond a point of time. And he gave us a few other reasons. It gets dark, it's not safe, which we knew were not the reasons because there were a few girls also going from that side. Then he went on to add that I also have a son and I'm sponsoring his BCom. He's staying in an hostel in Rajaji Nagar. So we just kind of were at it. We kept on telling him the future, what can happen, and how he can really have a very good future with his daughter. The next day onwards, she was back with us. Okay, with that, I thought I will also talk about a few statistics to get us grounded. And the statistics that you see on the right-hand side is the cumulative dropout percentage of girls who enroll. I'm not even talking about the child infanticide or girls who face death within the first 5 years. Just to let you all know, out of the 12 million girls who are born every year, about 1 million die before seeing their first, and a 3 million die before they turn 15. And even if they are able to make it, because of various concerns like health and not having the right kind of support, that goes off. That is a separate discussion. I'm talking about the 100% who actually pursue. By 5th standard, because of RTE and various other provisions that have been made, 96% are able to stay there. So we have only a 4% dropout. By the 8th standard, 23% dropout. By the 10th standard, half of them are already out of education. So a 57% dropout happens by the 10th. By the 12th, it's a 73. And finally, only 18% graduate because 82% of them drop out. What are some of the reasons which happen? There are various taboos which we sitting here might think are over and done with, but they are not. There's the caste system, there's the gender inequity. More than 40% of the girls go in for early or child marriage. We have about 45% of the schools not having toilets for girls. About 23 million of girls fall out of the education cycle once they reach maturity. And finally, the most important part, girls are not let go out of the need for them to contribute to the household income. So while the brothers pursue education, they are actually taking care of younger siblings, they are actually cooking, contributing to domestic work, or going to the farms, helping their parents. While India's poverty rate has fallen off from 54% to a 21% in almost as many 20 plus years, this is still a stark thing which is there. So my discussion today is towards how do we bridge the gap and create a lot more equitable society. Currently, it's only about 25% of women who are a part of the labor force, and they contribute only 18% to India's GDP, which is amongst the very lowest worldwide. Having said that, what would it mean if we increase 10% of participation in the workforce? 770 billion of incremental GDP can be created by 2025, which leads to a 1.6% additional GDP growth. And mind you, when you think of the scale of the impact, the overall dollars being brought across into the economy, and most importantly, a participative society, it means a lot. So with that, why is it important? Some of these might sound very, very simple, but it's actually simple at heart. The participation of girls at an early age actually saves lives because there is a lot lesser of domestic violence or any kind of trafficking. It creates a better health, better educated the woman is in the family. They are taking care of things for a generation. It brings in more wealth so that the entire society gets uplifted. And finally, there's such a nicer space for higher harmony because they are not subject to any less negotiating skills. They are equals in the family. But there is one point that I would say in addition to all these, and that's because this girl, she is our daughter. She is the daughter of our nation. We need to stand by her when she needs us the most. So with that, in 2020, there's a journey that I began, and there were various reasons, various things I was seeing. There was a calling, and I started this alongside the work that I was doing at Microsoft. So we call our foundation My Little Bit, and the mission is to empower every underprivileged girl by giving a little bit. And our mission is to take one little step at a time and touch one life at a time. Our philosophy has been towards empowering the girl child through the various stages. So the next phases of my presentation is essentially to say that how can we collectively bring some inclusive way of changing the statistics as to how they look. And these are some ideas to spark your mind. How can you be a change maker for that Atmanirbhar Bharati? So let me talk about some ideas in the 8th to 10th percent dropout, which is actually that 50% of a drop which is happening. How can you do something towards making a difference? What have we done in our little capacity towards this? So the first one, coming from a world of IT that we did, was we wanted to set up a vision of what the future can hold. And mind you, 10 years back, internet in the government schools and even now is a privilege. It was not there for most, and people, the girls out there and the entire school hadn't seen it. So we started by setting up a lab in our first school. So you can see the computer teacher. We went across asking for computers from friends, families, corporates, everybody. We did that. Then we hired a computer teacher and we raised funds from, again, friends everywhere. We got her trained in basic things, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and we got a curriculum done for her. We asked the school to give us standard hours out of their periods to ensure that we are able to do the classes. The enthusiasm began, And we could see girls hovering around the computer lab during lunch hours. They would be coming in sneaking and staying after the school. They were really thrilled. The power of the internet and the power of the knowledge gave really new possibilities to them. We then furthered this entire thing about the basic productivity tools. We partnered with a few other people. We started teaching them Scratch as a programming so that the interest and the curiosity peaks into them. And finally, they had to be enthusiasm. So we started an annual PowerPoint contest and we gave across topics to them. What do you want to become in life? What are the changes that you can make across in your school? What are the things that the society needs at this point of time? We asked them to speak in English. And believe me, this was such an amazing surprise moment for us, because when the presentations were shown to us, they had used features we didn't know. They had used themes. There's a girl who came and talked about how she wants to become a doctor, but in her remote village. And she had a data-backed way towards saying that what all she needs to do to grow up to her vision. The second thing we did was we realized while we have started this, the girls were typically weak in maths and science. So they were not scoring well there. They were doing really well in any of the language subjects, very well in social studies, but maths and science was not going across. So we decided, and what happens is, because in the government school way of education, everybody passes. Nobody kinds of drops. So there's no way that if you've not done well, you're able to redo it and have the rigor to kind of know what's not happening. So the next was the special classes for maths and science. We went small. We literally went and asked students who wants to pursue science as an overall way for the future. So the emphasis was just STEM. And we chose the girls based on their hunger, their desire. That's the school principal with whom we sat together and decided that who could be the right set of people who can go in for the special classes. We ensured that we counseled the parents, that we will be having, say, an hour from them after the class. We will be asking them to come at the end of the week, during the weekends. And parents themselves kind of felt at least invested in ensuring that they get distinctions. We set a goal for the girls that you have to come out with distinction. Before we had started, we had seen the roster. There was not a single girl with distinction. And finally, we realized that nothing works better for them than their own role models. So girls who did the first batch, they came and they addressed the second batch of students, how they had studied, what's happening to them. They have to stretch themselves. So these are things that they had put across to them as well. Now, a few ideas. What can you do here? For any person living wherever, you will always find poor parents and a society which is underprivileged. It might not be too far away. So how can you get across to those poor parents and really encourage them, cajole them, coax them, force them to ask their daughters to get into education? The second, we stay silent. We should raise our voice when we see any kind of child labor in the society, not just at our home, but whenever we see that in our apartments, in our buildings, in our office, in any of the places. Finally, I think the yearning for a lot of us is to do something. You'll want to teach. You might want to teach English. You might want to teach maths. You might want to teach physics, a spoken language. What is that skill that you can go across with? Start small. Put across that skill. Say you'll be dedicating 4 hours in a month. Also, your parents, they actually want to give back to the society even more than any of us. So how can we ingrain them towards being a part of this nation building effort? Now, comes the drop from the 10th to the 12th. It's the 16% drop. And what happens is a 10th pass is great for most people. And this is the place where child marriage comes into play. And the dropouts are happening because people don't want to go in for higher education in the prospect that will it affect the prospective ideas of getting a groom, or will they have enough people who can go in for this? Now here what we did is that we said that there is no burden for the family, because the higher education, the fees typically tends to go higher. We started doing scholarships for girls. In my apartment, this is a charity annual run that I do. And frankly, the enthusiasm has been building year after year. And also the entire society, the children, the adults, the senior citizens, all of them come and run, and they feel really happy being able to contribute in a very large manner towards making a difference. They also keep seeing what are they doing for the progress of the girls to whom we give scholarships. So these are some of the pictures from Reddy PU College in which we have put across scholarships for the girls, and we give the scholarships for all 3 years of the education. We go and ensure they feel motivated. We go and ensure that they are seeing the future towards what they can be. Certain ideas again for what you can do. Visit any local government school or college nearby, and just your story will be inspiring. I have actually gone and given them stories about people whom they've only heard about. I've talked to them about Satya Nadella. The fact that he was possibly not different from any of us when we were sitting together and listening, how he with his personal zeal could make a difference, but he pursued the cause of an education. They know these famous men, women. I talk to them about the people who've kind of made a breakthrough in science, who are hailing from a very humble background, showing them the future and what you've done towards coming where you are. That can be such a great role model for everybody. And I think most of the times, they do not know what their aspiration could be. They go with the flow. So how do you manage to break the flow and show them the faraway North Star, the shining light, so that they have a dream which is way bigger than they can even imagine? And this is the final one of how you can arrest any kind of a dropout in the last phase, because here they are almost there. This is the last 9% of the drop. This is the difference between having a future with a job or just becoming a person who's a homemaker. So ensuring that they don't fall out here. So what we did here, and this is the last one that we started 3 years back, and here we realized that despite having gone in for, say, computer labs or doing the scholarships or doing the special classes, the last mile bridge for them to get into the jobs was clearly a mess. And we said that if we are doing everything, what's the end outcome if she still gets married and doesn't pursue a job? So we decided that let us look at the outcome-based roles and what that means from a skill need when they're growing up. And this we started doing in an integration with the college. We focused specifically on non-IT. Essentially, it was BA, BCom, and BSc, because the overall propensity for them to go in for higher jobs, etc., was lesser. So we focused on industry-based skill sets, starting from basic accounting, basic computer skills, how they can have their overall communication, aptitude. So we tied up with a service provider, Teamlease, and we integrated classes of theirs into the mainstream. We went across to maybe 25 odd colleges, and we said we saw the demographic. We also saw, are these principal invested in the future of the girls? Because a progressive overall infrastructure and the academicians make so much of a difference. Otherwise, it becomes just your personal cause and you can never do it together. So we started putting the classes every day, every year of the college, first, second, and third year, because we had to start early. Started going in for these trainings across the various years. We started doing periodic counseling because we just wanted to have a connect with them. If you just leave them to a training, who wants to kind of have in another period of classes after they've already done 6 is really not something that they're interested in. So we started putting certain carrot and stick approach, motivating, inspiring, and just being connected. There was somebody at our end who kept on calling the girls if she was not attending classes 2 days or 3 days in a row. And finally, we started ensuring that with Teamlease and with our own network and connects, we started putting the girls across for job placements. The last mile is never guaranteed, despite all skills, and I think all of you know it more than anybody else, the number of kids with unemployment despite having the best of the degree. So this is where we help them create their resumes. We did video resumes with them. We made their resumes much more powerful so that their overall who they are gets shown a lot better. We circulated that in our groups. We did placement drives. You can see the banner there. We did a placement drive with team leads in Dharmasagara College. We got 5 companies there. State Bank of India, Big Basket, and many more. We ensured that they're interview ready. They show up, groomed well, dressed well, talk the right set of things. We got aptitude tests done for them. And as I speak, this week, we had one of the very large MNCs who's looking for a large mass of girls entering their overall workforce for back office operations. We did that testing along with the girls who had graduated here, and we are still waiting for that outcome. I also want to share with you a few stories of change, girls who broke the shackles. Now this is Jeevita. She was a person, she did her degree in computer science, in BSc computer science. A soft-spoken, timid girl, doesn't speak much, and she would really want to be at the background and not want to come in the foreground and do anything. We got her training done and we told her where all she can look out for, jobs, roles, etc. She got in a role as a programmer in TCS during the pandemic lockout. We have Geeta, who, while she was a topper in her college, her ability to articulate and have the confidence to come across and ask for jobs was not there. You can see a few names here which are startups. And I really found that startups are really willing to put in the bet, make these children, girls learn alongside and have the patience. So we also took in a policy of saying that instead of the girls sitting at home, either a half pay of an internship or even a no pay will give the girls some level of experience. So we pushed the girls towards going in for internship. So Geeta became a programmer at B Sharp, and she is now developing applications with various form factors in Flutter. Ganga is a story of a girl. She was an orphan right very early in the at an age of 6 years. She actually started funding her own education once she reached the 10th grade by being an assistant in one of the jewelry stores in one of the malls out there. She would be standing there attending to the customers, and then she will be having her book out there studying for her BCom. Because she did not have any place to kind of go across with, she was staying in a PG, but I can tell you, the determination, the grit that she had, she will follow me all through to ask me what more, what else. Any holiday, she will take a skill set. She went in for advanced Excel skills. She went in for Tally. And then she joined a startup, which really gave the wings to her life. She is a customer success person in Easy Rewards. Gayatri, she's a web developer in Cloud on Hire. When she joined, she was a web developer. Last week, she actually finished one of the toughest certifications for a Salesforce integration, and the founder called me up and said that she could do it. Then we have Prabhavati, who actually went towards a sociology stream, and she incidentally became a counselor in a police action wing. She had a lot of empathy, maturity, the way she talked, the way she kind of puts her hand around for anybody in trouble. That's her. And finally, we have Savita, who works as a technical support engineer in WorkZogo. She went in for an internship and then she got a permanent job. So what can you do here in this last mile? Guide them on what they can learn. There are so many resources currently. Guide them. They do not know. Show them the online resources. Mentor them. Mentoring even 1, 2, 3 is great. Looking at a large scale, large impact needn't be the dream on day one. Tweaking, twisting, and figuring out what works for you, what works for them is the best way. Help them prepare the resumes and share aggressively in your groups. It's great asking for help, and when I've asked for help, I've seen help coming. That encourages me to ask even more. And light them up with ideas, your experiences. Matchmake them to opportunities. So with that, I will be having somebody who's here with us, the Savita whom you saw last. She is the Technical Operations Support Engineer at WorkZogo, and let's listen to her story for a few minutes.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, everyone. I'm Savita. I'm from Gulbarga. So I'm from Gulbarga and brought up in Bangalore. We are 4 siblings. My mother is a housewife and father is a car driver. So I have a very simple life. I love music and playing sports activities. And in the weekend, I take tuition for the kids. I done my schooling. I completed my 10th in St. Ifris Girls High School. After 10th, due to financial issues, I could not go for further studies. Then at that time, My Little Bit Foundation helped me and my sister to go for further studies. After that, I joined diploma in computer engineering and completed my diploma 3 years course, and I got 95% in the final, and I was a topper in our college. After that, I was not knowing what to do further, how to go for a job, and I was not knowing anything. At that time, you and My Little Bit Foundation helped me a lot to create a resume and video profile background. After that, creating a video profile background, you have shared our profile to many organizations. After that, one of the organization called WorkZogo, they have picked my video profile, and they gave first 3-month internship, and then later they offered me as a full-time and permanent based on my performance. So yes, ma'am, this is my little bit about my background and myself, ma'am.
Very nice, very nice. Why don't you tell a little bit about what you're doing at WorkZogo?
Yes, ma'am. I'm working as a technical operation support engineer. So I provide support via mails. So I was working on the 3-month internship. They used to teach me as how to create a Jira ticket and how to create a password creation. So now currently I'm working on HN, that is called as hierarchy nudges. So based on the behaviors, we send a kind of appreciation. So now I'm a little bit of confident in talking and how to interact with the customer. And I was not knowing how the world is outside. So now I know how the world is outside and how to interact and how to communicate. I was not knowing how to talk also properly. Now I'm a little bit of confident. I'm loving what the work I'm doing right now. So I'm happy, ma'am.
No, very nice. Most of the things that you said, even I wouldn't have known some time back, and I'm sure you wouldn't have heard about them. But I really want to compliment you on your grit to know new things and going there. So finally, you are doing good right now. What is your dream to achieve
Yes,
more?
ma'am. My dream is to work harder and harder and do achieve big things and make my parents to feel proud and like you people to feel proud, and My Little Bit Foundation people who have helped us a lot, not for only for me but many other girls who they have helped. So want to achieve more things and feel proud. And thank you a lot for this journey, ma'am. You have shown us the way because we was not knowing what to do and we were very confused at that situation after completing diploma. What to do? No idea. At that time, ma'am and My Little Bit Foundation helped us a lot and shown us the way you have to do like this so that you will find a bright future in the future. Not only ma'am helped us to become independent, not depending on our parents, on our future husband also. So we have independent now so that we can work independently, and until we die, we have to work. So thank you for that, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And yes, ma'am, I'm very happy working, and I would like to help My Little Bit Foundation for further to help many other girls, not only me, other girls to study further higher education, and let they grow, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
ma'am.
much, Savita. It was really nice having you here. Thank you. With that, a little bit about our journey so far. So the digital literacy that we started, setting up computer labs and programming skills for students, we've touched about 5,000 students and we've impacted 5 schools. The special class that we started with a batch of 10 girls. We've done 5 batches and 50 girls till date. We do it for the school as well, but these are the girls. The only goal is to get the distinction. So last 2 years, very proud to say that all the 3 toppers of the girls of the school were girls. Scholarship for girls for pursuing higher education. We've already invested in about 60 girls across the years. And one of the girls in the cohort, thanks to the funds that we could raise, she was the first to get into engineering from one of the colleges. Finally, jobs for girls, the bridge to the workplace, getting them across for developing skills. We've been doing this for the last 3 years. We've trained 250 girls so far. Apart from this, we also do certain things about uniform donations to far-flung rural colleges, etc., rural schools, etc. And we've donated about 50,000 sets of uniforms and shoes as well to these places. Taking a bit of a change in tack. Now, how do we make it real in a dev environment? Some of these would be things that you really know, but I just kind of wanted to summarize in a way with a context that at certain times, things which are unseen don't become internalized in the way we do day-to-day things. The first one is about diversity really increases productivity and performance, and a diverse organization which has above average diversity does 45% better than ones which are below the average. Diverse voices actually bring in creativity and innovation. Again, the research showed that in a diverse workplace, you will have about 19% more ideas which will be coming led by innovation and creativity. And I'm just talking about a developer led organization, so which is where most of you will be coming from. The third one is about diverse cultures. They lead to a broader and more adaptable software. This again proves that it's about a 40% higher when you have diverse cultures within your team. Finally, multicultural teams can open many new markets. About 70% new markets can be opened because they make it contextual from where they're coming from. And remember, the last one is towards diversity attracts and retains the best talent. Think about it, when there are more diverse people in the workforce, and diversity for this case would not just be gender, right? It is coming across so many other parts of the diverse world. So you will be bringing in many more like you, and people who are watching you from outside, 67% of them will be inspired to join the organization. So that's the collective power of having this diversity set. So with that, I would say that in a very small way, this is basically a helper's high, right? The thing that you might want to think about yourself is that what's your calling? And take it easy, gradually invest your time and resources. Finally, a lot of us think that we will reach this stage of our life at this time when our kids go, when we retire, when we are done with our corporate life, when there's enough money in the bank. That's a good time to start this. Believe me, there's never a good time to start. The good time is frankly now. With that, I want to get my second speaker here. She is Savita Singh. She is the General Manager of Customer Centricity and New Technologies at Shell. Welcome, Savita.
Hi, Irina.
Lovely to have you here. So why don't you tell us a little about who you are, what you do, and your overall journey.
Sure. But before I do that, I've been listening in, and you've made a very powerful case, not only for diversity, but giving back and being a part of the journey. And you've walked the talk. So very inspiring. Very inspiring. Little bit about myself, like Irina said, I've had the privilege of having almost about two plus decades of experience. Most of it at the intersection of tech and business, and I think that's what I enjoy the most. I've had the fortune of leading a lot of digital transformation kind of initiatives for customer-facing portfolios. Previously, when I was with Target, and now that I am working with Shell. So that's a little bit about my background. I think. Right now in my current role, I'm also working on something which is very close to my heart, right alongside diversity and philanthropy, which is sustainability. So I have the good fortune of working on some of the work that we're doing in helping the hard to abate sectors, the heavy industries, reduce their carbon emissions. So with that, happy to be here.
Great. And there's so many things, hats and caps that you wear. So when I initially interacted with you on this area of diversity and philanthropy, you gave me a lot of stories about how you've been influenced and inspired about it. Why don't you share a little about what was your calling and what got you here?
Sure, very happy to, Irina. I think diversity and philanthropy, they're sort of related. But I think there have been, if I just sort of talk about them as individual callings to my heart, there are many people along your journey that inspire you with their words, with their guidance, with the work that they do, and my journey has not been any different than that. And I think because I'm a woman, the gender diversity case is very relatable to me. But then at the same time, I'm also a part of the generation that has been fortunate to get into the workforce around that mid 90s, early 2000, when the Indian market was opening up. And the significance of the Indian market opening up is that this is probably the first generation that has seen significant wealth creation, personally for themselves and for the society at large. I think I am fortunate to be a part of that generation that has probably been financially well off and earned more money than we ever thought about. However, I think what has bothered me along the journey is that while the wealth creation spree has continued, and India is, a growth story and will continue to be for the years to come, that hasn't automatically resulted in the wealth trickling down. I think we continue to see increased inequality, and that has been a question in my mind that has bothered me. Whether it is, the point you make about girls dropping out, repeatedly at different stages in the education, and not seeing that part of the society being anywhere close to a fair representation, or just the economic disparity that you see. And I come from a background where, as family, as extended family, and my parents, we've always sort of taken it as a given that you take care of the people in the house and around the house. You take people along with you, and you do whatever you can in little bit of the capacity to help make life better, not only for you but folks who are around you. Right. Now, when I connect the two dots, right, on one hand, I'm living a life that is a lot more comfortable than what I ever imagined it to be. On the other side, I'm seeing all of this inequality around me. I've been through this journey of asking a lot of questions. And I think for the longest period of time, the only thing I could do was check writing. I'm a mother of two grown-up kids now, and when they were growing up, I've struggled. Many a times I've dipped my toe, did a little bit, with sort of volunteering my hours, and then I've pulled myself back because I realized I'm doing it at the cost of the time that my kids really needed or my job really needed. I've stayed with that question, that dichotomy, that dilemma in my mind. But I've made peace with it and said I'll keep asking that question off of me, and when I have a better chance of doing more than just the check writing, I will do it. Okay. And don't get me wrong, check writing is equally powerful, right? And I think at different stages, we all feel the calling in a different way. Right. So now I feel I'm in a place where, with my kids grown up, with sort of being more seasoned in the corporate world, in the job, I have a better ability to balance and be able to volunteer my time. So now I'm sort of taking the plunge with very, very small effort, and I think you've been a big part of sort of helping guide me through that journey and inspiring me alongside. So happy to share a little bit about that. Yes. But I think let me just touch on a little bit about the diversity aspect of it. I think inequality exists with gender inequality, and in many forms. And I've always strongly believed, I've been brought up in a family that did not differentiate between girls and boys, so it comes automatically to me to see the society that way. And I think with some of the efforts in terms of mentoring the women folk, being a diversity champion in my previous organizations, working very actively to set up the whole sexual harassment framework as the POSH committee chairperson, and more recently in the 5-6 years being associated with a platform called Sonder, which sort of mentors women entrepreneur, has been all sort of my efforts in continuing to champion and do my little bit to help the diversity.
Great, but tell us a little about Ank, the one that you started just recently.
Yes.
Very creative, very innovative, and that's going to the grassroots.
Sure. Yeah, it's a baby that is being brought up. So the program is called Ank Kriti, and really the genesis of that is, Ank is the rational thought, and Kriti is shaping. So the core of the idea behind Ankriti program is to develop critical reasoning, rational thought, and develop kids into independent minded, responsible citizens.
Lovely.
Now that's a motherhood and pie statement. Honestly, the goal is very lofty, but the small beginnings that we have made is we're working with one of the schools in Bangalore called Shishu Mandir. It's a very very well run school. The kids are very hungry, and we've taken a very small batch because we are learning alongside. So we've taken a batch of about 7 kids in the middle school, and we're running a 2-year program. Why 2-year? Frankly, I think it could be much longer than 2 years, because the whole focus has been start small, leave a lasting impact. So when the intervention is taken away, the kids know how to take it forward. And the focus really is in terms of being able to develop, enhance their comprehension capability, the ability to think deeply, the ability to express themselves with, of course, English as the medium of commerce. So to be able to do that, and get them in at the time when they are still very influenceable and malleable, and sort of then get them ready to the pipeline through the interventions, a lot of which my little bit is doing, all the way through the be ready and confident to face the world as independent human beings.
Thank you so much. That's so inspiring, and the fact that you took to your calling, plunged into it. Thanks. Great to have you here, Sarita.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Irina.
Thank you.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much once again. Okay, so with that, I want to wrap up with what our topper did. She got back to class. In the next few months, the classes went uninterrupted, but when the exams came incidentally, the father again objected. He didn't want to have the daughter study early hours because the light was disturbing him. You know what she did? She went to the police station and complained against her dad. And then she called us. She said, "I've done this. Now you tell us what to do." So that was a really courageous, bold move. We, of course, took her and went to her parents' house. We had a reconciliatory moment. She came out as the topper, and she is now pursuing engineering. She went out of her house to Mysore because she knew she couldn't do it in her family constraints, and she's pursuing engineering there. So that's the spark that we could help in the journey. So thank you. That brings me to the end of the conversation. I hope it was helpful in some way, but happy to be connected for anything else that you might be wanting to do. Back to you, Liji.
Thank you, Irina. That was truly inspiring. I could not have thought about the little bit that each one of us can actually do to make such a huge difference in people's lives, really. So we don't as we wait for audience questions to probably come in, if you don't mind, I have a couple of shots to really share with you. What I kind of really what really resonated with me is the mindset to not just be make people productive and all the typical terms that we use in our business world, but independence. Now that can be financial independence, it could be personal independence in any single way. And I think even from the girls who broke the shackles, they were sort of giving those stories of independence, which is really great to hear. I tell you from a technical standpoint, and I think I speak on behalf of a lot of techies, we typically take a lot of pride in craftsmanship. We love what we do in terms of the products and the services and all that we create. But a great point that you share, if you're really, really caring about what you create, you would take an extra effort in bringing diverse perspectives, diverse thoughts, and diverse ideas on stage, because that's where innovation really spurs.
Absolutely, and very well summarized, Liji. I think that's the ethos of what it means towards taking diversity all across, not just extend, but bring it internal to where we are, what we do day to day, every day.
Yeah, I guess we don't have a lot of questions, but Irina, if you have any closing thoughts.
Sure. I would just leave it with a few pointers for everybody out here. I guess all of us are different. The callings could also be different. My calling was perhaps education of girl child because had seen the inequity there, and my strength lay in doing that towards fostering things for the society. But this is just one sliver. Your calling could be anything else, it could be different. If there is a calling, this is a way to frankly get the highest happiness for anything that you do in return for the efforts. That's the first part. Second is, this is also a community journey. You yourself can surely impact. Seeing you, so many more can do it. The power of the community. So when we have created these plethora of girls whom we are trying to impact, the community that they have created and how they are leaning on each other, making this entire growth a journey, is unparalleled. They are frankly learning from each other. And in today's world, when the lockdown happened, the community saved and fostered many people towards what they could become. The last part, I would say that there are many players in this. You saw Bhavish Agarwal at Ola talk about 10,000 women in the future factory and the enthusiasm which the women wore their gear and said that they are in the first women factory in the world and how they want to make a difference in engineering that electric scooter which will be the number one in the world. I think the sense of pride for them, and imagine the 10,000 associated families, there is no looking back. So there's so much that everybody is also doing in whatever capacity, wherever, whosoever is. I think we should just look at opportunities and way towards creating these diverse moments. So that's it from my end, Liji. Wonderful to be here.
Thank you, Irina, and it's been a pleasure to host you as always, and we hope to hear back from you soon. And thank you once again for being our keynote speaker for the day. All the best with my little bit, and we promise you we'll do our little bit as well. Thank you.
Liji, all the best for a great
Thank you,
day to the
Irina.
entire audience. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, folks, we will be back in 10 minutes for our next session at 11. So stay tuned. Hello, and welcome to this session on inclusion with ISL. How can we bridge the gap for our deaf community at workplaces, at public places, and in society? So, having sign language interpreters probably is the answer, but there is a shortage of interpreters in general. So, what can be the solution? Dr. Alan Chandani will present our next session on inclusion with ISL and how this can turn around the situation by providing equal access to the deaf community. Dr. Alan is a mission leader with the organization Enable India, where he helps the Hear a Million project. He has delivered several TEDx talks and has advised governments and schools across the world on deaf education. Welcome, Dr. Alan.
Hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing great. Perfect. So I will be sharing PPT now.
Lichi, could you share the PPT?
Dr. Alim is asking how he can share the PPT.
Yeah, just a minute, Manisha. I'll share it in a minute. Yeah, just give us a second. Okay. Can I share or can Alim share by himself?
Dr. Alim is unable to share the PPT, I think.
Okay, one second, one second. It will be visible over here. He should, Dr. Alim should be comfortable. Okay, I think Alim has removed his screen share. Um,
Yeah, right. I removed that, but if I would be having a full screen, that it would be difficult. I can't see myself on the screen. That would be a difficult one.
yeah, fine, fine. I'll share the screen. Just give me a minute. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So apologies, viewers. So we have some hindrances. Apologies. Yeah.
So, Dr. Alim here, I would be beginning with the questions. Can't see the viewers right now, but yeah, when I will be presenting about the ISL, Indian Sign Language. In short, we say ISL. And I will be asking questions how many sign languages are there in the world. So, there would be above 300 sign languages here in the world, not only the one sign language. So it's not that way. We have different kind of sign languages. Likewise, we have English, Hindi, other spoken languages, correct? Spanish, French. Likewise, we have the all the countries have their own sign languages.
Yeah. Manisha, I have shared the screen. Whether is it okay? Uh,
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
Is it okay?
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, perfect, great. Next slide, please.
Okay.
So here is my background. So I born in Bombay in India. My parents, they found out that I am a deaf person when I was 3 years old. They decided that they will move me to America for the better education. So I stayed in America and I grew up there and I studied over there. BA, MA, PhD. I have completed my PhD from America. So in I have completed my PhD in special education and management from Gallaudet University, and my research work was on in India on the deaf education, the education system in the universities and the colleges. What was their faults or anything else? So I have completed my PhD, and after that I got the job, and I came here in India. So I'm still here. It's been I in 2016 I came here, and it's been a 5 years I'm here only. So my focus is moreover on advocacy on the deaf community related to them, because deaf people do have the human rights. So I'm fighting for that related to the accessibility, equality, and all of the other things. So one fact I would like to tell you that I learned sign language when I was 21 years old. Before that, I was using a hearing aid. I could speak a bit, but I was not much confident at that time. I was so underconfident. I was shy. I was a shy person. So when I went to the university and I met a lot of deaf people, a strong native signers who was the leaders, who were so much skilled enough. When I met them, I studied along with them. I learned American Sign Language there, and then I understood that, yeah, about the deaf culture, about the deaf background. Then I got the confidence, and now I'm here. Now I can easily present in front of everyone. But earlier it was quite difficult for me. But now I'm confident enough. So now I would be presenting how Indian Sign Language do impact the deaf community here in India. Next slide, please. So I have already told you this question about the sign languages in the world. Next slide. So we have more than 300 sign languages around the world. Okay, next slide, please. So here in India, when I came here, so there are a lot of deaf schools. I went there also, and I asked the schools that how the education system is going on. What was their perspective? So I found a lot of misconception related to the sign language here in India. For example, they think that sign language is a tool to help deaf children to speak or write, so that they could do it in a better manner. No, sign language is actually their own language. It has its own grammar. It has its syntax and all the grammatical structure. So if you learn sign language, it actually equivalent to spoken language. Next slide, please. Other misconception was there. So people would always say that sign language is not a perfect one, because people would look like a monkey. So it's not appropriate for people to use sign language. So a lot of people, like parents, they will not allow their children to sign, because they feel shy that, yeah, society might mock them, that it feels like that they are a monkey. But it's a misconception, completely a misconception. Next slide, please. Yes, so when you are in a society, as we all have a hearing people here, so people think how a deaf person would survive in the society where everyone speaks, correct? People would would not able to communicate with other people with the hearing one. So how they will survive in the society? No, it's completely a misconception. Sign language can help a deaf person to easily survive their life, and also they can communicate through the app, through writing with other people. We have other ways too to communicate with other people, with hearing people. It's not mandatory to always speak and hear to communicate with the hearing people in the society. So we should allow deaf people to learn the sign language and also how to communicate with the hearing people. Next slide, please. So this is one video I would like to show you. Just have a look. Please click on the play button. I think internet is quite shaky. Please play again. So you saw the video, right? The person is signing and having an expression, body movements, correct? You can easily see, and we have the subtitles too. So it means if we are mentioning the subtitles, it would be great for everyone. It would provide the accessibility. So we have the research, it actually proven that sign language is actually impacting the deaf community. It's not a tool, it's their language. It's not helping deaf people to write or speak in any ways. Next slide, please. So now I would like question, how many deaf schools are in India? What would you think? Next slide. More than 386 schools we have all over the India. So people have told me that in Maharashtra, alone in Maharashtra only, we have more than 300 above schools, but I am not sure about it. But the main point is 386 schools we have, the government aided one. Next slide. So, what do you think the quality of education for the deaf is? Whether it would be above average, average, or below average? What would you think? Next slide. Below average, right? The reason behind it will tell you. Next slide. So, 2% of 15 lakh deaf children have access to quality education. So, 2%, it would be possible that parents would have they are from the good, they have good financial background, they come from the good society, that's why they could access good quality education. Might be 2% could be them, or maybe deaf person trying hard to learn more, but 98% deaf children, they got failed because they do not get the quality education. Next slide, please. So I forgot to mention earlier. So in this COVID situation, when the school got closed, so the deaf students, they were back, I mean they were not at par with other people because they do not have the closed captioning option, not the interpreters available, and teachers also don't know sign language. So they got back with as compared to the hearing people. But they were so interested to learn in this COVID situation. We don't know if next 2 years what would be the situation for them. Next slide. So next question: how many teachers use sign language or they know sign language while they are teaching the deaf children? What do you think? Next slide. 95% of the teachers do not use sign language here in India. No. Next slide. So the irony here, I know that yeah, there would be a lot of people here today also that they would like to learn Indian Sign Language correct, and deaf teachers are all ready to teach you Indian Sign Language. There are online courses which are being held on right these days, and people are learning ISL. But in schools, deaf teachers are not allowed to learn Indian Sign Language. Students are not allowed to use Indian Sign Language in their old school. What an irony, right? So you imagine if a hearing person is interested to learn Indian Sign Language and they are learning, but sign language is of the deaf children, but they are not allowed to use. Next slide. So why the quality of education for the deaf is not good? What is the root cause of the problem? Next slide, please. So, lack of awareness on sign language. A lot of people do not understand why sign language is important and what's the benefit of learning sign language. So, there is a research. No research has been done. We have research in Europe and the other countries, but it just started here in India. So people are not getting what is the benefit of learning sign language. The written learning a written part and also the sign language is important for the deaf children. So it could be the doctors, audiologist, speech pathologist, school administrators, teachers, parents who are not aware related to the sign language, and 90% hearing parents give birth to the deaf children. So 90% parents are hearing, where in the case of the deaf children. So when they got to know that their children is deaf, they will meet to the doctors, and doctor would say sign language is not the beneficial one. We have to fix the problem. So they think that children has a problem, and for the teacher in the school, teacher would say, I will help that your child can learn the speech. So they don't think that yeah, sign language could actually help in language acquisition for the deaf children. It could actually help their children to learn the language acquisition and learn the skills. So we have the language deprivation with the deaf children here in India. Next slide, please. So, the misconception of accessibility in schools, in deaf schools. So, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has said he talked about more inclusion, right? In with the person with disabilities, children with disabilities, whether it could be locomotor disability, cerebral palsy, autism, or blind people. So we could have the inclusive classes. So you mean that a teacher has to handle all kind of disability? Will it be possible for one teacher? Not possible. Likewise, it would be showing the example of a zoo here. When you are going in a zoo, we have a lion, giraffe, elephant. So it would be possible to have them at one room, at one place, right? No, everyone will just bite all of them all together, correct? So we can't put them in one class. So likewise, we have to have a deaf school for a deaf children for get the language acquisition. So when they are done with the language, when they actually acquire the language after that, they can go in the inclusive setup, not before that. Next slide, please. So on these days on television, we do not have the sign language accessibility. Yeah, it just started recently. Whenever we have our prime minister's speech, we do get the sign language interpreters on the television, but not on the everyday basis. So how we can access the information? For the deaf people, it would be difficult. We were lucky that in 2018 We have a World Cup cricket match in 2018. So National Association of the Deaf, they collaborated with DD, with Doordarshan, and they told them that yeah, we could have a deaf anchor who would anchor the cricket matches. You can click on the second video, please. Please click on the second one. Yes, please click on the play. So you can see both of the person are deaf. So we do have the voice as well in this video, but it would be accessible for me. But for so you can see there is a one hearing person and one deaf person who is anchoring. So one more thing we need here is closed captioning also. So this is the concept of inclusion. We are having an inclusion at one place only. Next slide, please. Next slide. So another example, so millions of deaf people they travel all over the India, through train, through other public transport as well. So whenever we have the information on the mic, the if the platform got changed or the timing got changed, so we deaf people would always be they feel fussy because they would not get the information. So because all the information are through the audio messages only, and they would not get it if the train got late. But in Europe, there are three options available. They provide three options. First one is the English languages, which would be showing on the screen. Second one would be the speakers, and the third one would be the sign language interpreters on the television. So they provide the accessibility. That's called inclusion. Next slide, please. Next slide. So yeah, one of my friend, he shared a quote with me. I really like this quote. Please read this one. So we, the disabled community, and also including the deaf community, we always like fighting and trying to educate and to inform other people how they can provide us the accessibility and how they can listen to us. But everyone, they were like that, yeah, we always have a problem, the society thinks, right? But they are not listening what is our requirement. So we always, it's our human rights to have the accessibility and the equality, correct? The hearing people, they also need some things for themselves, correct? So we also are humans and we also need the equality. So it's mandatory that we get the accessibility in our society. So hearing people, they have to learn how to listen and how they have to hear the advice from the disabled people, not advising them how they can accommodate. Next slide, please. So now the question is inclusion, the word is inclusion versus inclusion with ISL. Next slide, please. So inclusion, what inclusion means, that I took it from one book, that it means that trying to get involved everyone, like you are trying to get involved everyone here. Next slide. But inclusion with ISL, it means that learning Indian Sign Language, and if people are trying to learn Indian Sign Language, that becomes they are being inclusive. That means that yeah, we can feel included with them because they are supporting Indian Sign Language. If they are not learning Indian Sign Language, that doesn't mean that they are supporting inclusion. So this is the new concept we are actually discussing over it. So we would say that yeah, if you are learning sign language, that would be easy for you to include with us. Next slide, please. So what do you think, how it would be possible deaf community is so small, and we are expecting all the hearing people to learn Indian Sign Language. How it will go on? Next slide, please. So, RPWD Act, Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, when it got passed. So we have 2 points here. One is related to the culture, and the other one is the education. So it clearly says that, yeah, we should have the equal accessibility, right? So hearing people have to listen to us. What is our communication mode? How we would like to communicate? They should respect the deaf community. And culture and our recreational activities, how we would like to do it, it should be similar as the hearing people feels like. That's the point which are mentioned in RPWD Act. Next slide, please. So now I will be showing the places. You would see whether the places are accessible. So one thing I would like to inform, the education system here in India, you remember the deaf children when they are growing up, they are not getting any option to learn sign language, because they always miss on this part, because teachers, they focus more on speech therapy and the audiology part, so they miss on their language acquisition, and they suffer language deprivation. They think that it's the only tool, not the complete language, and they couldn't succeed much. So how we can provide the accessibility? So accessibility could be provided through sign language only. So now we have the places in India, whether it provide accessibility or not. We'll see the next video. Next slide, please. Please click on it. Click on the video. Uh, Please go back. You have to click on the video. Yeah. So these are the places where whether we have the accessibility or not. So RPWD Act has already mentioned that, yeah, we will provide the we will get the accessibility, but what could be the solution for it? For example, bank, right? Everyday people have to might visit for get the money from it, and so when we have to get the check or anything, and deaf people couldn't read it, so how they will communicate in the bank? Whether the people in the working in the bank, they would know the sign language? So deaf people have to bring their friend, their parents, the interpreters always, all the time. But they have to depend on someone. But we want to become independent. We want to communicate by ourselves. So what could be the solution? We'll see now. Next slide, please. Maybe you would be thinking that we have the sign language interpreters in India. Yes, we do have. But remember one thing, only 350 to 400 sign languages interpreters are here in India, all over the India, and deaf people are around 10 million. So, for example, we have 348 schools, or around 368 schools all over India, right? So we need one interpreters in all the schools. So how many interpreters would left? The banks and other places, how will get the interpreters in all the places, in hospitals? Nowhere. So it's not the best solution to have the interpreters at all the places, because we have lack of interpreters. Next slide, please. So how can you create the environment? How we can create the environment more inclusive for the deaf one? Next slide, please. So in August and July, I remember our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that from senior secondary classes, the ISL could be taught as a subject, and if the hearing people would like to learn, they can learn Indian Sign Language. For the deaf community, it was a great success. because in schools in schools the hearing people can learn Indian Sign Language. The idea was so good because if they would learn sign language, they could have the opportunities. They can become the interpreters. They can work in the video relay services as an interpreter. So and they could be involved in our deaf community, and we could easily have a inclusive thing. That was a right time. That was a big step. Next slide, please. So can you, yeah, please click on the video. So hashtag inclusion with ISL. It means we have the hearing community and the deaf community, how they can involve with each other. If hearing people would learn basic Indian Sign Language, they can easily communicate with the deaf community. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi just announced that yeah, ISL could be taught as a subject in senior secondary classes. So hearing people, if they would learn Indian Sign Language, if they would choose that subject, later on they can easily communicate with the deaf people. I could see that yeah, there are a lot of associations, NGOs are working on the are spreading the awareness on the Indian Sign Language. National Association of Deaf, they are teaching sign language to the police officials as well. So now the awareness are rising up in the society, in the banks, in the hospitals. If people would learn basic Indian Sign Language, then we can easily feel the inclusive in the society, and we can easily communicate with the doctors and the other people in the society. And if we want to have the deeper discussion, we can have the interpreters. So hashtag inclusion with ISL, this is the thing here. So this is a video. It's why we showed this video. If more people would learn Indian Sign Language, that can easily provide the accessibility to the deaf people. So investing money, it's not the much amount you have to invest. Just a little amount of money you have to invest. It's not the technical things, so we don't need to put more investment on the technology. It's easy if you learn basic Indian Sign Language. Yeah, in the future we could get the help from the technology part, but we could have the other option. We can learn Indian Sign Language. Next slide, please. So you think will it be possible for all the people to to learn Indian Sign Language and also provide the accessibility to the deaf community? So remember, before we have the Martha's Vineyard in America, so there were the community over there of the hearing people and the deaf people who were staying together, and everyone would communicate using the sign language. They don't feel excluded from the deaf people. They feel that yeah, they were equal to all other people, and they have the accessibility at that part. But it got stopped in 1952, in 1955. So we have the conference in Milan. We have the Milan conference where people said that we will ban the sign language and we will encourage speech therapy. But now the situation is changing. I think in 2011 we had the conference where we had the Milan conference where sign language was banned, and later on in 2011 they said we were wrong. We should encourage sign language also. So then again, deaf community fighted for their rights, and we have to win back to remove all that thing. So you remember, it's not the thing that happened in America only. So we have the thing, we have the deaf people in rural areas also, they use sign language. We have in South, I don't remember, there is one place where people use, hearing people also use sign language. But if we have this thing in South side, we can have it all over the India also, and we can do much better. Next slide, please. So when our Narendra Modi sir, when he informed that yeah, sign language could be taught as a subject also. Earlier I was thinking that it would be difficult, but I thought no, it can be possible if everyone would learn Indian Sign Language, the basic one, that would be easy for everyone to communicate each other. So then we can have the stories how people learn sign language and how it impacted their life and how it provided the accessibility to the deaf people and how the change has been made in the society. So in September we had the Deaf Awareness Month. In September we are planning to we spread the awareness in the September months, and we are planning to spread the awareness in the December too. I am hoping that yeah, there is a 1 month and you will learn Indian Sign Language and you will share your stories. Next slide, please. So one example I would like to show. Please click on the video. Yeah. So, parents are supporting, we should support our children to learn sign language. If children will learn sign language, they can easily do better in their life. So, if they would learn sign language and we would learn sign language too, we can do better. So, you can see that there are a lot of stories which people have shared and we uploaded on our page. We have the Facebook page and the Instagram page and on the Twitter as well. So, join us and support sign language. Next slide, please. So, what is the benefit of learning Indian Sign Language? You can learn it would be the another language, and also you will learn about the deaf culture. You will experience it. It's not learning the language only. You should learn about the deaf culture too. So it would have their background. So then you can have more benefit, and also you can easily express through your body and facial expressions. And here in India, you can already see the noisy environment. So we always use gesture too, correct? Sometimes here, so it's natural we use gestures. So we think that yeah, if people are using gestures too, it would be easy for them to learn Indian Sign Language also. But comparing to the other world, if to move, and they don't use gestures much, but here in India people use much gestures. They use gestures and all here, and it would be the added advantage for you to learn Indian Sign Language. And another benefit, we have the noisy environment. So if you feel that there is a more background noise, you can easily use sign language to communicate with other person. And also if a person is standing far away from you, you don't need to scream. Okay, you can easily communicate through sign language. That would be the easy one. And the other thing, you can also have the job opportunities option as well. If you would learn the sign language, we would have more sign language interpreters. You can get the job too, and also there are much more reasons also. So if you want to learn more, please look at my Instagram page as well. Next slide, please. I know there is one challenge. There are a lot of people who would like to learn Indian Sign Language, but they would like to know on which platform. But we have the online courses also, so you can learn from a deaf person, any deaf person. If you meet deaf person is a skilled one, you can ask that yeah, if they can teach you basic sign language. But please don't learn Indian Sign Language from a hearing person. Whether if a hearing person so much skilled one, no, they are not the native signers. Native signers would be the deaf person only who can teach you the in the right manner. And online courses are providing by the Vishesh, and there are online courses they are providing. We have the other organization as in Bleed TV, Bleed Tech also. There are a lot of organizations on from where you can learn online sessions, and you can look on the Instagram page. And on the social media also, there are some short stories in the ISL also. You can learn from that as well. So we are still trying to find out the ways how you can get the more access and you can learn Indian Sign Language. But yeah, this time you have to use the technology thing so that we can encourage people to learn at their home. Next slide, please. So when I moved to India, I was focusing more on the advocacy work, how Indian Sign Language would be benefiting the deaf community and also their education. Right, there are a lot of deaf children who are missing on the quality education here in India. So we thought that they are completely losing on the accessibility part, and we are advocating for this thing. I thought that this will not change in a one day. It will take time. So how we can spread the awareness related to the Indian Sign Language? So we make the apparels. So I love to draw and to do sketching. So that's why I made some designs, and I met a lot of deaf skilled people who could make the sketches as well, and they can show the deaf the other community as well that yeah, they are the skilled one, how, and they can earn through it as also, so they can sell their design. So I had the idea and we started our online business. Its name is Freedom to Sign. Why we mention this name Freedom to Sign? Because in a lot of schools deaf children are not allowed to sign, so we thought that we should have the Freedom to Sign name so that they have the right and they can choose on their language. So also the deaf, we choose the deaf other the new deaf people every 3 months so that they can introduce with the new designs for our t-shirts. So if we would sell t-shirts, it will the funds will go on to the schools where the teachers could learn Indian Sign Language and teach the deaf children. So the deaf ISL expert could teach. We pay whatever we get by selling from these t-shirts we pay to the deaf experts who can teach teachers, hearing teachers who are teaching deaf students in the schools. So we have started this online business. So we are selling these things in it actually benefiting the deaf children in the schools only. So it's for the accessibility part only. So if you will buy the t-shirt, it will help our deaf students to learn Indian Sign Language. Please visit our site also. So it's an ecosystem thing, and you can see that yeah, all the deaf and hearing people, if they would use sign language and learn sign language, it will support all of the people. We will support each other. So deaf people have their own business also, but here in India it would be quite easy also to communicate with other people. So we are working as a team and it's easy for us because we all are deaf people and they think that yeah, they can do much better. We don't need the interpreters over there, that we need to take permission from the interpreters. No, deaf people, they learn by themselves. They made their business, they set up their business, and they thought that yeah, they can do much well also, and they can hearing people can easily accommodate with them. Next slide, please. So this one deaf artist, you can see, I this one picture I really liked it. You know, in Delhi, in Bombay, there are a lot of police officials. You know, if people would not be wearing a mask or anything, you have to pay the fine for it. Correct? So likewise, if a hearing person don't know sign language and deaf people would say that you need to pay a fine for it because you don't know sign language. If you would be learning sign language, then you would not be fined for it. So it we could have this practice all over in India. So this is a good imagination that person has drawn it. Next slide, please. So that's all. Thank you so much. I hope everyone has learned from my presentation today and you will be supporting Indian Sign Language.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Alim and Manisha, for that brilliant presentation. Our audience has definitely enjoyed that. We love the enthusiasm and the dedication that you have taken for the deaf community. Our salute to you, Dr. Alim, especially for having invested your life in terms of getting inclusive spaces for the deaf. And we as on behalf of AZConf, we pledge our support for inclusion with ISL, as you said. We really hope that comes into starting from our school curriculum to every single space that we spoke about in this session. We really hope by next AZConf we would be much ahead than where we are right now. So thank you once again on behalf of AZConf. I do not see any comments or questions from the audience, but we really appreciate you taking your time and sharing this with us. Thank you, Dr. Alim and Manisha, for the voice interpretation as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me here in the conference. I hope people got the awareness today and also for making this conference accessible by providing the interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, bye bye.
All right, we have another 10 minutes before our next session begins with Pooja Shende at 12 o'clock. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the next session, which is on emotional intelligence and how emotional intelligence contributes to personal and professional growth. Emotions are at the center of every situation, whether it's good or bad. And emotional self awareness equips us to be better tuned in to the emotions of others, which helps us to respond effectively. Our next speaker, Pooja Shende, speaks about how emotional intelligence has contributed to her personal and professional growth. From her real life experiences, she shares how managing the inner self can help with challenging situations better. Welcome, Pooja. The stage is all yours.
Namaskar, everyone. Thank you so much, Liji, for that wonderful introduction, and thank you so much for supporting as well. Have you ever felt that your life has come to a standstill? Yes, and yes. I've found out that when you embrace pain or accept the challenging situation that you are in, you can be the change that you wish to be. Research shows us that when you resist change, you resist life. Whatever is happening, whether it is pain or misery, depression, frustration, or even joy, we're experiencing it on the inside and not on the outside. Many research and studies have been conducted in this area and it's found that people who resist change find it challenging to face such situation. The current pandemic that we're experiencing is a great example of the challenging situation that we and our planet is in today. And I am no different. On 28th September 2020, my father had a fall. He actually slipped in our apartment complex while he was walking. We rushed him to the hospital, and upon examining, the doctor told us that he has fractured three of his rib cage on the right side of the body. And he told us about the next steps and the treatment that will be involved, which will help him to recover soon. After a few days, he landed up with a lot of chest congestion, and the pain was unbearable. He went through certain tests, and we realized that now he's down with COVID. We called the hospital, we rushed him to the hospital. The ambulance person told us that we will not be allowed in the ambulance, we will not be allowed in the hospital. We can only come to the admission counter and admit him. The doctors, the entire staff were very helpful and supportive. In fact, they used to call us every single day in the morning and evening and update us about his situation, what he was going through. They were kind enough to arrange even a video call with him. It was satisfying to see him, but at the same time, it was very touchy because he was going through so much, and this was a time when he needed us by his side, and all of us were so helpless we couldn't be there. But it was good that we could at least see him. Eventually, he recovered quite well from this, and while he was on his recovery, one day in the house, when I was making him walk, he just lost control and he completely fell on me. I caught him tight. I made him sit on my lap. I realized that his eyes had rolled up and he was breathing very hard. He turned ice cold. Immediately, we called the doctor and we told him what was happening with him. And my husband, we lifted him, we made him sit in a car, we rushed him to the hospital. The neurosurgeon came rushing around and went through whatever he was going through. Upon diagnosis, we came to know that he's down with something which is called a GPS, which is Guillain-Barré syndrome. He explained to us that this is a very rare disorder where your immune system starts attacking the nerves, eventually paralyzing the entire body. So now he was immobile completely, needed a lot of support and treatment. The hospital, the doctors, and the entire staff were absolutely amazing. Immediately, they rushed him to the ICU, the room, whatever was required. They started with the treatment immediately. And I was continuously in conversations with a lot of people that were attending to him. I built a rapport with him. I was talking as to who's coming in the next shift, what is going to happen with him. So a lot was happening with him, and I used to be awake in the night and continuously in conversation with doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, and attendants, even the cafeteria team, the admin team, as to what was going on, what are the tests required, and a lot of stuff that was happening. At the same time, I was patiently even listening to them because they were also going through a lot. It was challenging time for both of us. And just listening to them and not being judgmental, just being there for them to understand what is it that was happening. I used to be awake in the night, so the hospital used to serve hot milk and turmeric to the entire staff, and they were kind enough to even offer that to me as well, you know. And I was continuously thanking all of them for the amazing work that they're doing. They were also very grateful to me for acknowledging their work, the way they were handling the situation, the way they were handling their life, the patients, everything. I would just listen to them patiently because so many times they would land up staying extra hours doing double duty in the hospital just to ensure that the patient is safe, the patient, everything moves smoothly. So eventually, my father recovered quite well from all this. He was back home. After a few days, I received a call from my mother-in-law saying that she is unwell. Without further delay, I and my husband, we spoke to her and the doctor and took her for a checkup. We realized that her hemoglobin was only 5 and she was bleeding internally. This was really disturbing for all of us, but we kept courage, we kept our patience. She had to go through a lot of tests and other stuff. And upon diagnosis, the doctor informed us that now she's down with colon cancer. She needed a lot of blood bottles, she had to undergo a surgery, and all went quite well for her. And we're grateful to the entire fraternity for helping us so well and making it a success and helping her come out of this. The next day happened to be a birthday, and the doctor who was attending her also had his birthday on the same day. So we distributed chocolates to the entire hospital. We thanked all of them for helping us, helping her recover uh, from all this. So a lot of stuff was happening for me and my husband because both the side, both our parents required attention. And while she was on her recovery, I had to take my father for the post-treatment rounds to the hospital, checkups, and still undergo through a lot of tests. Now, I and my husband had our hands full. We are grateful that we had such a supportive and beautiful family. Our family, our friends, our extended family, everybody plugged in and came to help us and, be there for us. They were so supportive and we will be ever grateful to them. I would say this was the golden period for me because I got so much time to spend with my father. My father is an Indian Air Force pilot and he was now retired and he was also flying the Jumbo 747 aircraft as a commander on Air India. And lovely memories of travel, travels worldwide, childhood memories, school memories. There's so much to talk. And in fact, this was the best moment because we were just there for each other and enjoyed every moment. The same applied to my mother-in-law because we used to talk so much, discuss so much, and with so much in common. We had a nice mother and daughter interaction, while she was recovering. So though this was challenging time for all of us, but we were there for each other, we were joyful, we were supportive, encouraging each other, inspiring each other, and that is something which really helped us to sail through this challenging situation. Yes, it was challenging for me and my husband, no doubt about it, because considering the fact that there was no vaccination in 2020, all the to and fro that was required to the hospital, and my husband was still working, managing the house, managing the office work, and everything. There was no help, there was no support in the house. And most important, I have a 16-year-old son. He would turn 17 in December. It was very important for me and my husband to keep him safe, keep him protected, because there was so much of running around involved for us. And I would be actually ever grateful for having such a wonderful son, such a supportive son, just being there for us, not demanding anything. So I'm really glad I have such a beautiful and wonderful family. So I would say that this was, really amazing time for us, even though it was like challenging. Today, I want to show you that if I can do it, even you can do it. But a lot of this was possible because of my experience and exposure to emotional intelligence. I would say because whether it is anger, frustration, depression, happiness, whatever we are going through is happening on the inner side. So, managing our inner self by making appropriate changes, inner changes, will definitely help us to sail through the situation better. And whether it is whatever kind of emotions that you are going through, being there for each other, motivating each other, inspiring each other, various decision making factors. In fact, working with so many people coming from diverse backgrounds, diverse cultures, fostering inclusion, a large portion of your decision making skill. All of that has to got to do with emotions, and emotions at the center of it played a very important role, a vital role in helping you become successful in your personal and professional work. So the most important part of it is understanding the emotions that we are going through, which is like self awareness, and then using this awareness to handle it better, handle ourselves, the situation is self management. Now, whatever you go through, whether it is good or bad, they are just experiences. Okay, if we like something, we term it as good. If you don't like something, we term it as bad, and vice versa. Vice versa. So, emotional self-awareness equips us to understand the emotions of others better, which is social awareness, and using all this to understand ourselves, others, handling the situation, not getting stressed out is relationship management. Most of the time, we expect others to behave in a particular way. But before we do that, we should be the change that we have to be. Treating others like the way we want to be treated is most important. So today, I'm here to show you 5 ways that I have applied, like I did for my personal and professional growth, and you can apply that too. The first one to go is accepting the challenge or the situation that you are in. The moment you accept the challenge, the crisis, or the situation you are in, you will be able to handle it better because now you're not so much stressed out about it. You've accepted, you've acknowledged whatever you're going through. The second one to do is working in a solution mode. The moment you focus on the solution and not the problem and start working on the steps, start working on the action items that are required for you to come out of the situation, definitely will help you to sail the situation better. The next one to go is being empathetic. Now, just look at whatever I was going through is it was challenging, and we are always grateful to the people who are supporting us, who were even like helping us Just imagine the huge infrastructure that the hospital has, the number of people they interact with, number of patients they're handling, number of cases, and there's so many other entities, doctors, nurses, operation theaters, admin staff, the vendors who are involved in such a huge infrastructure. And now look at your professional situation where you are working with so many teams, so many members, there's so many people working in the background, and just imagine there are people, like senior management people, the client, and so many people, involved. So when something doesn't move further, or you're not able to achieve something, or not able to, you're seeing that you're not able to reach the target, instead of not just shouting and yelling at each other, or feeling depressed about it, disappointed about it, I would encourage you to just look at the situation the way it is. Instead of shouting and yelling at the person, just check with the person if they are okay, if all is well in their world. What is it that would be required to make it happen? Do they need help? Do they need support? Do they need uh, any kind of assistance? Together, we can make it a success. Definitely, we can. The next one to go, I would encourage you to rise uh, above I and move towards the we. Just be an extended arm for each other. Be there as a team for each other, supporting each other, not being, say, judgmental about each other. Many a times it happens that you are in a conference call or a meeting, say, for example, or in a hybrid mode. So when you're attending a meeting, you see someone, oh, this person in the call, I don't like it. I don't like the way this person is conducting the meeting. I don't like this person the way they're conducting this particular session. I would encourage you to not be judgmental. Just look at them the way they are. Just connect with them. Every person is unique. You have certain skills, you have certain characteristics. See how you can make best use of the skills. What is it that you can learn from them? What is it that you can share with them? What is it that you can help them? And definitely, together you can make it better. We cannot survive alone on this planet, but together we can create wonders. Together we can make a difference, definitely for sure. And above all, gratitude. Being grateful to everybody, uh, whatever situations you are in, whatever you're going through, just being grateful to each and everyone who's helping you to sail through the day. Most of the time, there's so many people working in the background to help make things happen for you, make your success. So, for example, this particular conference that we are going through and is getting conducted, at the back end, there's so many people working who are ensuring that this live telecast happens. You're able to sign in, all the creatives that had to be done. This becomes a successful. Like she's helping me with the sign language and so much of activity that I involve. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who is around making this uh, success. Once again, my question to you is, if not now, then when? Thank you so much, everyone, for this wonderful session.
Thank you, Pooja. That was brilliant. I
Thank you so
think
much.
you touched upon a topic that is so much needed in today's world in terms of emotional intelligence. In every dimension of life, be it our personal lives, our professional lives, in every walk of, and especially in our workplaces, it is so important for us to have that EQ and that emotional quotient these days. So, thank you so much once again for taking time to join us and for sharing your thoughts. AZCon truly appreciates you for that, and we'll keep talking as well. Thank you, Pooja.
Thank you so much to both of you and everyone. Just amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pooja. Okay, we have our next speaker who's up in a couple of seconds, maybe in a minute or so. So stay tuned. Our next session is on Tech in India, a level playing field for women by Purva Agarwal. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, everyone. And this is our next session on Tech in India, a level playing field for women. 76% of Indian women in tech believe that the effects of the pandemic have delayed their career progression. So, what is the vision for India when it comes to tech and women in general? More on this from the Indian Ambassador of Women in Tech Global Movement. Purva Agarwal is the founder of Good Good Piggy, India's first ed fintech startup. As the ambassador of Women in Tech India, it's her goal to extend the global tech ecosystem to India, women, and girls. Welcome, Purva. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much for introducing me and as well as inviting me to this conference, this event today. I think the Azure community and technology sector overall, in general, is an integral part of India's socio-economic growth story. And to be here is a pleasure. You know, if I talk about any established company, or for that matter, India is the largest ecosystem in the world when it comes to startups. I mean, we are housing one third of the largest startup ecosystem in the world after US and China. Kudos to the Microsoft community for being one of the leaders to bring this together. So today when I hold stage here, it's a proud moment to be speaking on diversity and inclusion on a matter that has high value and scope. Tech in India, a level playing field for women. I think it's a very important topic. Sexism is a very, very common phenomena. I mean, intensity changes, but it's prevalent in the tech sector everywhere, be it North America, be it UK, be it Europe, and to no surprise that gender inequality is much worse in regions like India. Now, I was reading statistics about the share of women in India in tech sector, and I was surprised to see it's about 30 to 35%. And let me share that, while this surprises you, this number of women employed in the IT industry in India has seen a rapid increase over the past 10 years, which contrasts with the stagnation or perhaps even decline in participation when it comes to the IT sector in many Western countries. So I think it's commendable statistic there. And apart from this dichotomy, let me share another one. When we read about statistics, India is one of the largest. I mean, in terms of girls comprising of 50% of science and 30% of engineering students. So we are the largest producer of STEM students, especially female STEM students in the world. And would you believe, while it is the highest, the dichotomy is, but when we talk about these women joining the workplace, the numbers drop dramatically. And even after that, once that decline is there, many women find exit from their careers within the first 5 years of their job. So if we come to look at this issue, it is much much deeper than what it looks like, what these numbers display. And women in tech have to be noticed, I think. And when you talk about studies, they have already noticed this, that women are part of victims when it comes to the pay gap, whether it's career stagnation and many other inequalities. So from my perspective, this all is coming from societal influences that restrict women in this sector to be included, and some of which is also their own notions. Like, I've heard women in STEM say that it's too hard. STEM is too hard as a career. They have to keep up to what is going on in the tech sector. It's a fast evolving sector. There are other pressures like, marriage, childbirth, family responsibilities that restrict women to play at par with what is happening in the tech field. So, if I talk about the job market in STEM, often women are facing remarkably high rate of sexual discrimination compared to all other industries. Um, I often read these reports with a lot of diligence when it comes to women being the ambassador to acknowledge what is happening. A survey that I read unraveled that in India, around 42% of women in tech feel that their voices and contributions to tech are unappreciated at a workplace. And this number is twice than the global average. When men are at high positions, I mean, we've seen how they tend to show a misogynist mentality and practice towards their female partners in the organization and even in social occasions. So meanwhile representatives too should do are showing doubt in the chances of women addressing or solving specialized issues or complex issues. There are other problems which women also face, which come from taking a break in terms of marriage or childbirth, and they often feel that when they come back, there is an unsaid mandate for the woman to step up into the tech field. So, this field, as in all, in terms of technology, women on a career break could lose touch with the industry and trends and end up lacking the required skills, and that's a strong bias which hits them, which talks about that ceiling where we might not be successful when you return back to work just because of this gap. And often women are tormented to explain the reason for that career break, for talking about how they will come back, and that unnecessary pressure that comes with what happens in their life journey as a woman. So to avoid all this chaos, many moms often cut out their cords. They often even cut their maternity leaves and join employment way faster because they're under a pressure of losing their job due to non-attendance, due to non-consistency, due to non being relevant. And overall, what I must say is that these issues are highlighting that there is a lack of level playing field for women. And when these issues are prevalent, my question is, can women be allowed to have a level playing field? And probably the answer after all these statistics is no. Then we have to be creating consciously a level playing field where these issues can be addressed and the playing field can be leveled for women to come up and establish themselves in such a career. Just for example's sake, I have seen that there's an increasing trend among the technology firms where they're talking about women only jobs. But these efforts, them many times are hampered by the lack of women with necessary qualifications when such a job comes out. In fact, there is actually a psychological study which talks about how women often do not apply for a job if they don't feel that they're at least 100 to 90 to 100% matching the job description, whereas the male counterparts will even fill in that and go for that opportunity even if they're reaching around 50-60% of the job description. And that's something which is a part of women's psychology, which is part of that bias. As an ambassador, I've often spoken about the imposter syndrome which even successful women face. This is like, and I mean, on this issue, Michael Obama, all these little stories are there, which I think women should be listening to, reading to, and inspiring themselves to be working against this phenomena that works up in the minds of women. And speaking about working women, corporates, especially in this conference, I think everybody's trying to do their little efforts as well. So some of my recommendations in this area for organizations, for working women, for women in leadership positions include that there should be a segregation about imbalance in work towards women, and if there is, it should be reported to higher ups immediately. The organization should take issues seriously and try to resolve it by sensitizing sexual orientations at workplace. Social standards should be nullified in business, and families should be there to aid women and support them by wiping out those societal norms that push women back when it comes to the career field. Ladies should adopt to not feel insecure or molested, or and in fact to be feel protected at all times in the career. Oblivious inclination, generalization, and troubles to look for balance should be thrown away in order to be seeking development. So on that side, I think I'm very proud to showcase women in tech in this conference, which I lead as a pro bono cause. It is an international non for profit organization on a mission to close the gender gap and help women embrace technology. We're promoting girls and women empowerment around the world with a focus on sustainable development goals, which include harnessing technology, talking about gender equality, reducing poverty, etc. And more than a network, which is run from 2018, I see women in tech has directly impacted over 2 lakh women across the world in 4 focus areas, which include advocacy, education, business, and most importantly, social inclusion. We believe that technology is in every aspect defining how society is coming up, how we live, how we build products, how work happens, and much more. And not just that, technology is a driver of economy and also is inventing what our future or tomorrow looks like. So technology product and services are being developed, they are being delivered based on perspective of only one half of the population, and not being designed with everybody in mind. So women take up half of these consumers and should be representing the technology space as well, so that it reflects in their work in designing products. And this gender gap is preventing women from playing their full role in shaping the future society, since STEM careers are projected to be ones which are most sought after um, in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. For men, and diversity and inclusion, I think, should be pressed today in the 21st century as an essential inclusiveness for women in the industry, and it's critical, in fact, to the tech sector. Today there are a number of initiatives that we are working towards, which are helping bridging this gender gap in technology. Most of these initiatives are isolated and they're focused with very, very specific actions that cover a part of the problem and not offer spectrum of solutions. So if you talk about Indian chapter, we are looking at digital inclusion in a very, very big way. We're adopting schools and talking about offering, starting at that grassroots to primary level, seeing if we can promote scholarity funding for young girls and women who are coming from underserved communities, seeing if we can donate STEM books, a library infrastructure which stays in these organizations forever to take benefit of. Because when it comes to the parity in society itself, then it's almost like the rich can afford the technology sector while the poor are not being able to access it. And so that's something I genuinely would love to change in India. So there is that entire thing that we are coming up with. In fact, Women in Tech Indian chapter has also taken out some video content which is freely available for non-for-profits, for schools to put up on YouTube, put it out on WhatsApp, put it out everywhere that they'd like to, and take benefit of bringing everybody together inclusively. These conversations are based in Hindi, so that again, language is not a barrier for somebody to be involved in tech. We're also taking care of the fact that we can open the minds of people when it comes to the world. So we have begun, world language series where we're teaching French, German, etc., to the underserved, and talking about inclusiveness as a comprehensive issue. So as a free community, I would like to invite you all to join this global movement that Women in Tech is up to. There are many reasons to become a member of our growing Women in Tech community around the world. Connect and share in our platform, learn skills through the programs that we keep doing, grow your network in our events, hire and get hired by the help of our talent hub. I think that's a phenomenal diversity and inclusion tool. Become a mentor, become a mentee. Right now, India chapter is part of a program which is called Mentor in Tech, where we're trying to mentor and find mentees in technology sector for women to get there. Give back by supporting underprivileged communities. This is all possible by being a free member of Women in Tech community. Our goal as a global movement is to empower more than 5 million women and girls by 2030. And if you ask me personally, being, having demographics at our side, I think in India we can impact more than 1 million women and girls. So on that note, in India, we are seeing corporates take efforts on the right side, and I will appreciate that as well. In terms of the lobby, I appreciate some of these efforts, like for example the benchmarking that NASCOM is doing with the women in IT scorecard in India. I think in the context of it being very much international, it is helping us thoroughly understand the profile of women in India in IT industry, and it's bringing together a comprehensive set of evidence that demonstrates and helps us understand these differences in participation rates when we talk about men and women in the IT sector in India. So, on a larger sense, I believe transparency towards the problem and then being able to acknowledge it is itself a huge step that can put us forward when it comes to this debate of gender parity in India. Another one, I think, while I'm here in the Microsoft community, I would like to commend them about their partnership with SAP as a duo. I know, we are creating a brigade of women students in AI, in cloud computing, in web designing, in digital marketing. I mean, these tech skills are not only relevant today, but I think they will be serving a solid future of tomorrow. So, with these endeavors, I think we are on a path where we will have more Debanji Ghosh, more presidents, more Roshni Nadars and Neelams coming in the tech industry in India in future. With this, I think I'm really, really happy and pumped to be part of this conference, to be able to put out this mission that joins us together as a community in the world. I'm of one of those beliefs that technology is an equalizer. While it is an equalizer to bring everybody together worldwide, it's also for men and women to make it into an equal playing field. So, with this, I open the forum to any questions if there are, and thank you for the opportunity for me to be speaking here.
Thank you, Purva. That was truly impressive. I've learned quite a bit from your presentation in terms of the stats and all the numbers, especially the demographics. That was quite new for me. While we wait for the comments, if you don't mind, I would probably have a question to ask. So, I heard you for a bit talk about the imposter syndrome, and I'll be very honest. I've seen myself and a lot of women, despite where you are in this journey or professional journey, battle it at some point in your career. What advice would you give? It's a huge, it's a broad spectrum, but still, what advice would you have for someone who's dealing with the imposter syndrome?
Well, imposter syndrome is a very interesting topic, and in fact, even in women in tech itself, we have given it a lot of highlight this year. So, at the 24-hour world tour that Women in Tech does, bringing together all these chapters across the world in 24 hours to talk about different issues, India picked up imposter syndrome. We picked up imposter syndrome because I think it's a really, really important and relevant conversation to have. We in India we have these beautiful women, even in terms of the corporate environment, a lot of reservation when it comes to the boardroom of having X% of women on your board seat. We are the largest producer of graduates when it comes to women. All of this stays true, where successful women are shaping up as women entrepreneurs, as leaders, as team leaders. And imposter syndrome hits. It hits because, women are in that bias zone that, oh, maybe, what, this is luck. Maybe this is not me, this is a chance. And even if it is happening repetitively, the acknowledgement of saying, uh, nahi, it's not me, it might be something else, is something that is restricting women to accept their own success. And if somebody is going through it, we often lay out this perspective that, women should be having mentors. Mentors often bring you back to a path and talk about the fact they validate your concerns and tell you, what, you're on the right path. Please go ahead, be bold and be beautiful in your journey where you are heading towards. Other than that, there are beautiful books, etc., which help you, I would say, softly shape in your mind towards understanding when you encounter this bias. And for all those women who face it, I think the best friend in while you're facing imposter syndrome is yourself and the mirror. So go out there, talk to yourself, and tell yourself that, what, this is not accidental. You deserve it. You've done a lot of hard work to be here. And if there are any biases that you feel you're encountering from externalities, then it's your internality who has to fight against it. So this is where I think imposter syndrome, definitely a mentor helps you, a lot of conditioning helps you, and other than that, dialogues with yourself of empowerment help you to say that you deserve what you are up to, and then you're meant for something bigger. And never let the bias of coincidences, luck, and of favor, etc., put out a hurdle in terms of successful women being out there. So that's my 2 cents on imposter syndrome.
No, thank you, Purva. I mean, well said. It always helps to have diverse perspectives. Help take, you are not just enough for yourself. Probably diverse perspectives at your workplace, at your home, in various areas of society definitely helps you, tune your inner thoughts. So thank you so much for sharing that, and always a pleasure to host you at AZCon Festival. Thank you for taking time to join us again.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Purva. And we move on to our next session. Our next speaker is here with us. So let me give you a slight introduction to that session, which is quite interesting. So our next session will talk to the real power of inclusion, the life transformation journey. We all know that diversity and inclusion is a real game changer. But how does that matter to us in everyday life? So, our next speaker will share true inspiring stories across walks of household, corporate, and social transformation by bringing women back to work. Manjula Dharmalingam is the founder of Her Second Innings. She's a professional with over 2 decades of experience in technology, transformation, and building talent. Being a mother, entrepreneur, and mentor herself, Manjula is passionate about bringing women back into the fast changing tech world. Let's hear from Manjula on some stories of second innings. Welcome, Manjula. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure and then privilege to be over there, and it was a lovely sessions where I keep hearing from others. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, fine. Feel free to just make sure in case of any queries or anything, I am able to address that. It is not a monologue. I prefer to have a dialogue. So with that, let me just share my screen profile. I'll just give me a minute. Let me share. Hmm. Is my screen is visible? Thank you. Let me just go back. Super. Right. I'm unable to see you, so I'm just hoping things are okay. In case of anything, just do let us know about it. Happy to be here, and power of bringing women back to work. It's my journey where we just passionately just do this for day in day out. Thought of just bringing some stories, some transformation, which really kindle our thought process. How we can just do it together now. So that's where we just thought of bringing this session to you. Before I move on to that, I thought it's a real story, so thought of picking a thread from here. So this is where we just started our journey a couple of months back, saying that okay, can we just bring 10 women's and we will just go to corporate and make that happen. So as a team, we all just taken that month target for us to do that work. And at the end of the month, believe me, we are able to bring 15 women's back to work. So isn't it nice? And it's just not the women. And we also have stories to tell you that how corporates have just seen this transformation, how the society has seen the transformation, how the family has seen the transformation. That's what we are just going to look into that. So, who are these women? So, some of the women, I'm going to take you through their journey, but some of the women's, again, you can go to online and look at that. So, there are women who have taken a 5-year break, joined IBM. So, there's a women who have taken a 2 years break, joined Infosys, and some of them have just gone into the startup and become a consultant. Anyway, so for us, the only one mission, break the break. There is nothing called break. We can just break it and then become your vision of just dream of what you want to be. We can just make it happen. So that's why we are here to just do that. And all these things are available online. Anytime you can go and play their own journey. They would be sharing their journey, what were there and how are they transformed. So it becomes inspiring for each of us to look into that. So let's just start that. how individually it just brings the pieces together to see the holistic picture. So today I'm going to talk about the transformation which is happening for in this initiative, personally, for corporate, for family, for society. That's the journey I'm just going to take about that. So let me just take from personally. When we are bringing women back to work, when they are not working, how it is transforming them personally. Some of the examples. So this is the just so this is a Vrinda where she just restarted her career with 8 years of break and able to join. Right. So the Vrinda is just having two kids where one of them are started in the working stage, other person is in the final year of college. So when the kids are at that age resuming back and doing this similar profession what she was aiming for to become a consultant and the career oriented of a IT professional was something like a dream come true. So personally the age was she was having a self question, oh at this age can I do this, and now the kids are all just grown up. I don't know anything what to be done about it. My family care has been just been ended. Now I'm no longer required to do any of the full-time job. So when these people are having this question mark and when they get transformed, now the kids, both a daughter and a Brinda, are able to go back to the job at the same time. Though it is not the same client, but at least they have a schedule to just go and then look into that. So the kind of a joy what they are bringing is really tremendous. So this is one story of a Vrinda, but I just would like to just give you for a context couple of women on a different stage. So we do have our community member Jyoti from Katak, where single mom, and then suddenly she has not started working anytime after the marriage, but then when the husband passed away doesn't know what to do. Now, proud to say that she is just handling the entire customer care for one of these startup, and then she was not even able to talk about English and handle that, and she beautifully does that. Just last week when I just met the employer, they said this is the one of the asset. In fact, we just gave two of the people. The other person is also extremely handling the work better. So this is the one of the gems you people have just given it to us, and for last 4 to 5 years we are happy with them. So that's the story. So when you just bring the women, there is something like they get the personal fulfillment. They just get the commitment to just do more, just not for them, for their surrounding, which could be your employer, which could be your family, which could be your society. Everywhere they just get transformed, and then they just talk about it. So the personal stories with us, whether it is Jyoti or it is Vrinda, or even there is a woman where just moved from Orissa, saying that Bangalore is a hub and I would like to just explore a organization, any organization wanted to come back. So Apurva was talking in the previous session, right? So when you have your willpower, the destiny, whatever you want to create, you can create. And this is the story where a couple of women where they have just taken the oath saying that I can and I will. So that's the one where I would like to just bring a couple of women for you to just understand their personal transformation. Is it only the personal transformation? Absolutely, the answer is no. So let's also look at that. When these women joins a different corporate or an employer, or they take some consultancy assignments, whatever they would like to do about it, their aspiration. How is the transformation happening on the business side? That's our next one, which we are going to look at that. So this is the corporate story, which is close to our heart. And when we just started this initiative, when we were struggling to just finding it out our footstep, so Cisco is the first place where we were just able to break the break for our initiative, and we started the initiative with 4 members. So today we have close to around 50 plus members where we were transformed only through Cisco itself. So that's the kind of a magnitude we are talking about it. And also the kind of way they've just done, probably I'll just take a step and then give you that how this corporate especially transforms this our initiative to a betterment for people as well as for the organization. So when they just brought, so there is a three levels of initiatives where we were able to pick it up. One is about the leadership vision, saying that let's just go ahead. And then they identified the evangelist in the management level, where they can just go and talk about it. Hey, you know what? Let's just go about it and let's see the success of it. The evangelist is not only just spreading the word. Some of the evangelists also pick up that, being they are the business unit head and the project managers, they said we will also implement it. And when they implemented, so the success story is they were able to receive a great award for the organization because of the performance. They were able to retain the employees without anything about the attrition and etc. The performance was absolutely undeniable, where people wanted to come back. They just gave more than 100% to produce about it, and all they were able to get it just because of a couple of modification they did. One is they are accepted that they are coming from break and I am going to support. So they just make sure, as an evangelist, went ahead to the one more down the line. You said that, hey, you know what, we are going to support and let's just go with a slow pace and create that cushion for them to accept it and come back. Once they are ready, we will accelerate. That's all was a thought process. The framework went very well, and again, online it is available. You can just go ahead. The evangelists like Deepa Parthasarathi and people like that came back and then said that this is one of the beautiful way of bringing women back to work. So that's about the corporate, and we do have a multiple corporates where we are working, where we are not allowed to just bring them on public space, but then most of the time you can go and then look at that. Most of the corporates are picking up this thread and then working with us to just bring the women back to work. So that is the corporate side of it. Now let's move on how this family have just got impacted. So I was just talking about a couple of women stories to you, right? So let me just give you their family perspective, how it has happened, all right? So this is where we were having a woman wanted to come back to work, and the moment she just got the offer, the fourth standard studying kid have just come back and said, now I can go and write in my diary, my mom is also a working mom. Right? So that's the sense of pride where we are able to see that. And when we just place the women and then started seeing the continuously year plus the women is working and financially supporting, here is the comment from the husband: from now on, I don't need to be a single breadwinner. And even if I don't have a job, now you are there to help us out as a family. What a profound statement we are bringing. And recently, you should have just seen again when Durga just got placed in Infosys with after 10 years of a break. And just by getting the offer, the comment from family, oh, I am fan of Madam Sudha Murthy, and now you are joining in that organization. Now that my mother is just going to show me my idol to me. So this is the kind of a transformation we see, and they are able to. There are women now; they are able to take care of their parents without any challenges because there is additional income. The medical care has been taken care. After COVID, now both men and women in the family, or even I would say that elders in the family, feels that making sure women is also part of the earning potential is a necessary. And families who are just had only one single income are able to find that the kind of a stress free life and the happiness as well as the standard of living is just going up, just because when we are able to bring both members of the family are earning member. So this is the another transformation where we are exclusively able to see with the kind of appreciation. Sometimes husband calls and then says that, hey, you know what, thank you so much for doing that. Now we have a less fight at home, we have a good understanding at home. So this is the kind of a transformation where we keep seeing about it in family, when we are able to enable the women is also a earning member in the family. Let's move on to the next one. This is a what, a society transformation. This is a, one of the picture which really just gives you the sense of what we are just looking at. That it's no longer a taboo or no longer a mandate, no longer as the a custom or a culture or something like that, where we are just able to see the transformation in the society. We just increasing the population of the women coming back thanks to pandemic as well. Now most of the corporates are ready to accept the women back to work, where they are bringing women back to work, and the trend is changing. At home we are able to see both men and women are coming together to share the work, and office place that is also happening over there. So this is a welcoming change where we are seeing in the society transformation, where, and in fact we are seeing increasingly awareness as well as the steps taken from every side of the story, whether it is a corporate or whether it is the women are also now started looking for any way everywhere we can just make it happen, looking for the platform like us to just go ahead and then help us out about that. So this is the transformation where we are seeing that at the social side it is happening for all of us to just look at that. So with that, I just wanted to just give you the next phase of it. If these are all the right things and nice things are happening over there, how do we make it happen? Is there a way to just make it happen? Is it a simplified solution? Of course, the answer is yes. We can just make it happen. It's not a rocket science where we don't know. It's all about the simple steps. We are just going to look at that. What are all the simple steps we are talking about? This is the simple steps. So we have a philosophy to just bring that to whether we go to a corporate or anybody saying that, how do we do? We are all working professional, Manjula, or we are all not working professional. How do we do that? Is it a man or a woman? It doesn't matter. The framework applies for everybody. At the end of it, we wanted to make sure everybody have just come to a college, graduated, and then wanted to just become financially independent, and we need to enable this ecosystem. How do we create that ecosystem? Simple way, I probably wanted to again take a step back and tell you about it. If you are working, right, so the working, you could be an architect, you could be a lead, you could be a developer, you could be a manager, whoever you are. If you are in a workplace, see whether you can become a real practitioner to walk the talk. How do we do that? Be a buddy for a knowledge or a skill. So if somebody where in your organization they are bringing women back to work, this holds good for anybody. It's just not something with the gender specific, but if somebody is coming with the bringing women back to work initiative, this framework also fits into very well, right? So you're just going to become a knowledge or a skill partner to help them. So as I was saying, when we are able to see bringing women back to work is able to receive an award at Cisco for their performance, of course we will also be able to do that. So this is where they have just done that, where as a practitioner they were able to build the skill and knowledge for the fellow women professionals as a buddy. So they were able to just say that, hey, this is what is the learning, this is what you have to do. You just do that, and I will just guide how do we do about it. So that was the first thing which we were able to see that. And second, be a buddy for emotional support. Sometimes they might be having a mood swing at home front because of the XYZ reason. It's unwell or lot of work pressure, maids are not available, whatever is the scenario. If they are having their ups and downs of an emotional mood swing, just be empathetically, let's be a buddy for them to listen and then bring them back to normalcy so that they are able to perform better. So that's the other part where we can just do that. And the third one is being a physical help. So right, sometimes you can also just if it is a workplace, you can also deliver, take care of their deliverable if possible for some time, so that it just comes back to us. I will just talk about it a little later how it just comes back. But then as a buddy, as a practitioner, we can all help each other to make sure, yes, we are bringing a good environment. So how it will be, Manjula, if it is going to be a home front? That's a question, other question, right? If I'm a husband, if I'm a brother, or if I am a sister, it doesn't matter, right? So at home front also see that whether your family members are longing for going back to work. Again, the same things you can be replicating, that if your mother would like to just join back, that what is the knowledge or the skill you can just give it to your mother, what is that you can knowledge or the skill you can help your wife to just know about it. So the same concept, it's not something you have to come to office and then practice that. We even at home we can just practice that for anybody, or even some support system for somebody is coming to your house help, and then their daughter, their kids wanted to do about it, and we are having a knowledge and the skill support online at our fingertip, just extending that and saying that, hey, you know what, these are all the resources, you can also look for that. It need not be that we have to sit and then give them entire thing. Just guide them, just be that at home for anybody. It could be your family member or your support member or any of the friends, doesn't matter. You can replicate the same thing. Same thing, the emotional support. If you being a husband and then you're working and you're finding your wife is not comfortable being at home, just be a sounding board and then give a emotional support, saying that, hey, you know what, these are all the ways people are just doing, and having this skill with you, we can also look at that. Is it only the job they need to do? Of course no. They can all become a freelancer or solopreneur, multiple ways today. You name the opportunity, it is available. Give their emotional support. You can do it, you will do it, and you are the only person can make it happen. Give them the kind of a support so that they would be able to do that. The physical help. So again, just to come back and then give you the kind of a support extended by the family for Durga, which I was talking about for you, right? So Durga, with 10 years break, when she decided to come back, she just have a family of husband and a daughter of seventh standard or something. She's just going over there. So that's their family. And believe me, all three of them have just got a COVID impact. Still, the family member said, now you have taken the journey of just coming back. You are in a training period. I want you to just go about it. Let's all of us have just support physically to make sure your schedule is not getting hampered. So in spite of that, there is a isolation and everything. She never just, she probably took a break for 3 4 days, but then she continued her journey. The family was relentlessly just were able to give 100% support for them to do about it, right? And this is the beauty of it. So the moment you see there is a little need, or there is an aspiration in family member, the same thing you all can just extend, whether we are a man or a woman, doesn't matter. We can be a buddy for anybody and anywhere. So this framework works well for us. And other than that, the leader and the influencer, if you are in an organization, you are a manager, you are a strategic leader, you head or something like that, workplace, you can do wonder. All you have to do is set this as an example to just start a small initiative if you are able to do that. I'm not a leader, Manjula. How will I just go about? Let's be the influencer. Again, I'll just bring back the Durga story. Durga's husband is working for Microsoft. He just went ahead and just not with Microsoft. He just went ahead and called his own friends and then says that my wife is just able to do about it. And same thing as your wife also can just do that. Please bring her back to work. It's a simple thing, right? He is not looking for whether I have a leadership position or whatever it is, but whatever I experience, I wanted to just inform my friends, my family, my network, so that they are able to just see the benefits or the happiness what we are seeing. They are able to see that. So you can be an influencer anywhere, whether it is a workplace, family, or society. If your friends are just going through some challenges, having single income and feeling that there is a friction at home just because there is a relationship is are getting strained because they are not working, please go ahead and step in and just follow the simple step. Be a buddy. Just be a buddy for anything and everything what they can just work about it.
Yeah, thank you, Manjula. Sorry, we are up for time, but yeah, if you want to just complete your closing thoughts. But yeah, I saw that you were on the thank you slide. So thank you so much, Manjula. That was a very impressive session. We do not have a lot of questions from the user, but on behalf of AZCOF, I really want to thank you for a very powerful message on bringing women back to work in terms of your second innings. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and all the best to all of you. Take care. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Thank you. And our next session for the day is on inclusion and entrepreneurship, the key to innovation. Sijo Kurula George currently serves as Executive Director, Alliance of Digital India Foundation. He was the founding CEO of Startup Village Kerala, with numerous awards and citations to his credit, including the Young Entrepreneur of the Year award previously. He is one of the thought leaders in the Indian tech startup ecosystem. Welcome, Sijo. Interpreting Sijo's session is sign language interpreter Diksha Merlin. The stage is yours, Sijo.
Um, Thanks, Vijay. Hey, Diksha. Thanks for the invitation here. So, I'm actually outside here in a cafe. There might be some background noises. I hope that's fine. So, one of the good things or the silver linings of the pandemic here has been the fact that we can be in a much more distributed space, geographically otherwise, which has been a huge democratizing force in itself. At the same time, tied to how the topic is also day to day, it's talking about, let's say, inclusion and entrepreneurship as a key to innovation. So, just to talk a bit about the background and the context, I started out as an entrepreneur myself. I ended up doing a startup right after college. Most of my co-founders and people who are part of my team were my batchmates, were my juniors. In fact, some of the co-founders were still in college when we started the first company. So, entrepreneurship or the whole world of startups has really, played a huge role in sort of shaping uh, my life and career. And that's been the way. That's mostly been the story that I'd love to share today, and some of the learnings along the way. Um, So I'm sure that a country like India, and me included, most of us will be coming from a little middle class background families, where almost entirely our aspirations are around uh, getting a good job, getting good education, holding down a job and stuff like that. So the world of entrepreneurship or the world of, let's say, startups is not something that is first nature to us. It's not something easily accessible, right? And this access to information, access to exposure, is what we're realizing is has always been, at least in our case, that was the case, and we went on to create something called Startup Village to say that hey, if you actually create an initiative that brings in a lot more exposure and access to technology to a lot more youngsters in the state, you would see a lot more people coming forward. And that's been the basic premise of this thesis. So, and how has entrepreneurship or startups been to me? Um, there has always been a lot of, let's say, glorification around everything startups and entrepreneurship. But I would probably like to share my perspective saying that um, it's essentially a different lifestyle. And from that standpoint, it's several years of work and probably a few moments of glory every now and then. You tend to hear about, let's say, entrepreneurial stories. So the great thing that is happening right now is there's a lot more celebration of entrepreneurship. Today we have Nika going IPO, one of the first female-led unicorns going for IPO happening today. We have Paytm going IPO, sorry, Policy Bazaar going IPO in a few days' time. Paytm after Zomato went IPO. So, and generally some of the founders who have been the driving force behind these organizations have sort of become either poster childs for the next generation as an inspiration. But this is also shifting a very cultural shift, right? So before we go to the cultural shift part of it, from my story, so one of my biggest personal journey transformations has been taking on the world of entrepreneurship. It essentially changed the way I looked at a lot of things, right from, let's say, how do you build relationships, how do you get things done, how do you build teams, how do you put execution. So personally, it's been a heavily transformative experience for me getting into the bandwagon of entrepreneurship. But most critically, um, it's a kind of networks that we could get into. In other words, we'd say, let's say, social mobility is one of the keywords that people use. Um, Social mobility is a very, very useful, productive tool for your life outcomes in general. And the world of entrepreneurship, especially tech entrepreneurship, a lot of cultural aspects around how the way the world is organized is there is a lot of respect or a lot of um, talk about wanting to contribute and sharing knowledge, and this makes it increasingly possible for you to um, build organized companies as well. So one of the biggest phenomenons in the startup world, and that's why we also have been a beneficiary of that, is angel investors. And the ideal angel investor are founders, entrepreneurs who have been there and done that, who have made money or made exits from the kind of companies that they have built. And now, yes, they also want to invest and back in you with money, but more than the money, they also want to back people who will create new products and solutions. So, this whole world of entrepreneurship, I think, is a fantastic opportunity for India as a country as a whole, right? There is a lot of keyword in talk about innovation, and if I were to talk a bit of my own inexperience or my own biases or blockers, we ended up setting up something called Startup Village, which was a technology business incubator. Now we were a bunch of very young people wanting to bring a lot more youngsters into entrepreneurship. But if I have to be honest in the room, the whole world of incubation, the keyword incubation, that keyword I did not really understand it enough from a technical standpoint. Uh, but we went. It's more like we went back to first principles, and fortunately for us, a lot of things worked. I would say the same thing about, let's say, the keyword innovation as well. Um, Innovation as a keyword is a very powerful one, but also probably one of the most used, misunderstood one as well, right? Um, for me, it translates to different ways of getting things done, and for me, it not just applies to products and services. It also applies to way we even organize work. And a lot of the products and services, or a lot of the ways in which you see these organizations function, is essentially the unbundling of services, so to speak. Um, One of the biggest forces that has been transformative on the, let's say, the corporate world per se, it's a bring your own device sort of movement. There was a time in which, to think of me bringing my own laptop or my own mobile device for that matter, integrating to the networks of the companies that I work with was unthinkable. There was citing instance of security and everything. There was a time I used to spend briefly in consulting organizations as well in the corporate sector. There, my biggest challenge always was to locate what do you call it, a LAN cable. That was the most prized possession. Big wars used to be for that. We had to find the IT department. But currently, the bring your own device as a movement, as a policy, I think almost every organization has sort of adopted and taken it as their basically operating, and it makes sense also, right? It's a far more productive way for an employee or a teammate to function. Uh, Currently, what is happening is it's actually um, as it is, there was an increasing force towards or movement towards the workplace also being unbundled, co-working space are coming in. People are increasingly, spending more and more time in commuting to office spaces. So we could see early signs of this unbundling happening, where offices were sort of getting, distributed, and there were some of the companies were sort of doing some trailblazing work also there. One of the companies I have read up a lot and admire a lot is Automatic, the parent company of WordPress. They have an entirely distributed policy even before, way before the pandemic. They genuinely believed in that as a future of work. Now, this whole pandemic and COVID situation has been very challenging for a lot of people. Certain communities have been, at the receiving end a lot. But what the pandemic also has given us is an opportunity, or rather forced us, to rethink some of the ways in which we've always done work and social life. Right. So, IT companies who always used to co-locate services out of want of security had to figure out a way to provide the same level of security in a distributed manner in people's homes as well when the employees are working there. So, if you bring to the keyword of inclusion, there's entrepreneurial energy in terms of figuring this out. But if you bring the keyword of inclusion, um, this whole pandemic has been a very, very big democratization force. In that, um, some of the norms around, let's say, physical proximity, all those things are upended. Now, it doesn't really differentiate, or it doesn't really disadvantage you to be in a very different geography. It does not really disadvantage you, irrespective kind of person. A lot of reports are also coming in that women have been, this whole shift to digitization has been a very advantageous force for women as well. I do recall reading some early reports saying that there are a lot more instances of the glass ceiling being broken now that the work organization has shifted to a more digital manner. There has been a lot of impetus in terms of, let's say, wanting to figure out or measure performance as against measuring presence. Right? There is a lot more conversation, conscious effort in terms of allowing people to figure out their own lives and optimal productivity cycles. And today we have a situation where even organizations are at the forefront of declaring that, hey, we want to embrace this as a new reality of working, right? Because some of the advantages that I see, there are still challenges. The other day, I also saw Vijay Shekhar Sharma, the Paytm CEO, during his IPO call with one of the newspapers, announcing that they are going to embrace reality and they don't foresee a reality of people coming to office full time anymore. They're not going to force anyone as well. And this, the one of the beautiful things about, let's say, the internet or the tech startup sector, the entrepreneurship space, and always has been the opportunity for wealth creation. Um, Good thing technology, that's been always a hallmark of entrepreneurship. And earlier, this was tied to what do you call it? A very, very specific access to capital. Um, Today, what has shifted is that this whole cycle has shifted towards intellectual property, and with it's been more democratized. So anybody on the back of an idea can really take advantage of this particular force and move forward. So the digital age offers a lot more avenues for entrepreneurship, a lot more avenues for, let's say, distributed growth and wealth creation, but a lot more avenues for also equitable growth as well. It is far more easier for us to include diverse voices into this whole phenomenon, as against the reality of physically being organized. But how, if we look at the topic of how do we bring a lot more people into entrepreneurship, and I'm sure that a lot of organizations have tried various models. Um, the top corporates these days, they actually want a lot more entrepreneurial energy. A lot. keyword here is to reduce the cost of experimentation. So if it increasingly, so how do you so I hope I'm back.
Yeah, there's a light lag on your side, Sijo, in your network. In fact.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, it's a little choppy. That's all. You are audible. Yeah, much better.
Hello.
Please go ahead. Yes. Yes, Sijo, we can hear you.
Yes, looks like I'm back.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Good. Yeah. So, yeah, so how do we bring in a lot more people into entrepreneurship? So, from our experience, it's essentially related to reducing the cost of experimentation. So early in during our startup village days, when we wanted to get a lot more youngsters in entrepreneurship, what we used to do was we used to keep these open technology playground sort of spaces, and we used to bring in a lot of these devices, the Microsoft Kinects of the world, everything and everything we could, anything and everything we could get a hands on, to sort of make it easier for people to try around and play around with these things. Because only after we get into a state of play that we iterate into a state of innovation or entrepreneurship, or let's say innovating on top of that. So our keyword in Startup Village used to be build, break, innovate. So unless you sort of are given the freedom and liberty to break a few things, it's very difficult to get in the mode of, let's say, building something or innovating something. So how do you reduce the cost of experimentation is almost always the way, and there are a lot of research that supports this particular theory as well. The unsaid part, or the not enough spoken part, there is one part which is tied to having access to, let's say, infrastructure, devices, tools, technology, and access. But the unsaid part of bringing down the cost of experimentation is actually bringing down the social cost of experimentation. In the earlier model of entrepreneurship, where it was tied to capital and loan and everything, um, the downsides of entrepreneurship was a lot more visible, because you actually incurred a loan or a debt which you had to service. These days, from an economic cost, it has gone down a lot, primarily because of the fact that you don't really invest a lot of there's a lot of private capital available by angel investors and other organizations. Predominantly, you are only looking at an opportunity cost, which is that is only economic cost that you incur. Now, even in such a scenario, if you look at even an opportunity cost, um, it also is not going to be super costly for an entrepreneur or the founding team, because the technology that and skill that you pick up in the entrepreneurial journey is typically very valued by the industry. So almost always, or in at least in majority of cases, provided you've had a good run and a good set of mentors or a board and everything, advisory board and all, and provided you have created value for someone, um, almost in all cases you land yourself either an acquire sort of an opportunity where you go on to continue the journey with a different organization, particular space, not specifically in the same product sometimes. And that's also been a very, very good continuity that is happening. But the social cost of entrepreneurship, or the social cost of failure, that still exists. But here again, it's very different, because it's more in terms of people accepting or people being comfortable talking about their ideas, and your ideas sometimes fail. Uh, Built into innovation or trying things is the fact that a lot of things will not potentially work. In such a scenario, how do you get comfortable with these cycles as a person? How do you manage your emotional energy? Uh, with the highs comes the lows. How do you manage relationships? All these social costs of entrepreneurship, if you bring down, increasingly you'll start seeing a lot more people being attracted in the particular space. We've had countless experience of this working amazingly well for us. Um, my best reference as an example or as a mental model is a university library. A well-functioning university library is a very welcoming place for you to be. You want to spend time there. You'll probably pick up a conversation with someone that you meet there. You'll probably end up watching a few documentaries there. Sometimes you'll read a theoretical book, but most of the time you might end up reading some fun books, fiction, comics, and everything. But essentially, this is a place that attracts talent and people, and you actually want to spend time there. You want to indulge in ideas. You'll meet your counterparts. Uh, how do you create such a fluid, informal, free-thinking environment? Is a challenge that almost every organization individual has in terms of creating an entrepreneurial culture. Yes, you want challenging problems, you need intellectual mentoring, but the emotional comfort that is required for us to try things out, that goes at the heart of some of these initiatives. Um, these are some of my early thoughts. As a country, as a market, we have seen tremendous growth or tremendous transformation in the last 15 years. So much so that we could even say that we have seen the first stage of growth of the Indian startup ecosystem. Um, the Zomatos and the Paytms of the world, almost all of them, the Flipkarts, are almost all of them were created in the 2005 to 2010 sort of a time frame. In the first cycle of 10 to 12 or 10 to 15 years, 12 to 15 years, around the completion of that, we are seeing some of these companies becoming very big, going global even some of them, like the Freshworks and everything. And we as a country is standing very poised uh, for the next stage of growth. If I were to close it on a positive note, there has been no better time to start up or explore entrepreneurship at this point in time. uh, the country as a whole is a lot more welcoming. Almost every state government out there has interest in entrepreneurship or startups as part of the core mandate. If I speak about Kerala, I think last time we come from the state of Kerala, so that's why I can cite that example a lot more comfortably. One of the people, actually one of the media journalists, had reached out saying that's the first time in the recent Kerala election that every party as part of the political manifesto had entrepreneurships and startups as a key mandate and focus area for them. If you look at the zeitgeist and the aspiration of how things have changed, um, it's not just acceptable that people pursue entrepreneurship. It's also even I would probably say encouraged to pick up entrepreneurship, even if you know general society. But more critically, if you look from an aspiration of the next generation of youngsters, uh, there definitely is a shift towards entrepreneurship. Some of the role models have changed. And this, I think, is a fantastic opportunity for the country and all of us together. How do we actually invest in the next pipeline of entrepreneurs, of let's say young minds getting into entrepreneurship? How do we make sure that we encourage them, attract them, and then nourish them and nurture them? I think that is a beautiful opportunity, and that's also the challenge that is thrown open in front of all of us. And this movement is going to be a lot more distributed in the country this time around. Because even if you look at some of these founders of these companies we're talking about, almost all of them have come from smaller towns from various parts of the country. Right? They might have moved to some of the big cities, but they continue to inspire uh, every youngster from the neighborhoods that they came from. Right? Language plays a role, and in a country like India, what has also happened is the fact that with public goods like UPI, public distributed UPI, and thanks to Geo and Reliance, we have massive internet access and digital access. I think the per capita cost of a GB of the per unit cost of a GB of data is the lowest in the world. We have a large amount of people connected to the internet thanks to some of these cheapest data rates and everything. And this is going to be a market that's going to see phenomenal inclusion and growth. to the point where the kind of models that we adopt in India will go on to become and define some of the standards in which the 21st century digital first world is probably going to be organized, at least in emerging markets for sure, but perhaps even in developed markets as well. And that is the opportunity and the ground reality right now. So super excited about the prospects that the sector holds for us. Extremely bullish on the next generation of entrepreneurs bringing out more digital first and India first product opportunity, and extremely bullish on the ambition and the aspiration of the people from India, not just the present crop of founders, but the ones that are going to come up as well, to actually become some of the best in the world. So today, in terms of absolute numbers, India is nearing the second place in terms of the number of unicorns that any country has. US comes first, China comes second, India comes third, and we are getting very close to overtaking China in terms of absolute number of unicorns. And almost all these people currently are dreaming of setting their sights in terms of getting into some of the most respected global brands out there. We will know whether we'll come good in that in the next 10, 15 years. Freshers now want to take on Salesforce. We'll see a lot more founders want to take on the world and build global brands out there. Paytm wants to break into the Fortune 500 or the Fortune 100, so to speak, and to become a most valued banking brand in the entire world. I mean, entire Asia, if not the entire world. So this is a stage of ambition, and we'll know whether we'll get there in the next 15 years or no. But there is no taking away from the fact that uh, ambition clearly points in a particular direction, and none of us are going to stop short of keeping making progress in a particular direction and taking us to uh, taking India to being one of the best startup groups in the world. Almost all these first generation founders have started becoming angel investors to help the next generation of founders to come up and create and craft more amazing businesses, far better business that they themselves have built. And this cycle, this flywheel is set in motion. And the next 15 years or the next 20 years or even the next 30 years, I would probably say is when we will be able to take advantage or really build on the amazing foundation that we have been able to build right now. Back in 2005, at the time when we started, the startup sector was mostly startups were mostly a promise and potential. But cut to 2021, 2020, what I have right now is recognition and visible data of startups genuinely being an asset class. COVID also has accelerated in such a way that the world needs a lot more new products and services, different ways of living, different ways of thinking in terms of organizing life and work, and that is going to be major accelerating force towards entrepreneurship and innovation. My appeal and wish to the entire audience is it's again the same thing. There's no better time to start up right now. It's a fascinating journey. It's a very addictive journey. It's a different journey. But if you have been itching to try it out, if you have been harboring aspirations towards exploring your entrepreneurial side to yourself, I think there is no better time than right now for you to step out and explore and make good out of it. Wishing you the very best in case anybody decides to take that particular course and route. And thanks again for this forum and invitation. I'll hand it back to Liji in case we want to take any questions or how she want to run the session.
Thank you, Sijo. That was quite impressive in terms of at least the stats. I did not know that the last Kerala election, every party had a startup agenda on their political manifesto. That's good to know. And in one of our earlier sessions just this day during our keynotes, very happy to hear that as much as we tried organizations, NGOs and others as well, try to bring in more diverse perspectives and thoughts to the workplace. Apparently, they seem to have a lot of success with startups. Particularly, it's much easier to convince startup and entrepreneurs to build diverse spaces and inclusive
Correct.
spaces than perhaps even established conglomerates. Do you think so as well, or what has been your experience in that area?
So I would totally, agree with your observation that you brought to the table, Vijay. So you see, part of the reasons why people, including me, have taken entrepreneurship, right? Yes, there is one part where we want to create money or revenue and service customers, but I think a big driving force for a lot of these youngsters, especially people who set out early to create half these companies, is also because they want to see the world organized differently, right? Yeah, this doesn't make sense. It has to be a better way. And I think the biggest visible thing that we can talk about right now, right, is how our attire as on work has changed. Um, until the Googles and the Facebooks of the world were the norm, until they made it big, I don't think we were forcing a reality where it was okay to go to work in a much more casual environment and even casual clothing style. Work was supposed to be a very, very sort of formal thing to do. There was supposed to be a particular way in which you have to turn up at work and the way in which you had to get things done. Right? But the entire thing has been opened. The other day I was talking to a doctor. She decided to move into a startup company. She was mentioning that she had a shock in her life when she went to an office floor, where is an open office format. People are field discussing idea. Hierarchy is a lot more blurred. People are coming in casuals, right? It is a reality still a lot part of the world cannot really understand or accept. If I were to take one example from my own organization, Startup Village, we never used to maintain an attendance register, right? I did not really like it myself, including filling the timesheet. I've never liked it. I've never liked being a part of organization which sort of identified only you as a badge, right? And we used to say the same thing. Hey, today you may not be feeling great because what you bring to the table is not just your presence, but your intellectual energy as well, right? So if you're not feeling great, let's don't turn up in office today. And we never had an attendance register. I know companies who are experimenting with, let's say, 4-hour work week culture, right? Uh, I know a lot of the startups right now, some of the ones led by people like Naya and everything, they have been in the forefront of creating, let's say, period leaves and stuff like that, right? So yes, you're absolutely true, and you will continue to see a lot more. Is where I would put my bet on, right? See, what is only happening is, and we have seen this trend across the world, even in Silicon Valley. Some of the most foremost thinkers out there, the Andreessen Horowitz and everything, right? They had a personal ideology why they're getting into the different spaces that they get into, right? Hey, this thing has to change. This doesn't make sense, right? But what everybody, as an entrepreneur, what people also respect is the fact that you have to make a commercial success also to be able to actually translate this ideologies into the mainstream, right? And that is a battle most people are trying to fight out in the market, because you also need to win the market to be able to come back and change a lot of norms, right? Right from hiring practices to entrusting promotions and everything. I'm sure that almost all startups are doing these things very differently from every other organization out there. So yes, you will find it a lot more easier, a lot more inviting in some of these organizations as against a traditional organization. And a lot of it also goes back to founder energies, right? The founders are still the heart and soul of the organization, right? So it's not only ROE. If I take again a small example, which depending on where you stand, you can take a call as to whether it's a right or wrong way. But until OYO happened, right, it was not possible for a young unmarried couple to visit a hotel in India, right? Forget safe spaces to actually increase and everything. There was a stay uncle before that. So currently, almost every app listing has a, including the mainstream apps, has a couple friendly sort of a tag. Now, OYO didn't have to do that, but it was built by a 18, 20-year-old kid who understood the challenge of the particular audience a lot better, right? So, opening these social norms and actually creating more and more different things, the ESOP structure and everything is going to be far more different in a startup organization, wealth creation. So, Girish and Fresh Desk. one of the popular headlines, the most attractive headline for me, is that Freshers made 500 plus crore rupees as part of going for IPO, right? So, and a lot of founders that I know do genuinely believe in, distributing wealth as well, not just even creating wealth. The observation is absolutely true. Most founders do start out wanting to create a different culture. I can say that about Youth Ki Awaaz. I can say that about Logical Indian. I can say that about Venturepedia. Right? I can say that a lot of other organizations, and they definitely want to change the way some of these things work. I definitely want to. So let's say I'm creating this organization called ADIF, which is as an industry body is what we're trying to formulate. Um, my personal desire and interest is to create a digital first organization. So one of the questions that come to me is, where are you located? Which is your physical office? We still don't have an office, and honestly, I don't intend to. Right? The only thing I intend to open, if I have my way about getting it done, is open a cafe where people can have conversations. Because policy is not just about a round table. Policy is about having an understanding, and what better way than an informal conversation to understand what do you think, what do you feel, and how do you bring these voices together, right? In an ideal reality, I only want to open ADIF cafes across the country and not have a single office, so to speak, right? Now, it's a different story whether I will be able to pull it off or not. But the fact still remains that that is the thing I'll always keep pushing the boundaries in terms of defining the culture of the organization, what it stands for, how that organization wants to be built. And each step of the way, so this pandemic has imposed a lot of restrictions in terms of not being able to meet people physically. But pandemic also gives me a brilliant opportunity to actually craft a digital first organization. Because currently, the people that I work with is not tied to any geography, right? And almost inevitably, industry bodies were situated in Delhi because you have to work with the government, right? That is just one part. Startups are distributed across the globe. I have some amazing founders in Indore who are part of our alliance, right? We have amazing founders across the country, but we also want to see more amazing founders from different parts of the country as well. So the fact does remain that you will see a lot more of this boundary pushing by some of these organizations as well. And I would not be surprised if we see way more radical things coming the way. Matt Mullenweg, the founder of WordPress, famously declared that email is one of the biggest productivity killers in organizations. Right? He believed in that. Right? But the reality is that his belief he translated to creating an organization which is automatic, which has grown to a billion plus in size, and they still don't use email. Right? when you when you see such examples when you craft billion plus organizations organized at scale who doesn't have an office, who don't use email, but they still remain one of the far most innovative companies out there. And every person I speak to, people who have worked there, people who want to work there, they have amazing experience there. That is my first proof of belief that hey, it's actually possible to organize organizations like that. You don't necessarily have to be in a particular manner. And this refusal to accept that it can't be improved, I think, is the heart of entrepreneurship or the startup culture, so to speak. And that's where the keyword startup word hits different for me than entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship exploiting a market opportunity for startups, to me, it signals wanting to create a culture as well. Um, and that's how it hits different for me. And that's the part, honestly, that's most exciting for me to be associated with a particular space. I'm sure it's always going to be a sine wave. We'll have few companies still resorting to some of the practice when they grow big. But for every few companies who end up doing that, you'll always find some companies not embracing. See, for someone like a Vijay Shekhar Sharma to come out and openly embrace it, you know what, I'm going to adopt um, office culture, which is going to be distributed for my entire life of the organization. He didn't have to do that. He did that because of the fact that he believes that is the right way to organize in future, and he wants to take advantage of that particular trend. And you will see that going a lot going forward. I can keep citing more and more examples from across the globe. Some very eccentric, some very mainstream, fortunately, right now. But all of us would love to see a lot more things working differently, right? So it's the segment that comes to mind is that clip by there are a lot of clips of Steve Jobs that are very popular. Stay hungry, stay foolish included. But a very small clip in which says that hey, there is a point in which you realize that the world is also created by people more smarter than you, right? So you have an ability to sort of influence it, change it, and mold it. And once you learn that, you'll start looking at the world very differently. And that is I think the inflection point every founder goes at some point in time, that I can influence the way people think and people organize, and improve upon the way it has been organized so far. This, to some extent, at least traditionally, um, the whole startup movement is a counterculture movement to some extent, right? But the fact that it's tied deeply to entrepreneurship and business success sort of makes sure that the counterculture movement is trying to hit mainstream so that these practices are adopted across the board into society as well. Not everything is great. That's again the fact with, let's say, technology or whatever go. We are seeing instances of, let's say, um, unfiltered growth of Facebook creating some spillover effects to society and everything. So not entirely. I'm not trying to argue everything is hunky dory, but that will not prevent or stop founders from pushing those boundaries and seeing, hey, how could we do this differently, preferably better, but definitely differently.
No, great conversations, Sijo. In fact, very profound thoughts there. I would think, what was once, what is now mainstream probably was once eccentric to someone at some point in time. So that problem-solving mindset is something that not even people like me who are not directly involved in a startup or in an entrepreneurship journey would take back to our small teams in the little capacities that we operate. We understand the importance of bringing diverse perspectives in having inclusive workspaces. Probably not an ADIF cafe that we can, support like you do, but in the little spaces that we can, the importance of having those kinds of conversations at workspaces. So, yeah, so your 4-day work week was something that I learned in quite, picked up quite a bit from you. And ADIF Cafe is something that I do definitely look forward to. So, all the best with that, Sijo. Always a pleasure to interact with you and to learn from you. Our audience has learned quite a bit today. So, we'll keep in touch. Thank you, Sijo, for taking time to join and to share your thoughts with us today.
Thanks a lot, Liji. Pleasure having a conversation, and hopefully one day we'll have a chat in the ADF Cafe as well. I also look forward to that
Absolutely.
as a reality.
Sure.
Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you.
Apologies once again for the background noise, but pleasure
No
to at least
problem.
participate in the conversation.
Your ADIF cafe is well received. Thank you, Suju. Take
Good.
care.
I'm saying that while being in a cafe itself, so hopefully that's
Yes.
also a good hub in general.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Liji.
Thank you. Okay. All right, folks. I hope you loved that session from Sijo, which was a great sort of insights into how we can blend innovation and inclusion and entrepreneurship. And we have a couple of minutes before we start our next session, which will be at 2 p.m. sharp. So see you back then. Take care. Welcome back. The next session is on programming for accessibility. Building accessibility into the planning stages of programming can eliminate barriers for participation and can create an inclusive environment for people with disabilities. Programming for diversity is a great indicator that our software embraces the diversity of the users and cares about their safety and comfort. Our next speaker brings you a fascinating and thought provoking look at how you can program for accessibility. Rory Preddy is a senior cloud advocate with Microsoft. He describes his life as a hilarious roller coaster of misintended programming bugs. Enjoy the next 1 hour as Rory takes you on a roller coaster ride on how to build accessibility into programming. Welcome, Rory. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. And it's so exciting to be here. And I'm so happy that you have a sign language interpreter. But I do need to tell the interpreter I do speak sometimes a bit too fast. So if I do speak a bit too fast, just kind of say, slow down, Rory, because I've had a lot of coffee. And I'm calling from South Africa, which actually has the largest expat Indian community in the world, which is it's a great kind of, we're sister countries to you. Mahatma Gandhi actually did his law in Durban in South Africa, so we have a huge history with the Indian community. I'm so happy to be able to tell you about this story for programming with accessibility. So follow me on Twitter. I do a lot of updates, accessibility updates, and also do Azure updates. In my day job, I'm actually a Microsoft Azure and Java advocate. And I also do accessibility because the Microsoft advocates believe that they need to become the change that they want to see in the world. That's a good Gandhi quote. That if you want to know about that. This is all about how innovation. This talk can lead to increased revenue. And I know what you're saying, Rory, but you're talking about accessibility. What has it got to do with money? But we believe at Microsoft that if you program for everyone, then you create innovation, and innovation will actually lead to more customers and better revenue. And we've got proof of that. Now, that's really what I'm going to tell you and show you as we progress through this presentation. So a little bit about me. So I've got brown hair, I've got glasses, I'm wearing a white shirt, and I'm speaking at my home office. Now, I have something called achondroplasia, or dwarfism, and I'm short. I'm 4'1". That's 120 centimeters to the people who don't use feet. I need a lot of adjustment in my life to be able to do certain things that other taller people could do. For example, this is my car, and I've got car pedals here, and I bolt on those car pedals. This is done by a mechanic company that works with wheelchairs, and it's bolted onto my car pedals, you can see there, to be able to use the accelerator and the brake. And it's similarly with other aspects of my life, like this. I have to use a chair to jump on to be able to reach certain things. And sometimes I even have to, you can see that there's me trying to get coffee. I have to be able to get up onto the counter sometimes to be able to get coffee. The problem with bolting on accessibility is that, just like software, if you bolt on things and you try to fix stuff in production, then you're going to give birth to bugs. And one of those bugs is can be best described as the Hydra. Now, the Hydra is a mythical Greek, or I think it's Greek, medieval creature that if you chop one of the heads off, then another one just grows immediately up. And we've seen this now with software development. If you create and you fix a bug in production, then you really are going to create more as you progress. And it's the same with accessibility. So what we've noticed is if you don't fix accessibility in the beginning stages of your application and cater for all of your users, then you're going to give birth to the Hydra. So I have a plan today that we're going to pop the empathy bubble, And we're going to look at ways to slay the Hydra. So important to understand what the empathy bubble is. Now, the empathy bubble is a universe that every human being lives in there. So if you understand how the universal expansion happens, I was reading recently by one of the physicists that said that the universe didn't expand from a single dot of matter. It actually expands every second from every dot of matter, quantum mechanics. So theoretically, you're at the center of your universe right now, and the universe is expanding around you and going outwards. So as a result, we all live in these universes, in these empathy bubbles, and we don't understand how reality is for each individual person. For example, I'm using a wireless keyboard, a presenter, a trackpad, and a mouse because I can't reach my laptop on a good day because I have very short arms. And you might not be able to experience that for me. So when you design a product for me, you might not design it for someone who has such short arms. But for example, most people who have cars can't actually use the cars that they're in because most cars are actually engineered for men. But there's more women in the world than men. So I'll give you a little bit of a history behind the empathy bubble. So in the 1920s and 30s, the US Army was starting to design cockpits for cars, for airplanes. And they took 4,000 people and they adjusted the airline to be able to, the aircraft, to be perfect for the average of that 4,000. The problem with that is that that average person didn't exist. That person was a manifestation, a creation in their head. So then they started flying those planes and people started crashing. And they brought back some people and they said, sit down here, is it comfortable? And they said, no, it's terribly uncomfortable. What do you need? We need you to adjust it for all of those 4,000 people because each one lives in their own bubble for their credentials. Now, as a result, instead of bolt-on like I did for my car pedal, they created these steering wheels that it allowed you to adjust it through and from and your seat that we have today in cars. So the empathy bubble doesn't exist in a car because people realized that they had to cater for everyone. And that's how also they brought in innovation into a lot of the engineering disciplines. But we're in software. So we're going to look at exactly how to do that and how to pop the empathy bubble with software. Because if we don't, we're going to design software similar to this, where that Hydra is created right at the end there. You see they had good intentions, and then at the end, they were going to create a wheelchair ramp where people can't actually use. I've got a plan today. I want to define accessibility, what it is and what it isn't. We're going to understand motivators, so legislation, and also how to create compassion, the stick and carrot. We're going to look at interim milestones and set achievable milestones. And then finally, we're going to implement tools. And tools need to be able to measure. You have to measure with tools to actually make them well. And you've got a hypothesis. In Microsoft, we use hypothesis-based testing to say the tool is working. So we're going to go in and finally, we're going to measure, improve, and automate using those tools, using an agile methodology and DevOps. So what is accessibility? And this is a key differential because accessibility is not disability. And I'm going to define disability after this. Accessibility is the design of products, services, environments so that everyone, including people with disabilities, can fully experience them. Remember that car and the plane metaphor? We didn't design for the average. What we did then is we designed for every one of those 4,000, slowly adjusting there to be able to cater for everyone's requirements. And once we have that with inclusive product and service design, we'll also include compliance because we do need an element of stick and carrot because you need to comply to government regulations. It will increase your productivity and also innovation. Now, Elon Musk, when he created Tesla, and he was looking for software engineers. Do you know what he did when he created that advert? He said, we do not need engineers who understand vehicles. We need good software engineers who understand software. because he understood that these engineers knew about inclusive product design, which would lead to good vehicle compliance, productivity, and innovation. And recently, it was the largest car company announced with $1 trillion worth of evaluation in a few years. So what is disability then? Disability is not a personal health condition. You don't go to the doctor and say to him, "Oh, I'm feeling so bad." He goes, "Yeah, I think you've got the disability." The only time that you really feel disabled is when you have a mismatched human interaction. So I've got a BMI scale, a scale that actually measures my body mass index. And I jumped onto it and I put in my kilograms. So right now I'm 50 kilograms, but at that time I was 65 kilograms. I've been dieting pretty successfully recently. And I entered my height, 120 centimeters or 4'1". And then they had a crawling baby and a very tall adult. And I thought, I'm not a tall adult. I'm closer. I'm like the height of a 6-year-old. So let me put the baby there. And I put the baby there and I jumped onto it. And you have to be barefoot because it measures your BMI. And then it did its little calculation. You could see that it had an AI there going, and it did a calculation. And it called me terrible names afterwards. It said, "You are bleep, 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 bleep." And I thought, oh my gosh. And I felt disabled. Because I realized that the people who had designed that product hadn't actually thought about me. I didn't fit into their classification of what normal was. But there are other people who would also afford it. So they didn't actually cater for accessibility. So as a result, they made me feel disabled. And I never used that product again after that because I don't want to feel disabled when I use a product. And it's the same as when you use other products. You're going to not only lose your customers, but you're going to actually hurt your customers. So what is accessibility when we define it now with compliance? So there's WCAG, which is Accessibility Design Principles. And it defines 4 main principles that you need to know. So the WCAG process right now is in the 2.1, so the version 2.1, and it goes into A, AAA, and AAA. We're going to define 2.1 AA compliance, and we're going to look at how to test with that. So the easiest way for me to show you what WCAG, which is Web Center for Accessibility Guidelines, is to say that there's only 4 principles. Perceivable, can you see it? I wear glasses. It's got a little blue tint there because my eyes get strained, and also I have a little less eyesight on my right eye. I have astigmatism. But that means that I need to be able to see certain text, certain font, and other things. But you also have visual impairment people who are blind, visually impaired, and men who are 1 out of every 20 men are colorblind. So you need to be able to have a principle of design perceivable. Next, operable. Can you use it? Now, if I take a website and I switch off my mouse, I should be able to use that website with my keyboard. But most keyboards, most websites can't be because they go in and they change the tab index and they forget to update it. But operable, can you use it, is also for mobile devices. As you know, we've seen now a lot of mobile devices are now incorporating compasses and accelerometers to be able to move your device around for you. So operable, can you use it? Understandable, can you understand it? Now, if I take my mouse pointer and I zip it around here, it's hard to see what I'm doing here. But it's hard to see, but for people who are in autism or ADHD spectrum, neurodiverse, that actually can cause problems. And if you have epilepsy, you can trigger epilepsy. So understandable also includes neurodiversity. It means that people who have cognitive or neurodiverse accessible requirements can also understand it. And finally, if you're going to change it for accessibility, you can't really change it and let it break later on. It won't break future technologies. So remember responsive design. If I have a phone and I change it from portrait to landscape, now that's an accessible feature because most people who have accessible requirements actually use their phone in landscape, not portrait. So if you do that, it's a great way to say that now it won't break your website or your application. Legislation and also an altruistic with carrots. And that's just the way that human beings work. Look at GDPR. Look what it did to the internet. And suddenly now people realize that they can't store data that they're not allowed to store. So introducing the US 21st Century Digital Experience Act, and also coupled with the EU Parliament Directive on Digital Accessibility that says by this year, you have to be compliant. WCAG 2.1 AA compliant, or like Canada's starting to do, if you have a civil-facing website, a government's website, or one of their local websites, you get $100,000 fine per day. That's your end of your company and possibly jail time. Now, that is bigger right now than GDPR because they're shutting down companies right now. But I don't like to think it's only legislation that is going to make people change to be accessible. I also like to think that there is a quality of life and a carrot that we can offer. And best summed up by Bill Gates' quote, for most of human history, we put our innovative capacity in improving the quantity of life. More, supersize, more. Because we're living longer, our focus is starting to shift towards improving the quality of life. But to understand the quality of life and to improve others' quality of life, you need to be aware of others' difficulties. So instead of going from pity, we use sympathy, we aim for empathy, and then we reach compassion. And we do this by understanding that empathy bubble and the Hydra. And we do this by understanding the people that use our systems. So these are the persona spectrums created by the UK government. And I'm going to introduce you to Ashley, a 24-year-old arts graduate and administrative assistant. She's severely sight impaired. She's blind, and she uses a screen reader. Now, what you do in using these persona spectrums, which are freely available on that URL over there, you create these labs, these persona labs to become that person. So instead of popping that bubble, what you do is you enter into that bubble, you step into that person's bubble, and you become Ashley. So Ashley can't use her sight. So now you use your navigation keyboard. You set up all of your setup to be able to do that. And you can use all of those personas that you can access there. Now, once you understand how your personas work, now you can actually use inclusive design. So recognize exclusion is the first step. You need to understand that you don't cater for Ashley and you are creating an empathy bubble. You want to solve for one, extend to many. Now, Ashley is the same spectrum as me. I need glasses. But Ashley also is in the same spectrum as the silver generation, the generation over 70. Now, that's a generation that has $1 trillion spend per year. And that's just Americans. So as a result, to exclude people like Ashley, you're actually excluding who have sight impairment, the $1 trillion that your revenue could have with your system. That's a lot of money. And once you have that, you learn from diversity. If you exclude Ashley, maybe you're excluding other personas. Let's look at another example. So here we have an amputee, someone who has limited use of their arm. They might have been born with their arm or might have lost their arm. Now, they're in the same spectrum as someone who has an arm injury, and also in the same spectrum as someone who is in the new parent. Now, I know what you're saying. A new parent is not, he doesn't have any accessible requirements, but I've been a parent. I've got 2 kids. Now, when you're cradling your newborn in your arms, you're both mentally, physically, spiritually, financially, sleep deprived. You have accessible needs. But if you go to your stakeholders or your manager and you say, I want to cater for just that person with one arm, he's going to say to you, the US Center for Statistics says that there's only 26,000 people in the US with that type of accessible requirement. But the temporary disability has 13 million, and the situational disability has 8 million. That means if you cater for that one persona spectrum, you have 21 million. Now, when we look at everyone who has accessible requirements, there are 1 billion people in the world who have accessible requirements. When you take friends, families, loved ones who are both financially and also mentally invested in those individuals, that's 3.5 billion people. That's nearly half the world. So to not cater for these persona spectrums and to accessibility is exclude half the world from being able to use your products and services. You take your personas, and now you superimpose them over your journey work. So this is a journey that I created for the IATA conference for airlines in Emirates. They flew me over there. And I said to them, okay, normally you've got registration, navigation and checkout processes. And in registration, you've got your site landing, your registration, your login. You're going to search flights, you're going to add to cart, you're going to check out, get your ticket, and you're going to do a survey that you may or may not see the results of to say whether the experience was good or not. But watch what happens when I superimpose my persona spectrum onto that. You get responsive design to make sure that all devices can use it. You have a capture for registration to aid people who can't type. You have accessibility help desk. You have single sign-on. You have one button access, voice search, callback help, SMS and email. And then finally, over that, you actually tell them, wait a second, did you have a good experience? If not, you adjust your entire process using AI to cater for that person. What? How do I do that, Rory? I'm going to show you in the tools how to use AI to actually change the entire process to be accessible. Let's look at milestones now. So this is a typical system delivery life cycle. And in this life cycle here, you can see there we've got the start of the UX research and then the UX design, where we create a wireframe for a product that may or may not be accessible. And then the UX research will go through multiple iterations there to look at how to improve that wireframe. After that, we go look at the product backlog and add each of the product requirements into a sprint backlog. And in the sprint, we have a sprint and a scrum, and we rinse and repeat that until we have a shippable product. And then we ship that product, and do you know who that is there? That's the Hydra. Because we've just given birth to an accessible Hydra there, because we've never included the personas and the journeys throughout the entire process. And right now, that Hydra is going to live on forever. So what we need to do is we need to shift left. So the shift left movement is actually a very old movement, even from the 60s, called a test first development. And it even comes back to that airline example that I gave you that says, rather than a large investment right at the end, have small investments throughout the process to make sure that the bugs or the Hydra right at the end will not be born. So as a result, you've got small investments throughout the process in your testing, coding, design, and backlog. And then there is no Hydra. And this is what it looks like. So on your UX research, you include accessibility. On your UX design, accessibility. Your wireframe, accessibility. Your product backlog and your sprint backlog, you include accessibility, and you can actually go in and create an agile process to be that. And then the shippable product, do you see what's missing there? There is no Hydra because you've killed it throughout the entire process. And we do that with tools. So I'm going to equip you with using open source tools to be able to do this. And I get a lot of queries around this. Rory, this is really hard to do normally. And it's not meant to be done normally. You're meant to actually partner with a company that understands accessibility. And I use accessibility every single day. I actually create content on Microsoft Docs and Learns. And that content is chucked over to the fence to our accessibility tools. And they help me understand that using AI and rules to be accessible. And the most important tool that I can tell you about today is accessibilityinsights.io. So accessibilityinsights.io. And this is a tool that uses an engine that one of our partners have called the X engine by DQ Labs. And it allows you to test all of your software using the same rule set. So you can include CI/CD for DevOps. You can include it with GitHub Actions, which we've just launched. You can also do it for Windows, for web, and also for Android. Now, what does this actually do? It allows you to take, and this is the GitHub Actions, the Maven version. So I'm a Java developer, so I've used Maven to go in and test my site. And I created a test report using the accessibility actions. And you can access that on github.com/dqlabs/x-core-maven-html. It also allows you to run GitHub Actions out of the box. You can see there, that's my accessibility action. Now, I didn't have to do a custom CI/CD toolchain to do that. I just ran that insights action against HTML pages, and then I got my accessibility checks. You can see there I've got some pass and some fails. And that's available on github.com/Microsoft/accessibility insights actions. Actions, sorry, not actions. So now we slayed the Hydra, but there are times that you will not be able to change your entire process to an agile process. And I've seen a lot of people saying, I've got a legacy website, I've owned it for 20 years now, I can't go and make it accessible. So introducing the Immersive Reader. So the Immersive Reader is available on all of Microsoft products and the Edge browser. And what the Immersive Reader does is it actually takes a website, a tool, a Microsoft doc, and creates a WCAG compliant experience. So this is Microsoft Teams or OneNote. You can see that you just click on the Eclipse, you go to Immersive Reader, and you've got an immersive experience, a WCAG 2.1 compliant experience. Now I'm going to show you in the demo how to do this and add this to a website using a little bit of code and the Azure services. That's going to cost you cents per year to run this. I've only paid 2 cents the entire year for my Immersive Reader. And it gives you the ability to change into any language. Today, we're going to read in Hindi, and we're going to take a website and adjust it, and we're going to see if we can actually get the right pronunciation. You're going to tell me about whether it does speak back well in Hindi. We're going to translate to 60 different languages, but there's more. We've just updated to 100 different languages. You've got pronunciation, syllables, and pictures. And this is great. This is part of our learning tools that we give to students, because as a result, we gave this to students, and we realized that the silver generation and people who needed language help also benefit from this. So because we looked at innovation and compliance with accessibility, we now can cater for a little button on websites, on the millions and billions of websites out there that can not only make an accessible experience, but translate to one of 100 different languages. And once you have that, also you understand the power of AI. Now you can take computer vision. You can scan your pictures, and you can create alt tag images here. So here's an alt tag. It says Satya Nadella, Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer posing for a photo. And we won the challenge that Facebook put out, the No Caps challenge, that said that we can actually caption better than a human being. And you can caption all your images and your Microsoft Office documents better than anyone can. So now I've got a demo. I've got plenty of time. I've actually got 29 minutes to do all of these demos. And first thing I want to show you is how to do what I just did now in Microsoft PowerPoint to do subtitles, which is very important. So you can actually see my screen here, and I've got subtitle settings here, and it's built into that. And I've got English US. And all I did was make sure it's gone below slide there. And then I just did always use subtitles. And you'll switch on subtitles and allow you to do it in any way. But you can also take the subtitle settings here and change it to one of many different languages, and Hindi is one of them. So I could have actually spoken to you in the subtitles throughout. The organizers did say to me US English, but I have done it before for an Indian audience in Hindi. Then let's look at with Microsoft Office. And if you've got this picture here, now if I go and edit the alt text, now a screen reader wouldn't be able to see exactly what's there. But I use an Azure Cognitive Service in the background. All Microsoft services use that. So if I go generate a description for me, it's going to go use that image description. Remember, we're the best in the world with this. And it says a person typing on a keyboard. No more, no less. Easy to understand, and a screen reader can understand that. And there's so many more services that are built into the Office products. But I want to show you some programming features here. So first, let's go to our website. So this is the w3.org, the Web Accessibility Initiatives demo. And it's before and after demonstration. It's a City Lights website. It's a tourism website that has been created both inaccessible and also accessible. Now, if you look at the inaccessible version, the accessible version looks exactly the same. Because what they've done is they've done terrible HTML practices to be able to create the inaccessible version. So a screen reader software or an accessible assistive tool can't actually use it. So for example, in the inaccessible version, if I tab through that, I don't go anywhere. If I go through to the accessible version and I tab through it, you can see there I'm tabbing through correctly. If I look at the images for the inaccessible version, it just says image. That's not going to help me. And it needs to explain the image. And if I look at the HTML here, if I go and inspect the HTML, they've used BR tags instead of list item tags. It's not even a list. It's just they've used space tags, and that's going to break a screen reader software. How do I do all of this? 44 errors on this page right now. How do I determine all of these errors and determine how to fix them? So on the top right-hand side here, I've got a little button called Accessibility Insights for Web. Now, this is available in Chrome and Edge. You can go install it now and in the Chrome store. So if you go here and you go accessibilityinsights.io to that page that I said there, you can go in and you can go for web. You can click on for web, and then you can go add to Chrome or add to Microsoft Edge, and it'll add. If I click on add to Chrome, it'll go to the Chrome store, and you'll add your Chrome view there, which I've already got. So I've got my accessibility insights, and you can see there, I can switch on my landmarks. I can switch on my headings. I can switch off color, and I can switch on tab stops. So now I can actually test it with those personas and see, well, tab stops are wrong, and maybe I'm using the incorrect color. So that's great for visual, but what happens if I want to see those horrible HTML issues that they did there? So I've got the inaccessible version selected, and now I can go in and select fast pass or assessment. Now, fast pass is meant to be a 10-second view of exactly what's going on to give you, hey, wait a second, how many errors you got? And then send it to your stakeholders and go, this is how many errors you're going to need to fix. Very quick. It's meant to be very, very quick. Then you also have assessment. Now, if you want to do a full assessment, you can. And this is a WCAG 2.1 compliant success criteria. And it takes a little bit longer than the fast pass, but you can export the results there. And that's for your testing team to make sure that you've got everything under control. So let's go fast pass and let's find those 44 errors. I'm going to run fast pass, 44 errors. Now, it's got a visual helper, which we're going to go to now. Now, the color contrast is wrong, and it shows you that you've used gray and gray on gray. That's not good color. I mean, people who have failing eyesight won't be able to see that. The language is not defined. So people who want to read that with a screen reader or captioning can't actually use that because they don't know what language they're reading. The alt tags are not defined, and it gives you the WCAG feature there. So if I click through that, it will describe the WCAG feature here, understanding the success criteria and description around it. It also tells you where to fix it and how to fix it. We also have the link names, so they don't have discernible text. So there's an aref there that just doesn't have any link names. And finally, the select names. They don't have an accessible name. So I can go look at the HTML there, but I can also go see visually every issue that I have there. Now I can actually click on that image alt tag that I had there. And I can see there that the description, where it is. I can inspect the HTML. I can copy the failure details and gives me on how to fix it. And I can also file the issue straight to GitHub. Kill the Hydra before it even comes up. And you can see that there's all of those issues that are defined. So what about those tab stops? I did want to show you an end-to-end with the accessible there. So if I switch on tab stops here, now I can actually see exactly where I tab. I can take a screenshot of that and send it through to everyone to say the tab stops are working fine. So take this engine, this incredible engine made by our partners DQ Labs. Now put it in a Maven, a .NET, a Python, a Ruby project. Now I've got that project running right now, and it's running in Visual Studio Code. And let me just open it here. And it's that URL that I sent you earlier. Now this is a Maven project, and it goes through these unit tests, and it checks whether the files are available with selectors. It also checks DOM images, web elements, and you can run each one of these in Maven, or you can actually run these in GitHub Actions or a DevOps process. So I've got this entire project running in a DevOps process. So if I go here and I'm going to open up, let's go github.com. I'm going to go into my repositories here. Now, GitHub Actions, I've got the standard personal profile. It's $4 a month, and I get unlimited, almost unlimited GitHub Actions. And you can see that there's the project, Xcore Maven. And I went in there and I just created an action that goes in and runs Maven projects. So if you want to see what this looks like, I've got Java CI with Maven, and I can just go in and go into my view here. And it's going to run a build process that it's going to set up my JDK, build and run the tests. And those are 41 tests that I ran into that project. And it's going to say the test ran successfully and then complete the job. And then I get a test report. So every time I push to this project, I'm going to run it again now. Every time I push to this project, it's going to run the entire process with that X engine for accessibility insights. And it's going to tell me, is my HTML running correctly? Now, you can do this with .NET, PHP, Python, Ruby, all of these languages. You can access the DQ Labs and go in and get those repositories. So DQ Labs has it, and also Microsoft actually has these rules engines that you can use. So now we've got our little CI/CD running. But what about Immersive Reader? Rory, you said to me, what happens if we have websites that we can't actually access and change the HTML? Now, you can change it with one button. So I'm going to show you here. So I've got a little project that I created this week, and I call it Immersive Reader for Java. And what it does, it takes some text here. It says here, the text is, Immersive Reader is a tool that implements proven technologies to improve reading comprehension for emerging readers. And then it's got a JSP page, which is a nice HTML for Java. And then it goes in and finds a token. I'm going to show you how to create that for Immersive Reader. And then goes in and renders a button. You can see there, Immersive Reader render button. Now, on my Azure site, see it finished. You can see that it already finished the test report. That was quite quick. On my Azure portal, I created an Immersive Reader object. And I'm going to show you the cost with that. Now, the Immersive Reader object goes in and scans that text that I have on HTML and creates that immersive experience and that ability to change languages. So if I go into Immersive Reader, now I've run this Immersive Reader now for about a year. And I want to show you the cost equivalent for that. So if I go to cost analysis, and in that example that I showed you there in the slides, is the how to create an Immersive Reader, but it's pretty simple. You have a script to create it, and then you create a service principal that allows you to create the token for that. So if I go here, let's go see how much this cost in the last 12 months. That's pretty lengthy. Now, this not only gives me the ability to do language changes, but also to create an immersive experience. And it cost me 3 cents for 12 months. And it's you get 1 cent for every million characters that you actually translate. That's pretty impressive. So I've got my Immersive Reader, and then I just created a Tomcat application with my HTML in it. And the Tomcat application is on Azure App Service, and I'm hosting that there. And this costs me, I can do this for free, actually. It's on the free Linux tier. But I've got it a little bit more performant because I like to demo it with. I've got it running on Tomcat, and you can run this for free. So you think about it, you can create an immersive experience that costs you 2 cents per year running on the free tier on Azure. Now I'm going to click through that, and it's going to give me that immersive experience. Immersive Reader is a tool that implements proven technology to improve reading comprehension. Now that's great, but it can also read those languages there if I wanted to. But the font's a bit too small there. I want to click on, and you can see that Immersive Reader button there. So I'm going to click on the Immersive Reader button, and now it's going to create an immersive experience for me for WCAG 2.1 compliant. Now you should be able to hear this. I could put it louder though.
Immersive Reader is a tool that implements proven techniques to improve reading comprehension for emerging readers.
And I didn't have to change anything to make it that experience. I can change it to male or female voice, increase the voice speed. I can change the font to bigger or smaller, the font size to Comic Sans, and also the grammar. If I'm not an English speaker, I can include the adjectives, adverbs, labels, nouns, verbs. Now when I go on to people and click on that, I can actually get a visual representation. But I want to change the language here. So I can, and now I'm going to go change the line focus to give me a Amazon Kindle kind of experience. I've got my picture dictionary. Now I'm going to go into Hindi. I'm going to find one of the 100 different languages, and I'm going to go into Hindi, and I'm going to translate the whole document without any real work. I now have
इमर्सिव रीडर टाइम्स कम से कम पढ़ने वाले दृश्य में सामग्री दिखाता है टाइम्स आमतौर पर
or enter male voice.
पर इस्तेमाल किए जाने वाले शब्दों की तस्वीरें
And we're seeing more and more customers take that button and put it on nearly all of their websites, because what they realize now is through innovation and being accessible and catering for people who are WCAG compliance, they now allow people to use languages that they never thought they could have, though. You can take this with Immersive Reader and you can speak to Icelandic, to Hindi, to Spanish, to any language that you can think of, because we support more than 100. So that's all the demo that I wanted to show you, the ease of use of this. And this website here, I'm running it on the free tier. I could run it on the free tier. Right now, it's a little bit performant because I'm demoing it. But I can run it on the free tier on Azure. It wouldn't cost me anything. And also cost me 2 cents to run Immersive Reader. So we still have a little bit more time, which is great for questions. So finally, I want to give you a call to action. We've shown you today how to actually pop that empathy bubble and kill that Hydra. And we've shown you what is accessible and how to define accessibility and disability. We've also shown you how to shift left using DevOps processes, using tools that allow you to actually go in and constantly test your tools, and also using persona spectrums to be able to test using the actual users that use your system. And finally, automation with AI. We've seen that AI is really the next evolution of accessibility testing and gives so much innovation and creates revenue. I can take that button now and pop it onto any of the websites, and I can reach audiences that I never had before and increase my revenue. So I've got a challenge for you today. Get the Accessibility Fundamentals badge. It'll take you a few minutes. You can go to aka.ms accessibility-fundamentals. You get a badge linked to your profile on Microsoft Learn. So this is an accredited badge that you can get. So aka.ms/accessibility-fundamentals. And you'll learn everything that I've shown you today and more that will allow you to actually go in and become accessible. And finally, rate my session, please. I feedback to the people who create these systems. Microsoft PowerPoint, these subtitles, I feedback to the actual team that creates these subtitles. So please rate my session, send me a message, follow me on Twitter also. Let's go find there on Rory Preddy, and reach out to me and tell me what your accessible journey is about. But definitely, let's start with that badge, and you can get the M365, the programming, and a lot of the other features about what is WCAG and all of those features with accessibility-fundamentals. Thank you so much. We do have 13 minutes left for questions. And thank you, Eunice, for the excellent sign language interpretation. Back to you, Liji.
Thank you, Rory. As always, a pleasure to hear from you. An awesome session. So Nathaniel had a question for you. I will probably just show that on screen. And he says, hi, great presentation so far. I'd love to hear about NVDA and Site Improve Chrome extension, if you'd like to take that question.
Well, I don't know about those Chrome extensions. I've never actually heard about them before, though. So if you could elaborate a little bit more on those Chrome extensions, I would be willing to really help you with that.
Cool. Thank you, Nathaniel. And that's really all that we had in terms of questions, but I'm sure our audience has enjoyed the entire presentation, Rory. One that I had, if you don't mind, is you are, as far as I know, such a strong advocate for accessibility from with your work inside Microsoft, and even from a community perspective, you talk to people of all walks of life across the globe. Assuming that you may have, in terms of your conversations with them, maybe developers, maybe the business side of people, you may have encountered some pushback, some I don't know if those are excuses or challenges that people have genuinely shared with you in terms of creating accessible solutions. Just assuming best intent, would you be able to share some of those challenges that you've heard upfront from them?
So the funny thing is that people don't really push back with accessibility because it's difficult to do. The problem is that accessibility highlights a part of their testing software methodology that is not only not caring for accessibility, but testing. So I remember I asked a CEO of a very large bank, do you run unit tests? And he goes, yeah, of course I do. I'm sure that we run unit tests. I have confidence in my staff. And I thought, right there, you don't run unit tests. Because if you're not going to test your software in a good methodology, not only you're not going to run and you're going to give birth to the bug, the Hydra for accessibility, but you're going to have other problems just on your software. And we've seen that a lot with the SDLC and Agile Manifesto. So it's not necessarily I get pushback with accessible testing. I get pushback with just testing. And we have a great tool sets that we use with Visual Studio Code that was just launched recently that upgrades a lot of the features for Visual Studio Code. And you saw there that with my Maven test there, it allows you to test better. And there's so many more enhancements with testing that you can use Chromium. So that those tests that I ran there actually run in Chromium in a browser in GitHub that allow you to actually spin up a browser instance and with Selenium and test all of those instances. And that was never available like 10 years ago. Yeah. So my question is really, what is your current take on testing? If you're a good, mature testing system, then yes, definitely include DevOps process for accessibility. If not, then take that immersive reader button, pop it onto your website. Forget about having to do all of that testing debt, because that's never going to happen. But create that immersive reader object button on your website and create that WCAG experience without having to worry about the technical debt for testing.
Great. No, that makes total sense, Rory. Some of the things that I've heard usually the dev folks say is in terms of time, right? So time is a huge constraint. I mean, I really want to do it. I really wish I could, but time. I think it's more going into that mindset of more than a technical ability or a capability of the tools. It goes into that mindset. At least till a long while back, accessibility used to be an afterthought for businesses. After you create your product and services, having accessibility kind of just plug in to that. Are you seeing progress in terms of having accessibility as a first class citizen, and is a design first accessible solution now?
So remember what I said, there's stick and carrot. So the carrot was do the right thing, right? Now, but the stick is coming there to say that the EU and the American federal government says that you have to do it. You have to do it, or we're going to shut you down and we're going to give you fines. Remember with GDPR, with storing of data. Remember overnight, everyone did that. So this is the year that everyone has approached me and said, I messed up here. I took too long, and now I have to become accessible. So I said, okay, quick, stop. Create that immersive reader object there, pop it onto your website, and now tell them that you were CAG 2.1 compliant. Oh, thank you so much, Rory. So we're seeing a lot of that, and the compliance is going to hit them hard. By this time next year, you and I are going to have a discussion of, oh my gosh, Rory, you were right. It was coming and it's here, and now video captioning and sign language interpretation and so much more is required on all of these sessions.
Yep. Yeah, and I really hope next year, this time when we talk about this, Rory, that the world has made much more progress and in terms of tech accessibility. So thank you once again for taking time to join Azure Community Conference. Always a pleasure having you with us, and take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eunice. Thank you.
All right, we have our next session starting up in 10 minutes at 3 p.m. and we'll be back by then. Take care. Hello there, welcome back. Our next session is on personality diversity in the workplace. A speaker for this session is Vashaka Datta. She serves as a Director, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion at Publicis Sapient. She's a 2020 DNI Champion of Change Award finalist and has handled a variety of HR portfolios. She's passionate about supporting people to achieve their life goals and purpose. And over the years, she has coached and supported people in underrepresented communities. She facilitates several community groups on social media for LGBTQI, single parents, and a network exclusively for mothers. Honored to host you today, Vaishaka. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm hoping all of you can see me and hear me. If you can,
Yes, we do.
just give
Yes.
me a comment or something. Okay, great. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Liji, for
Go
this
ahead. Yeah.
opportunity. I'm here to talk about personality diversity. At the same time, I'm also aware that this is a topic that a lot of people have an idea on. Uh, what is diversity? What is equity? What is inclusion? At the same time, a lot of us do not get into the details or understand, little bit of the depth of the subject. And I thought in today's presentation, I could talk to you about something that's very, very close to my heart. This is a subject very close to my heart. I lead this for Publicis Sapient as an organization. I'm a very passionate about creating community support for non-stream people. I handle large social media groups for mothers, women, single parents. I'm also very passionate about LGBTQI advocacy and handle a large group of DNI enthusiasts and practitioners who are learning and growing every day with exchanges with each other. So, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would like to share my screen and hopefully everything will go well. I would also love for all of you to interact a little bit as we go, so that we understand each other. And I would love to get questions from you as well. Right? Okay. Here we are. Here. So Publicis Sapient is a modern digital transformation partner helping established organizations become digitally enabled to help better serve our clients, customers, and
Yeah,
thrive in.
Vishaka, sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing your screen?
I am. Are you not able to see it?
No, we don't. We are not able to see it. Could you share again?
Yeah, I will do that. And thank you for letting me know. Does this work now?
No. Probably, can you refresh your screen, Vishaka? Till it gets reloaded. Just wait. Once it is reloaded, I'll join you back, and you can share your screen, and I'll
Sure.
I'll add the screen as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Vishaka, are you able to see a share button on the bottom
I
side?
am, I am, I am.
Yeah,
It's just that I think my system is
I
creating
see.
issues in share screen recording.
I
Um,
see.
is there a way I can share only a presentation on this? Because I think it's not allowing Chrome, which is where.
Yeah, you want to share only the presentation notes, is it?
I'm just trying to see if that will work.
Yeah. Yeah, as is comfortable for you, Vishaka. Works for us.
Yeah, it's. I'm so sorry, but it's not giving me an option to do just that.
You could see once you click the share button, Vishaka, you could see three tabs: entire screen, window, and Chrome tab. So
Let me see if this will work.
yeah,
I'm sorry, Dinesh. It just says that Chrome doesn't have permission to record my screen.
Okay.
okay, yeah. Probably you need to reopen once you give the permission. If not, entire screen is okay for you, then it is fine. Maybe.
Yeah, I am okay. I'm just saying my system is not allowing this. Is there a way I can rejoin and see if this will work? I'm
Yeah,
so
yeah. Of
sorry.
course.
Yeah, yeah, please, please.
Just close the
Yeah,
tab. Just close the tab and
rejoin it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Right.
all right. Okay, so no worries. We will give Aishaka a few 2 minutes before she joins, and so meanwhile, for the audience who is interacting with us, the next session is on a very interesting topic of personality diversity. Typically, when we talk about diversity, it is and inclusion. In the tech, it's almost always around. Gender diversity or maybe on a specific dimension, and we tend to leave out the small little things that we can really do on a daily basis in terms of how are we accommodating, say, an introvert on our team, how are we having a respectful conversation, how are we minding our body language, even our digital body language, now that we most of us work remote and in a pandemic world. So it would be a very interesting conversation to see, across the various dimensions of diversity and inclusion that we're talking about in AZConf today. We're talking about gender diversity, we're talking about people with disabilities, we're talking about different dimensions. Personality diversity also happens to be a very important space. So, looking forward to this conversation. Yes, Vishak.
You're not able to see my screen still, isn't it?
No,
Uh,
Vishaka. But actually, while you were at the backstage, we were able to see your screen. That's why I wonder why you couldn't see now.
I think that's because we're going live, and that's when the permissions in my system kick in.
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Is
no
it
worries.
possible for me to send the deck to one of you, and then we can go from there?
Yeah, we can do
Yes.
that as well, Vishaka, if you'd like.
If
Yeah,
you can just ping your email ID, I can do that.
yeah. Let me just, Dinesh, could you put in yours, please?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just doing it.
Yeah.
I have just added my email ID in the private chat, Vishaka. Have you mailed Vishaka?
Yes, please check. But in the meantime, should I just can I just get started and then
Yes, Vishnu.
Definitely.
Please do. Yeah.
let's do that in the interest of time. Okay. So I represent Publicis Sapient in the, and I lead the diversity, equity, and inclusion function. We are a modern digital transformation partner helping established organizations become digitally enabled to help better serve our clients, customers, and thrive in the future. We are an organization that are built to fix and not fit solutions for our clients. And it's been our legacy that for the last 30 plus years we have transformed from having a focus on execution, the experience of the brand, to having IT at the core of the business, to evolving to a digital transformation. And now we provide from 2016, we provide accelerated digital transformation as an organization, as an offering to our clients. Our scale is we are around 20,000 people, very, very passionate people across the globe. We have offices in 50 plus offices, which are globally connected. We have more than 30 years of digital pioneering and customer innovation experience in the organization. We have a set of some of the largest brand as our coveted clients. And we are very, very protective about our culture. So, our culture has been recognized through the awards that we've won as well. We have the 100 Best Companies Award from Working Mother, Best Practice Places to Work for LGBTQ Equality 2018 HRC Award. We have the Best Companies for Dads from the same Working Mother, awards organization. The Human Rights Campaign for Diversity at 100% score at the Corporate Equality Index. We also have awards from great managers and winners at the Economic Times and more. We are also a great place to work certified in 2020. Our culture defines who we are as an organization in addition to our digital and technology focus. And that's something that we are extremely proud of as we speak. Right? We started our operations in India in 2000, and we are among the top best places to work in India. We deliver over 57% of our work from India, and it's a very tightly integrated, globally connected organization. Some of our global leadership roles work out of India, and in India we are more than 11,000 people. Our vision is to help people thrive in the brave pursuit of the next. We encourage people to be human, to be courageous, to pursue our dreams, whatever it is that you want to achieve. Right? Now we come to the context of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I believe, I'm just going to check again. I don't believe my deck has reached the organizers, right, as of now.
Yeah, hasn't reached yet, Vaishaka. Probably it's a big file, I believe. So if it is moved from your outbox, probably it has reached. If you can check if it's in the sent folder.
Just give me a few seconds, and I'm really thankful to our listeners for being very patient around this. Let me just try it in a few seconds to do this again.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you should have it now. So I am going to get started again, and in case you're able to, project the deck, that will be lovely. If not, I'll talk through it, and I'll
Yes.
share material with anybody who's listening as we
Yeah.
go. So
Please go.
diversity, equity, and inclusion is that core of our business. It's at the core of who we are as an organization. And again, for the benefit of our listeners, I would like to go a little deeper. Sometimes we're here, this is really the buzzword. Why are we talking so much about diversity, equity, and inclusion? What is a big deal? That really is the point that we have wanted to drive, right? So remember, over the last many years, with from organizations like McKinsey, Accenture, Catalyst, and multiple research that they have done in time, we have heard from them that diverse organizations outperform at an average of 15 to 35%. Organizations with a culture of psychological safety are 6 times more likely to innovate than the norm. To be an industry leader, it is critical to be at the top of the talent pool, and companies in the top quartile for racial ethnic diversity are 35% more likely to have higher financial returns above their respective national industry medians. Right? This is slide number 8. And if I were the leader of a business, would I want to have my organization outperform others by anything between 15 to 30%? Is your answer going to be yes or no? I'm sure all of you would say that yes, we would like to have that extra advantage of innovation. We would like to have the extra advantage of productivity in my organization if I were to run an organization. So please remember that diversity is not just something that kind-hearted people do. Diversity is a strategy. It's a strategic advantage if used in the right sense, right? Next slide. So the slide shows a small boy sitting outside a group, and for the interest of accessibility, it says, "Have you ever felt like this?" So have any of you who are listening have ever felt like this? Most of you would probably say yes. We have seen and ourselves being in a space like this. We've also heard of other experiences that we have feel excluded from groups from other places, right? Next slide, please. And hence, what is that we need to do for creating a diverse, equity, and inclusive workplace, right? What does a strategic, diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace have? Organizations and institutions and societies need individuals today to foster diversity, be courageous to create an equitable environment, and be very mindfully inclusive. And how can you, as a person who is in the team, who is a leader, who is a diversity, equity, inclusion practitioner, be prepared for this? Next slide. So this is a quick sense of what diversity, equity, and inclusion means. Diversity asks who is in the room. So if you see the first picture, you will see that there's a table and there are two people sitting there, and there are two people who are sitting outside that room. So diversity is a question that you are saying, that how many people who are in the room, right? Do we have the right set of people? Do we have the representation from underrepresented communities, right? Equity, suppose you are in a scenario that you have a diverse workflows and you have been able to get them inside the system. Then equity will ask who is trying to get a seat at the table but can't, right? Or whose presence in the room is under constant threat of erasure. So you may have had people come inside the door, but do they have a chance to speak? Do they have a chance to be heard? And if they're in the room, are they feeling that if I do something wrong, then I will be the first person out of this room, right? Do we have a level playing field, or are some people under constant threat? When we talk about inclusion, you may have everybody at the table, you've tried to create a level playing field, but inclusion will ask, has everyone's ideas being heard? Are they taken seriously? Because they aren't in the majority. You have to remember that. So people who are in the majority, you see a person here with a dialogue box, Shikha, Manoj, what are your thoughts on this plan? So they're asking the other people who are not in the majority to say, what are your thoughts on this? So you actually invite somebody to share their thoughts, make them feel valued and included. Next slide. I also want to spend like just a few minutes understanding what equity means. We all understand what equality means. So you see a picture on the right where you see a man, a woman, and somebody who's on a wheelchair representing people with disabilities, all given the same stool. So you are saying, I am providing an equal opportunity, which means I'm giving the same thing to everyone to perform, and I've already got them in the room. Yes, that is an equal environment for sure. But what is equity? In the second picture, you see that people who've always had access and an extra access to the playground in front of them, the stool is pulled back from them, right? The stool is pulled back so that they are brought at the same level as the others. A person who did not have access to the view is given double the stool. So she's given, 2 stools to stand up on. And the third person who's on the wheelchair is given a ramp and also an additional height. So now if you see, all three of them kind of have the same view, and that is making a level playing field. That, my friends, is the concept of equity. Equity is the absence of avoidable or remediable differences. So you have to definitely keep in mind that you avoid differences, or if there's something that can be remedied, then we do that among groups of people, whether those groups are defined socially, economically, demographically, or even geographically. I think the difficult part of equity is to pull back access from people who've always had a privileged access to this field. Next slide, please. Inclusive collaboration is at the heart of Publicis Sapient. It's one of our core values. And I wanted to share with you, when you create a diverse and equitable work environment, there's bound to be also conflict because we are all coming from completely different backgrounds at times, right? So what do we do to create an inclusive collaboration? We listen to and seek inputs from others with different viewpoints. We don't subverge conflict, but we surface and resolve conflicts collaboratively. We create a safe space to ensure every voice is heard and respected. And we invite people into the conversation and encourage diverse perspective. We integrate multiple ideas to co-create something powerful around a shared goal, right? So these are thoughts around inclusion and how one can create an inclusive workplace. Next slide. Thank you. Now, coming to the topic of personality diversity, I really had a video that we are not able to showcase, but I promise anybody who reaches out to me on LinkedIn and other mediums on social media that I can share some more information along with the videos that we were planning to share, right? So, what is personality diversity? Understanding personalities of people and increasing the awareness of personality diversity is a lot like developing self-awareness, right? So as you are dwelling into the nuances of other people, especially with people who are different than you will and you are bound to have more self-awareness as well. Greater diversity of personalities means greater balance of strengths and weaknesses, and this is important for any company. Different personalities working together also means a greater variety of perspectives on problems and situations that your organization will inevitably face. So, as you have an understanding of different personalities, as you embrace and include different personalities, you will have a greater balance of strengths and weakness in an organization, which is completely desirable by an organization. And especially in terms of challenging times, you're bound to get more ideas, more perspectives around the situation. That definitely helps, right? Next slide. What are the most common personalities that we see at work? I'm sure when you read some of this, you will know and you will identify people around you who fall into some of these categories. The first one, ambitious and amiable. These are people we all like. We like people who have a lot of initiative. We like people who are pleasant. These are eager to learn. They are well balanced and well work. They work well under pressure because they're self-starter, they're self-initiators. They may lack attention to detail and are a more big picture types, right? So that's the other side of it, right? The second type is highly functional introverts. They're usually the company's pillars. They're often very quiet, but always pleasant. They focus on tasks and get the job done. They're often hesitant to express their opinions, which could result in being unhappy on the job. So these are people who will who will avoid confrontation. These are people who are highly functional, and as you can understand, they will get the job done, but they tend to be more quiet. They speak only in their own turn. They're very mindful of interrupting somebody else, right? And they're really pleasant to work with. So another type of people that we would want at the workplace. The third type of people is anxious warriors. They are constantly complaining and often struggle to meet deadlines. They may work longer hours to get the job done. They have a tendency to have procrastination issues, right? And we all know some of them for sure. Then the fourth type is people with intense temperament. They're difficult to manage, can be filled with anger, become easily irritated by minor incidents. They are easily influenced by the work environment, other employees, poor management. So anything that's going wrong, these are the people who will show all the triggers, right? And again, as we know some of them, these are not very easy to work with, right? So when you look at all of these personalities, I wanted to ask yourself, I would like you to ask yourself, do I have a little bit of everything? It's a moment of introspection. And if you really think about it, all of us are capable of and are probably showing signs of all of these. But we tend to have a certain a nature that we represent or express in most times, and then there are certain things that we express probably in safer circles of people or at very rare times under stress, right? Now as we become more aware that all of us are capable of having all of these personalities at some point of time or the other, let's look at how do we work with different personality types. Next slide. So let's look at what really becomes, our bias when we are looking at personality diversity. Our brains are constantly taking mental shortcuts, right? This is what helps us function very quickly. So when we have options in some way or the other, all of us tend to choose a certain kind of an option or the other. This is based on the seeds model of bias. First, similarity bias. So people like me are better than others. That's our understanding, right? So we think that people, because I'm a high functioning individual, I perform well, I'm easy to work with, and these are the, some kind of notions we have about ourselves. We feel people like me, as in personalities like me, are better than others. The second one is experience. If it feels right, it must be true. So it's more of a gut feel thing. The third one, experience. My perceptions are accurate. This is generally what helps us see through things. This is our faith in ourselves. This is also, however, a bias. My own perceptions are accurate. Distance. Closer is better than distant, right? So if there is somebody who's easier to access versus somebody who's a little more difficult to access or is at long distance, we prefer the person closer because we feel that we will have an easier interaction and we'll get more done through that. Lastly, safety. Bad is stronger than good. So we feel if somebody is is feeling strong, like we feel that we want to bank on some things, and if they're people who've gone through a certain kind of negative environment, etc., they are generally good, right? So these shortcuts are known as biases, right? Next slide. So how do you understand personalities? If we really need to get into the depth of personalities, there are some combinations that we can get, and you can also look at the personality questionnaire by Faceit. They are doing some really good work in helping people understand. There are also a lot of organizations also go through the MBTI profiles. There used to be organizations that use the Thomas profiling. So any of these profiling works for you to get an idea about a certain personality for sure. So the first one is, this expression of will. So these are people who seem more determined, more assertive, more independent, right? Is one side of our personality. Our energy, expression of energy. Are we enthusiastic, sociable, involved? Affection. Are we generally seemingly open, sincere, warm, and generous, right? Again, our own sense of control. When a person operates, are they operating from a sense of being structured, orderly, self-disciplined, or are they generally unstructured and go more into creative, which is more unpredictable, and in that sense somebody else does not know what's coming their way, right? So whose sense of control is more dominant? Is it for the person who's managing the person, or their own sense of controlling their own environment, right? The details of how far do they go to control an environment is what we are talking about here. Emotionality, this interacts with other four factors. So when there is stress, how does a person really react, right? Do we have high, medium, or low stress tolerance? Do we have confidence in ourselves, especially when it comes to ambiguous environment? And what are the kind of emotional states that we generally represent, right? So when we look at personalities, I would like you to think about these factors, right? What is the kind of will that people are demonstrating? What's the kind of energy level? What's the kind of affection, control, emotionality? Now let's look at a slightly more detailed version of how these personality traits are actually expressed. Next slide. Right, I'm hoping that you're able to read it. If not, you will find this on the Faceit personality questionnaire page. If not, again, I would be happy to provide you with this material. So the will, when we look at determination, the inner drive to commit to their own ideas, confrontation, the drive to confront issues as they arrive, independence, a tendency to go my own way. These are my expression of will. When we look at energy, we're looking at vitality, social ability, adaptability, right? Is there a obvious enthusiasm and energy, right? Which is sometimes very good, and sometimes, it also leads to risk averseness at times. Interest in being with people. This is interesting because is your sociability driving you so much that you are going to be a people pleaser? Hence, will you bring up an idea that you really oppose? Like, are you okay to confront and challenge somebody or not, right? Adaptability, involving others in your thinking. Are you going to let people in your world? Are you going to be inclusive in your thinking? When we come to affection, one of the traits is altruism, putting other people's interests first before you. And this used in balance can be good. But if you have somebody who goes all out to help people, there could be a little bit of self-harm in terms of not completing their own task but doing something else. Support, always trying to be understanding, right? Of other people, which is a good trait to have in a team, right? As long as this person is empathetic. Trust, tendency to take people at face value. Are you really helping people be who they are? And are you also trusting yourself to get through a situation, challenging or not, right? When we look at control, right, we look at discipline, being personally organized and planned, and which is a good thing. And also being responsible, being willing to take personal responsibility. So these are people with high accountability. But the other side of this trait is, if you are going to be imposing, if you're going to be too structured where other people can't be creative, you need to, you have a very extreme sense of control, then that is when people get into issues. Emotionality, tension and apprehension, a general sense of tension and stress, being cautious and not over optimistic. So all of these are going a little deeper into the different facets of personality. When we look at this, I would encourage all of you to think about what is a good balance to have, right? Um, Anyways, as you're thinking about some of this, next slide, let's look at what are the things to keep in mind. So as you're looking at personality diversity and you are thinking about how do I make my own team more diverse, there are three things that you really have to be cautious about. People can be suspicious of personality inventories. So if you're doing MBTI and others, be cautious. Make people have a good sense of safety. So there's a psychologically safe environment in which they operate. Some people consider that their personality information is too personal to share. And whatever be our intention, be it to create a diverse work environment or not, we have to be very respectful of people's privacy sentiments, right? Again, personally, automatically excluding a person from an opportunity because their personality isn't best suited for a challenge is a very bad idea. I really recommend thinking through it. For example, you will know that, for example, an introvert is not generally suited for a sales role. But to have extroverts and introverts in a balance in a sales organization is a very good diversity to have, because you will have people who will call out risk. You will have people who will listen more if you have more introverts also in the team, right? So if you were to just look at a personality type and think that this is not the best fit, uh, I would caution you against it. So use your judgment in seeing how the team is forming and what kind of personalities you really have, right? So the next time when you're looking for hiring, you might want to look at somebody who has a slightly different personality than the team composition that you currently have. I would have shown, a beautiful video where you could have experienced how different people from different personalities speak, but that's something we'll keep for another time. Next slide. Again, what are the labels we put on people? So I'm encouraging you to think a little more about these personality types and not really get very technical about it. So when our own sense of judgment, which is a good thing at times, is also a sense of bias. So question yourself and ask, what labels do we put people on? So if some of these personality types and common personality types that I discussed make you remember people, are you labeling them as well? And this is something we should all be very, very wary of, right? If we look at somebody and say X person is introvert, X person is extrovert, that's not a good description of the person, because introverts also, are very sociable at times in the environment that they, that interests them, that engages them. Extroverts also like to have a quiet time with themselves, right? So are you putting labels and then judging and maybe forecasting how people are going to behave in a certain environment? Then I would make you, want you to be a little more cautious about it. Next slide. This is another topic that's really something that you can read a lot about. When we talked about personality types and diversity, I thought I'll also bring in this thought. Have you heard of neurodiversity? Is it a good idea? Right? When we think of neurodiversity, we are really talking about people from diverse backgrounds and people with, we can say, people from the intellectual, diversity background. So people from the autism background, people who are high functioning, very good with maybe numbers, maybe tech data, maybe, a certain area of academics, right? And do not function very well socially. So these are people who may not even clear your irregular interview rounds, but these are certain people, they bring in a very high level of functioning in a certain area, and that is really desirable. So if you read up a little more, you will see a lot of organizations today aspire to have, groups of neurodiversity in their own organization. And these are also groups of people that have helped organization achieve great heights in certain teams that they've worked in, bringing in inclusion, bringing in an ambience of empathy, and also, really good ideas in innovation, right? Next slide, please. Ultimately, what are we trying to create? And this is a goal we have to keep in mind. We are creating a sense of belonging, right? What does belonging really mean? Since it's a little bit of a diffuse idea in a lot of people's mind, I thought I'll break it down a little bit. The first one being understanding. I understand what is expected out of me. So when you get people from diverse personality backgrounds in your organization, this is something that we have to bring clarity to. Do they understand what is expected out of them? Control. I have a sense of how to get results. I don't have to control the entire job or people, but I have a general sense of how I can achieve this, right? So I feel that I have certain control over my work. Trusting. I can count on others, right? And here I am. I feel good. I feel psychologically safe, right? Self-enhancing is a view of the fact that I feel valued at work, right? So whatever I'm doing today, and a lot of us will succeed in what we are doing, but we may not also succeed in what we are doing. I'm encouraged to experiment, and even if I fail, I learn. I feel valued at work. So these are 4 things that we really want to achieve when we are creating an inclusive workplace with different personalities, and our ultimate goal is to give people a sense of belonging. Next slide. Again, as we are looking at different personality diversity, something that we should not forget is different groups of people have different lived experiences, come from different backgrounds, and hence their personalities might show some commonalities. And hence, we also need to understand different underrepresented groups. So in this slide, I'm talking about why do we need to learn about LGBTQI inclusion, right? We need to learn about LGBTQI inclusion because the lived experience of this particular group is really different. Their personalities are very different. Their experiences are different. In fact, a certain research around 2015 shows that 40% of them have, had homophobic experiences. They've had either their manager or HR discriminate against them. They felt marginalized and more, right? And this is the Mingle survey. You can, of course, look it up. The experiences from this community is not well understood. And a lot of people feel uncomfortable to work with LGBTQI inclusion individuals. So if you are looking at people from diverse background, then this is again a certain background that you must look into when you're creating diverse workplaces. I would have shown you another video on the LGBTQI spectrum. But again, I encourage you to do a little bit more of research because somehow my audio, the video is not working here. Again, this is a very, very important spectrum and an underrepresented group that can bring in a personality diversity in your team. So when you are looking at hiring, growing people in your team, then this is definitely a group you should look at. Next slide, please. What are the other diverse groups that also bring in different personal experience and hence some bit of personality diversity as well? Caregivers. So if they are caregivers in your workplaces, they will have certain needs. They will show certain signs of the stress that they feel as caregivers, the flexibility that they need. I personally, in fact, am working from my relative's home in Kolkata because one of my elder relatives was in the hospital for more than a month. My organization allows us to work from a remote location, and I found that calling to come and support an elderly couple in my family because I could do my work and also help somebody who was in need, right? So this has been very, very helpful to me personally because it's allowed me to be with my family. It's also, of course, been very helpful to them. So when you look at caregivers, is your organization creating a psychologically safe environment for people to take the flexible options when they need? It's not just important to have the policies, but are you creating that space, right? Now, if a person who is in my space right now has assignments to attend to, needs flexibility, right? There are certain expressions of stress I may show because of the situation I'm in. There are certain requests that I may have, etc. So, are you providing for that, right? Again, people with disability, we spoke about diversity a little bit, but there are people with different kinds of disability, so they may need different flexible environment. They may need some reasonable accommodation. So, is your workplace really providing for that? People with mental health challenge. Currently, this is the year that I think the highest number of people have actually acknowledged or are experiencing mental health challenge. We at Publicis Sapient are really, really cognizant about it. We have very high investment in ensuring that our people feel supported with their mental health issues. We have invested in our own people getting trained. We have a huge external partnership with people where we discuss mental health challenge and how we can support our own people, right? Again, multiple generations at work also bring in multiple personality types. So when I'm talking about other diverse talent groups, please look if you have budgeted for a lot of these different diverse groups and the kind of personalities that they will show because of their different lived experiences in your workplace, and hence try to tie in an inclusive workplace. Next slide, please. A quick snapshot of our strategy at Publicis Sapient. As you can see, it's driven by the leadership in terms of leading the mindful inclusion, driving accountability. We are also driving inclusive practices, which includes not only retaining and growing diverse talent group, but also hiring diverse talent groups, supplier inclusion. I spoke about having a special program for women, mental health, caregivers, LGBTQI inclusion, people with disability, and also multiple generations. Next slide. This is really the last slide, just a glimpse of a lot of different work we do. Again, if your organization or you are taking small steps or bigger steps in strides of creating inclusive workplace for everyone and having more personalities in your workplace so that you can have a great environment where people challenge each other, collaborate with each other, you can also have a real interaction with the external community. So if you have LGBTQ folks inside the organization, great. If not, you can actually volunteer for LGBTQ organizations outside, because it gives you a reverse mentoring experience. You can volunteer for people, institutions that support people with disabilities. You can create loads of capability development program to start with to support different and diverse work groups in your organization. And again, like I said, I'll be happy to help anybody or any organization in this journey. And thank you for the opportunity for sharing this. In case there are any questions, we can take them.
Sure. Thank you, Vaishaka. As we wait for the questions to come, I wanted to thank you for a brilliant session, as always. It's a pleasure to hear from you. Your slides, some of the points were on point, I must say. I was reminded of this quote by Martina Navratilova. She said, labels are for filing, labels are for clothing, labels are not for people. When I saw that visual in one of your slides, so that was something that I could resonate with. I remember an anecdote where one of the HR managers in a company happened to tell me that they did an MBTI assessment in their company, and this was quite a while back, and probably at a time where these kind of conversations were not quite rampant. And assuming best intent, what the employees were encouraged to do coming out of that assessment was to sort of let other members in their team know what their MBTI personality type was, and they used to write that on a sticky note, and they used to put it on their cubicle so that anyone who comes by knows what their personality type is, and actually make steps to interact with them in an appropriate manner. I mean, always assuming best intent, they knew what they were doing, but as you rightfully said, need to be a little more wary and cautious about transparency for the sake of transparency, and being really mindful about our conversations and thoughts there. So thank you for sharing all those with us, Vaishaka. Your work that you do within Publicis and more so outside in the community is so deeply appreciated. And it's an honor to always have you at AZCon. We look forward to further sessions from you. We don't have any questions from the audience. I'm sure they must have enjoyed it. Any closing thoughts before you would take leave?
Like I said, I think diversity is not just a smart thing to do. It is the need of the hour. Again, please experiment. It is okay to fail. It is okay to try out new things as a person in a team, as a leader, and as an organization. So I would absolutely encourage you to specifically go and seek diverse experiences. If there is a group that you don't understand with, volunteer with them. If there is a group that you feel you've not had great experiences, then I would encourage you to hire somebody really different, to rewire that experience for you. So thank you, and all the best for the conference.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Vaishaka. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. That was a great session from Vaishak, and I hope you enjoyed that. We have a couple of minutes before we start our panel discussion at 4 p.m. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello there. Welcome to the next session, which is a panel discussion titled Coding Inclusivity in Tech on Everyday DNI. So, diversity and inclusion is an important topic for us in the tech industry today, and inclusion nonetheless begins with an I. At AZConf, we are exploring what each one of us can do to help make diversity, equity, and inclusion part of the technology culture. So, the next panel discussion would focus on how you and I can create more inclusive environments. Our eminent panelists will be sharing unique perspectives based on their rich experience into how each one of us can help foster a more tech inclusive workspace. Regardless of where you are on your DNI journey today, this is a conversation you don't want to miss. So, proudly presenting the panelists for the evening, Annie Matthew, who's Director Developer Relations at Microsoft Asia Pacific. She's a business leader with a proven track record across various industries from consumer devices to healthcare. Annie contributes to industry thought leadership, has held multiple board positions, is a recipient of several accolades. Welcome, Annie. Pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you, Liji.
Our second panelist is Gibi Joyce. Gibi is Vice President and India Head Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, Credit Suisse. As a diversity and inclusion professional, Gibi has been responsible for promoting equality and reducing discrimination from workplaces to the wider community. Pleasure to have you join us, Gibi. Welcome.
Thank you. Likewise, Liji. Thank you.
And Sunitha Venkatachalam, Director of Technology Data Engineering Target with career stints at Yahoo, Infosys, Oracle, and ThoughtWorks. Sunitha has over 2 decades of rich industry experience. She's a believer in affirmative action and she feels strongly about initiatives for the disadvantaged. Glad to have you with us, Sunitha. Welcome.
Thank you, Liji.
So let's jump right in. So I was reading a couple of articles recently, and I happened to read some interesting statistics, let's say. It appears that the job of the moment is not of a software developer or a UX designer or an AI/ML engineer, as I would have expected it to be. It apparently is the role of the Chief Diversity Officer. You call it the Director of Diversity or the Diversity Manager, but nonetheless, I mean, it's great to see that there is a concerted effort and there's a focused approach to DNI, and obviously the businesses might have understood that we need a strategic plan to sort of move the needle, let's say. But really, whose job is DNI and diversity and inclusion, especially inclusion, right? So who really is responsible for inclusion? Let's start with you, Gibi. You are in an official capacity as the DEI head. So it'd be interesting to hear your perspectives on who you think is actually responsible for DNI.
Right. Thank you, Liji, for that question. And first of all, huge thank you for having invited me for this conference. And Annie and Sunitha, glad sharing this platform with you and looking forward to our shared thoughts on this. I would just say, let us first understand that by the definition of inclusion, I think every employer has an obligation to provide employees with a safe work environment, which is free of, let's say, discrimination or harassment and intimidation, etc. Right. So, in that perspective, I think everyone is an employer. We are all managers and boss and colleague to someone. One of our colleagues around us. So the responsibility of an inclusion is everybody's, but we need to also start looking into DNI or diversity and inclusion, not just from a point of responsibility. I think it is or from a responsible task, because sometimes responsibility can just be interpreted in many ways. For example, responsibility can be KPIs, or it can be number games, and once we meet that target, DNI efforts can actually take a backseat in many companies. So in my view, inclusion can really hit the ground when there is a mindset change, and when we start addressing our own behaviors, which may make someone feel excluded. So that is everybody's responsibility. diversity, not just towards our employees who are around us or who are there across the pyramid of the organization, but also towards our suppliers, our vendors, our external stakeholders and partners. Now, is that an easy task? No, it is not. Right? I mean, we all agree that it's a humongous task to achieve, especially for a large organization or mid-sized organization. So therefore, companies in the last decade or so have started focusing on D&I, not just as a good factor, but also as a necessary business imperative, which is why I think D&I roles have become a very, very crucial and a critical part of the company's fabric. D&I careers have boomed, and also D&I leaders have a very important role to drive cultural changes in the organization. But I must reiterate that it is not just the D&I team's role, but also the executive leadership who play a vital role in setting real foundational changes in the organization. So just to summarize my answer to your question, in my view, inclusion is everybody's responsibility, and this can be achieved when each of us is trying to create a psychological safe environment for our colleagues, our team members, juniors, seniors, our suppliers, etc. So, and then we ensure, that they're all able to thrive towards business results. Back to you, Liji.
Great. Thank you so much, Jibi. I am so happy that you said that as well. I'm sure the audience would probably not have expected that coming from you, but then thank you so much for saying that. Sunita, what are your thoughts on the same?
Totally agree with Jibi, right? So I think a parallel that we can relate to when it comes to, let's say, hiring, right? The I think typically the number one source for hiring is actually referrals, right? Employee referrals. So if employees are taking it upon themselves to get great talent into the company, if employees are taking it upon themselves to do team outings, right? I mean, so many of our team members actually plan these really amazing team outings, even virtually. If employees are involved in every aspect of their engagement and growth in hiring, then they should certainly be involved in bringing a diverse workforce into the organization. So it cannot be the responsibility of a function, right? Having said that, the signals, the creation of these roles signal a certain level of importance and gravity from the organization. Basically, it's no longer just talk, right? People are actually funding a position. They are creating, plans and strategies around this. So they lay the framework and the scaffolding and the foundations, but the gaps and the filling of those has to be done in close concert with team members, right, with employees. So certainly believe that I'm a big believer of affinity groups in the organization. I think people who belong to an affinity group, they all say that their level of engagement is higher, right? And now this affinity group also has a voice. If they can influence the strategy by sharing feedback to the leadership, so naturally, that means that employees need to be as plugged in and not treated as if it is somebody else's job. Over to you, Niji.
Absolutely. I think you kind of nailed it with the references link, Sunita, that talks volumes to, what the company is right from within. When we hear a lot of companies are, for all good reasons, certified great place to work and so and so, there isn't a greater voice or a greater advocacy in terms of, you can shell out all the money that you need in terms of marketing and everything, but to hear that firsthand from the people within, live testimonies, first-hand experiences really means a lot. So thank you for sharing that. Annie, would you like to share some thoughts on this?
Yes, Liji, I totally agree with what GB and Sunita was saying. It's everybody's role. And in a tech conference like this, where we have got developers and data engineers and data scientists around, and we're working with the latest technology that's impacting us personally. I mean, the decisions that are being made is being written in some algorithm and such. So then whose responsibility is diversity and inclusion? I mean, Jibi and Sunita both alluded, and yourself, Liji, as well, that it's a business problem, not exactly just a cultural problem that we are talking about. So what the business is really facing is that these technologies actually run on trust. If the users don't trust the technology, it is not going to be adopted. And if you take just AI as a case in point, bias can be coded into the solutions, the algorithms, just by having unconscious bias. You may not even be aware of the bias that you have. And there's opportunity in the data to build that bias, in the algorithm to build that bias, in the design of the solution, in who your target audience is, who's the endpoint, which devices are you getting the data from. There's bias all over that's potentially waiting to enter your solution. Now, in that case, I do feel very, very strongly, and I'm sure there's a lot of industry voice behind this as well, that it's every person in that life cycle of a product, to a design, to coding, to user testing, to actually the end users. All of us are involved in ensuring that these technologies and solutions are bias free. That literally translates to inclusion every day, at every work, in every project, in every code you write, and even in every product and solution that I use as a person. I have a responsibility to go back and give feedback that, hey, this is not usable, or that this is kind of a biased solution that is coming. Now, this is a standard industry problem. We are still dealing with it. There are no obvious solutions as yet. And so it's all our responsibilities. To Jibi's point, the individual's responsibility, and as Sunita mentioned, if this is then the organization's point, and even if you take it to a larger extent, for example, in AI, there is a cross organization coalition that is working on the whole responsible AI piece, and how do you make these solutions bias free and equitable for everyone. So yes, thoroughly, it is everyone's responsibility, but then everyone's responsibility at so many layers. Me at home as a mother, as a daughter, as a wife, but coming to the organization as a coder, as a team manager, huge responsibility as a team manager, maybe a product manager. If I'm in the management, then there, and at so many levels. And so it's hard. It's really hard because a lot of it's unconscious too. So that's interesting conversations that we can have today.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Annie. And you kind of summarized that really well in the context of a technical journey as well. And you bring about another very important point in terms of biases and the AI side of things. In fact, just how our biases, conscious and unconscious, sort of creeps into those products and services that we as techies are so proud to create on a daily basis. We take, as I was saying to Irina in the morning, we're just so proud of our craftsmanship, but we probably do not realize the value that diverse perspectives, that inclusion in terms of our thought processes can actually bring. And really, diversity and inclusion, at least in an India perspective, is mostly discussed around dimensions of gender, maybe a little bit into the persons with disability as well. But as organizations, continue to define diversity at a more broader level, do you think that we need a more holistic understanding of this space now that we realize that there's very less question on the why of it? I think most people definitely get the why of it. So do you think that we need a more broader and a more holistic understanding of this space of diversity and inclusion? Sunita, if we can start with you, please.
Thanks, Liji. You mentioned people with disabilities. There's also a lot of focus on LGBTQIA plus, right? So there's but now I can see in Target as well. There's a lot of focus on pride groups and in making sure that we are basically opening up our culture, make people from all backgrounds feel more welcome at the company, right? I think the easy one, the most visible one to go after has been gender diversity, which has been our focus for a long time, and quite frankly needs to continue to be, right? Because there is still a long way to go. There's a lot of conversation happening today, and you'll see a lot more companies are opening up because there is also a big war for talent. So it's almost imperative. I mean, you cannot survive, you cannot hire people if you have not opened the doors and you're not constantly chasing down diverse candidates to join your company. But what we should do at this point is to leverage this culture, this cultural moment that we have right now, where companies have finally opened up and are bringing in all of these conversations to drive a bigger diversity agenda, right? And that means, I mean, when I was listening to Aishaka's conversation or just discussion presentation, the one before this, and it amazed me the amount of diversity that there is, neurodiversity and people, all of this personality diversity, right? How do we code processes in the organization that can actually prevent us from unintentionally weeding out people with these different types of uh, diverse perspectives is something that we should have that conversation now, right? So it should go beyond this number game, 50% target and 75% target of women, and it should also, we should take what we've learned from this movement into removing the biases from our processes, promotion processes, hiring processes, all the people management processes that we have, and even our job descriptions. How open are they to how do they encourage people from varied backgrounds to apply? So I think it is not about now saying, okay, I have done the women, I'll come up with another number for abilities, I'll come up with another number for pride, which is fine. But it's also about taking a hard look at all our processes and see, are they really open to including people from just different backgrounds? Can we separate out what is core, absolutely needed, and what where we can or we will benefit from diverse perspectives? I think that is something, that conversation I feel is something we need to continue to have, because unfortunately there is almost a parallel to quality and diversity. So the moment you say diversity, it feels like you're lowering the bar. We need to change that conversation to say, hey, how high was your bar if you were only hiring one type of people? What kind of bar is that anyways? So it wasn't even a good bar to begin with. Can we please smash that, and can we just open up our processes to make it more welcoming for people from all backgrounds to apply? So that is kind of where I feel we need to expand our diversity thought processes.
Great. Thank you for sharing, Sunita. And as you said, what kind of a bar is it in the first place? Do we have a bar itself, right? So, great thoughts there. Annie, do you think that organizations, continue to still define diversity through the gender lens, or do you see progress, and do you see what other, dimensions do you see them tackling?
Well, I think there is progress, and primarily because of two things. One is that it's actually become a business imperative, if you deeply think about it, because you're building products and solutions for the world. And if you're building for a narrow segment, that is fine. But if you're really building that product or solution for the world or a diverse set of population, then you do need to have your developing team should also be able to appreciate the user needs and things like that, which means you should have a diverse audience. So the core need here is diversity of thought. And that's a point from where we could think about what kind of diversity. So if I need, of course, I need gender diversity, because 50% of the world population is female. So you need gender diversity. And then you need all other kinds of diversity, including sexual preferences, including racial preferences or racial ethnicity. You need to look at it from an urban versus rural positioning, from the age group, right? And so on and so forth. So there is an absolute need to look at different types of diversity, but the capacity of an organization to tackle all this is limited too, which is where we hit a roadblock. And we know that to move the needle on anything, you need to have focus. And so when you have, in fact, at Microsoft, we recently launched Code Without Barriers, which is about gender diversity. And the frequent question I get is that, why are you focusing only on gender? So I was like, we're not focusing only on gender. We also have an accessibility initiative. We also have an LGBTI initiative, and so on and so forth. But here we are talking about the gender lens, and these set of actions are meant for that. So, so that's where we are, I think. And one more thing I would like to just share is that from a national perspective, this is super important, right? So you want to increase your GDP, and that means you need to bring more people into your labor force, which means you need to bring in their untapped segment back into the labor force, which could be lying across all of this. And so it's all kinds of diversity, and probably need separate motions to really tap into it.
Yep, absolutely. I think when you said the diversity of the thought process itself, it shows the kind of backgrounds and the kind of the dimensions that we need to bring into this. Gibi, would you agree with this? Do you have thoughts as well to share on this?
Absolutely, I agree with both Sunita and Annie here. Now, first of all, I just want to clarify that the term gender diversity is not just about hiring one gender over the other. And in most cases, we think about hiring more women into the workforce. So gender diversity, by its definition, it most commonly refers to an equal ratio between men and women. Right. So while most of us agree that that in order to have a fair and productive work environment, an equal balance of men and women is required, and most commonly not. This is not the case, despite of the modern age that we're living in. We definitely have achieved a lot in the last decade or so, but there's a long way to go, as what Sunita and Annie said. Now, gender diversity in a workplace. In my head, it means that men and women are hired at a similar and consistent rate. They are, and not just hiring, right? I mean, they are paid equally. They are given the same working opportunities with the same promotional opportunities, and so on and so forth. So I strongly think we in India, we still need a focus on these efforts, because there are innumerable indexes. I mean, Annie spoke about the GDP requirements, and the corporate researches, etc., which is done to show that the gap is not only in terms of the difference between female and male talents, but it is also between gender pay gap for the same role that two individuals are doing. Now, to your question in particular, Liji, do we need to address the other diverse talents, like people with disabilities, LGBT plus talents, multi-generation? The answer is yes. Please understand that a diverse workforce is a combination of diversity of orientation, it's diversity of thoughts, approach, gender, ability and experiences, and so on and so forth. So in order to for any business to thrive and sustain, you need people from all these backgrounds and identities for more innovation, right? And which is why it is important for an organization to equally focus, not one over the other, but equally focus on all the diverse talents that we have. And lastly, I would say, you can't just talk about female or male talent and leave the rest in the bucket. Because when we speak of gender, it is applicable for people with disabilities, LGBT plus community, young versus mid-age versus mature workforce, etc. So let us just not focus on on one strand of diversity, but the intersectionality and how each of these identities actually are interlinked, right? And I think once the organization really understands the basic element as simple as this, the power of intersectionality, there will be less conversation of one diversity agenda, and there will be more conversation on the overall D&I and how it plays out to the business and for the well-being of all the employees. So yeah, that's my take on that.
Thank you, GB, for sharing that. And you also throw light on a very interesting aspect wherein diversity is probably the first rung of that ladder. And then in terms of, helping those diverse as individuals thrive in a particular team or a workplace, an organization, their pay groups, their promotions, their, the career progression, everything along with that. That's where the conversation of inclusion again comes into being, right? So from a very from a ground level, let's ask, as much as each one of us would love to be part of this conversation and do something really actionable, we do realize that diversity and inclusion is a space that requires quite a bit of bravery and courage. I mean, you just got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, be it conversations, be it new things that you've not done before or tried before. And we also realize that it's not just the role of the underrepresented or the non-stream groups alone. So even for those diverse groups, we need voices, as all voices need to be heard, and we need allies today perhaps more than any other time. So how do I become an advocate for others, or how can I be an ally, and add that to a good one at that? Annie, if you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, very interesting topic. Now we're getting into how do we actually put it into practice. And allyship is one of the key principles around which we are able to bring that to life. At Microsoft, allyship, diversity, inclusion, all of this is like mandatory courses that we go through. How do you get over 100,000 people to recognize the value of D&I and practice it on a daily basis? So there are these courses, and then there are these allyship and other things. There are circles, which is a regular thing. Teams and managers and peer managers and groups get together. So one of the things about courage and curiosity and courage really are two things that underpin the behavioral change that we're trying to bring about. And a lot of it is by transparency. It's through transparency. And hence, learning the principles is one thing, but actually you come face to face with it when you're sitting in a group among yourself and talking about who you are and what's different about you and what is it that you have not been talking about really, and your courage to actually speak that out. So I've had this amazing experience where folks have talked about mental health issues, for example, very openly, and then immediately you find a lot of support coming in. And needless to say, the minute you speak about it, now you can also gather support from your manager and peers. Maybe some days you need to take off, or some days you need to come in early or go late, or whatever it is. The other interesting thing that I've seen is some of our very senior leaders, even one woman GM I know who's in Asia, actually spoke about her life's journey, where she started with almost school dropout, and then she's now a general manager in the country. Imagine somebody at that level coming out and talking about it. So it gathered a lot of support, but it also got a lot of other people to talk about what they were dealing with. So I'm personally seeing this practice of helping people build that courage, because courage is something, it's also dependent on, within a work environment, it's also dependent on how the peers see it, how the managers see it. So it's not an individual journey really. While it starts with me, it's really a group journey. And so the communities of practice, or ERGs as we call it, employee resource groups, which are aligned around all these diverse groups, actually give you the first base to be open and speak about it within like-minded people. And the second base that you get to is a courage to speak out with people who don't know anything about it, the general people around you. So and we are still in that journey. So I'm sure there is a third base and a fourth base we will get to, but already it's empowering people to just speak out and ask for what they need.
That is great, Annie. I would very personally resonate with that because I'm a huge proponent of the power of vulnerability and especially vulnerable leadership. And as glossy as that sounds, I would admit it is perhaps the most difficult thing to ever do, to let your guard down and to tell someone that you do not know. I mean, I do not know. I failed. I made a mistake. I'm not sure. I don't have the answer for that. And there's the inherent fear of trying out something. As I could be curious, but I just don't know if I would hurt someone and all of that. So that's great. And communities of practice or ERGs definitely help. Make strides in that aspect. So thank you for sharing that, Annie. Jibi, what would you say to that on allyship?
Great points, Annie. And just gonna build on what you said. I think for me, first of all, we need to understand that allyship or the word ally is actually not a noun, right? It's a verb, which means it takes a certain responsibility and roles for being an ally, and just than just saying it over a coffee conversation. So, in my personal view, allyship is about being an upstander. Now, most of us, we are all good people. We would denounce inequality, we would denounce injustice, and so on and so forth. But it is important to note that that allies are not defined by the assignment of the term. One cannot just simply declare themselves as ally because of the fact that they believe in justice. Now, allies are defined by the various actions that they take. In other words, the question to ask oneself is that, am I an ally? Am I truly an ally? But rather, how have I advocated, or supported or marginalized people or communities today? Now, few recommendations that I can share at the top of my mind, which I personally do in my journey of allyship, is first educate yourself. So I educate myself about a group that I pledged to be an ally for. I take considerable amount of time to read, to listen, to watch, to deepen my understanding about that community first. Second, we need to also understand is to own our privilege. Now, what does that mean, right? Now, being an ally requires you to recognize that there are advantages and there are opportunities and resources and power that you have automatically been born with, or you've been accorded with. For example, a heterosexual person, an able-bodied person, or someone from a certain higher section of the society, or you have an opportunity to pass out from a decorated business school, so on and so forth. Now, what is the meaning of owning your privilege is, it can be very painful to listen to, but it often, but not always, but it often means admitting that you haven't entirely earned your success. There are so many other factors that has contributed towards your success. And once we realize that, I think our position of allyship, or our position of privilege, it is easy to relate to someone who doesn't have that privilege. And that's the key to become an ally, right? Third thing I generally say in most of my DNI sessions is also about be a visible ally, which means that when you see something, say something. Right now, in my view, this is the most taxing ally work. I think an ally need to be vigilantly monitoring your workforce, any sort of discriminatory actions or behavior which is happening around you, and then be clear and decisive in shutting them down. Don't wait for the marginalized people to react or to come and report this out, right? So when you witness discrimination, don't approach the victim later to just offer your sympathy, which what happens in most of the cases. Or, you know what, I just got to know that you have gone through this. I'm sorry, or I wish I was there for to support you. So I think to give them the right support in the moment is also a very, very big responsibility of a visible ally. So these are my some top three recommendations.
Thank you so much, Jibi. I can, those are very new insights, new learnings for me as well in terms of owning your privilege. And especially the last one, I would say a lot of us are, silent warriors when it comes as to allyship, where we would really sympathize or empathize with the cause.
Can I
But it
just give
takes,
you one example, Liji?
yes,
This
please.
was just around in one of my previous organizations where a very, very senior female leader was just on her way to the interview, and one of the male colleagues, and she's a very senior, she's a C-suite leader, and one of the male colleagues ended up saying, "Oh, you know what? I mean, you would anyway get this interview through because this is open for a female candidate." And when she came out of that interview, she had the self doubt whether she actually got through the role because there was a reservation or anything associated with that. When she told me that, I could not do anything, right? I mean, she told me that with a greater responsibility, perhaps for me to just go and have that shared conversation with that male colleague, which I did not do. So my biggest learning as in my journey of allyship was, you do not have to wait for the victim or for somebody who has faced that discrimination to come and tell you that. But if you really, really notice, I think I can be a visible ally if I address it then and there itself.
Oh, thank you for sharing that, Jibi. And oh, does it take a lot of courage to be able to do that, at least at the ground level and for engineers or even for senior engineers. But that journey from being a peacemaker, even if you may, to a change maker is quite a bit. And I know, Sunita, that we've discussed those variations in some of our previous conversations. If you'd like to share your thoughts as well.
Sure. I mean, I think Annie and Jibi really covered it awesomely, right? Definitely having a framework in the company which makes allyship the thing to do, right? So that means having support groups, affinity groups. We do something at Target called listening sessions. So we get all of these women or different affinity groups to come and share what are the things that they have faced in their careers. So just making it easy for people to share their life's journey, and both leaders, team members, everybody be vulnerable and make it almost habitual. Walking the talk, right? As you be called out, how do you visibly call out when you see something that isn't right, making that normal? These are all, I think, things that we keep working on as a company. We're not perfect, we're not there yet, but the most important thing is for us to set the right intention and to reward the right behaviors. So when we promote people, we don't look at only their outcomes. We also look at the behaviors, right? What have they done from inclusion aspects? How have they been an ally? So what does it even mean to be an ally, right? It's not to just be a supporter, but to be a promoter, right? So you need to actually take a chance on other people. Someone took a chance on you. How can you repay that to somebody else? I think if everyone just, it's like each one advocate for one other people, person who's different from you, who comes from a different background, it could go a long way in the company. So I think it's a combination of several things, right? Framework, making it easy and safe for people to talk, and knowing that if someone doesn't understand the culture and they're saying something that's off, somebody else will call them out for it in a respectful way, right? And support. I think that is where we all need to be going towards for allyship. But really, I think Annie and Jibi covered all the points beautifully.
Great, great. Thank you, Sunita. But I must admit,
Lizzie,
as much as we'd all like to pay it forward to people who have given us those chances, and for all of us who've been allies for someone in some way, in some capacity, we would probably agree that this is quite a challenging journey for us. It is not a destination, of course, but to just be fair and practical with our audiences, would also be interested in knowing, if someone chooses to be an ally, to stand up and to advocate for whatever the cause that they deem fit, what challenges do you think they are most likely to face in their journey? Something from your experiences or your insights. What are those challenges you think they are most likely to face when, say, they want to drive a DNI initiative in their workplace? And do they go all out and get started, roll up their sleeves, get their hands dirty? Do they, what is something that they can expect to see? GB, if you'd like to start.
I'm just kind of gathering my thoughts around that question, but I guess a couple of challenges that perhaps I've heard in my through my peers and also in my own journey of allyship is that whenever we stand or we even sign up for a particular group in the workforce, we are immediately tagged and termed that, oh, maybe perhaps you're also from that particular group, right? I mean, most often that tagging happens. Now, I've heard this in the case of LGBT plus allyship. A lot of people who then go back and question the allied. So, are you from the community? Are you a LGBT plus individual? Now, this can be a deterrent factor for them to not to sign up in the future. Sessions or whatever, or to be a visible ally for that matter, right? So I think these conditioning and these terms that we are always constantly hearing of is something that a lot of allies they find in their journey. Secondly, I also feel that a lot of these the burden is there on allies that they should or they would know everything about that particular community. And therefore, they're very scared of making mistakes, or they're very scared of carrying this burden that what if I make a mistake, I would not be an effective ally, right? And I think that is a notion. Because and that should not stop you from becoming an ally for a particular group for that matter. I think as an effective ally, I'm prone to make mistakes, but the key is not to repeat those mistakes, right? So I think that, and it's in line with my previous answer. Always educate ourselves. If we go wrong in the way, it's fine to kind of say sorry to that person, or say sorry to that community, and but just to get our lessons learned and kind of move forward. We might not know it all, but it's a journey of an ally. But if you're doing that mistake again, so that's an intentional one, right? And so that's the kind of time check that we have to do on ourselves as an ally.
That's so good to hear from you, GB. I personally struggle with that a lot. I would tell you, I had my apprehensions in getting something wrong, especially whether it's just like you deal with the technical aspects of things, even on the non-technical side, saying the wrong things and getting the wrong things. Probably there's no going back from there, and that kind of it gives you. There's time that takes you over that, so that's good to hear that it's a journey, and curiosity probably is the first qualification there, so that's good. Sunita, if you would like to add to that.
I think personally, right, speaking personally, I think my biggest, I would say, opportunity or the challenges that I have faced is my own feeling that I know about the struggles women face, right? So, if I'm an ally for other women at be it inside the company or outside the company, women in STEM, I'm definitely a vocal ally. I try to help and promote and advocate for women, to move into leadership positions. But what I feel that I need to still work on is my education piece. I come with my own privileges. I am city educated. I am upper middle class. I am from a certain community in India, which has got a lot of privileges, is known for being well educated. What about women from smaller towns, right? So what about women who don't actually speak English that well? How can they? They're not seen as great communicators. But they may have fantastic ideas. How can they move into leadership positions? Those types of problems are, I find, I'm not often very clued into, because my perception is I'm a woman, so I know everything about it. So everyone needs to. It's a good reminder always when I hit a roadblock. I am always surprised that, oh, I hadn't thought through it. So, like GB said, okay, accept it. Accept that there's so many dimensions to this, and you're never going to know everything. But then keep your mind open and keep learning. Don't ever reach this point where you say, "I know it," and so I'm done with this. Just because, even if you belong to that particular community, it's still so many things to learn. For me, I think that has personally been a very rewarding journey, right? Because examining and reading feminist literature, talking to people, it helps me put my own problems, my own journey into perspective. So, how much enriched I become by continuing to go on that learning path while I'm being the ally, right? So, the benefit to me is immeasurable. I think that is also something we don't want to only talk about the challenges. As you become an ally and become interested in people outside of you, there's so many experiences that will be parallel to what you're facing, and you can learn about yourself so much and become a much better person. I think that is also something we want to make sure that we are sharing. Right, we shouldn't make it like allyship is such a hard path. There is a lot to be gained from that experience.
Absolutely, Sunita. And you being an avid reader, I can just about imagine the kind of insights and the perspectives that you'd have actually gained from that and reflected on your personal journey as well. But interesting when it's that you should neither think that you don't know anything, and you neither should be too confident about that as well. So that's a great combination. Annie, if you would like to share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so I think everybody who is watching this and everybody who is on this panel, we are all very privileged to be in the tech industry in some way. So, how can you or me as a person contribute to this whole inclusion and diversity initiative? Being in organizations where there is power and privilege as well. So a few things, because I recently with my group of we have a volunteer army, and we launched the Code Without Barriers, which I spoke about just a while ago. So that's about increasing developer diversity. Now, so I'll talk from my experience in that journey itself. First and foremost, we need to have it very strongly rooted in our mind that we have a responsibility to actually work on diversity and inclusion, or any of those kind of purpose driven missions. So it's very clear. I mean, it's as much for me as for you, but that's our responsibility. The second is know that you have power and privilege, which you can leverage to actually make a difference. Then comes the third thing. Now, how do I use this? So I'm passionate about it. I have the power and privilege, but how do I get a whole organization or maybe a whole team to rally behind this? So there, my experience has been to align your mission of what you want to achieve with whatever the organization goals are. If you're totally at contrary to the organization goals and mission, then do it as a non-profit work outside of the organization. But if you're talking about the power you have sitting within an organization, big, small, whatever it is, or a community, and be able to move the needle on this, then align that mission, find sponsors. So I'm sure in every organization, there are some people here or there at the leadership level who can be a sponsor for this. So reach out to them, flesh out your mission and purpose and what you think will achieve to be a bigger one. Don't go with a small mission or purpose, but really flesh it out, work on it with your V team, and present that to the leadership and get their sponsorship. Now your power has multiplied, right? And then look about creating the community of passionate people. So go beyond your existing team, talk about this, be a messiah, if you will. But it's amazing how people will rally around a strong vision. And if you are able to actually craft it into a a mission and very clear actionables, then you'll have a lot of people volunteering just because of their passion. Now that's a good base, and work with them because you cannot do it alone for sure, whatever it is. And sometimes even the organization cannot do it alone. That's something I've realized at Microsoft. Microsoft alone cannot move the needle either. So literally in Code Without Barriers, we have a coalition of partner organizations and tech communities which have come together. So think beyond yourself, think beyond your team, and gather that volunteer or coalition to actually help you craft how you translate that mission or vision to action. And this is something all of us can do, big and small. But I would encourage you to really think big on these topics because it takes a whole lot of effort to move the needle, and we need a lot of us.
Great message, Annie, and it definitely inspiring us to, dream big and think big about this and beyond ourselves. We have the last 10 minutes of the panel discussion. I do not see any questions thus far, so probably we can finish up with our closing thoughts on, the question of the hour, which is probably how can I be more inclusive in my everyday life? In tech industry, in terms of building better tech products and services, and being a part of the tech workplace, how can I be more inclusive in my everyday life? Sunita, if we can start with you, please.
Sure, Liji, I think a lot of what we talked about so far is some things that we can do in our organizations, right? Being part of large initiatives, or big or small, but being part of initiatives that help in moving the needle. Those are all ways in which we continuously educate ourselves and keep learning, and that will it'll impact us in the way we interact with our colleagues on a day-to-day basis. I think personally, though, for me, the big thing in improving my inclusion acumen is in checking my biases, is in constantly revisiting, looking back at my thoughts. So journaling, I think, is a great way to look at who you are and how you have grown over the over a period of time, right? So thinking about how did I interact with people today, what decisions did I make, and then reflecting back on that and seeing how could I have maybe approach it in a different way. How could I have checked my own biases? I think that is one way in which I have continuously improved on my inclusion acumen. Personally, I would say a lot of what we talked about today are, even if you take back 10% of it, you're going to make a significant difference in your organization, in your community. Um, and that's all you need. But if you wanted to personally grow, then I think taking time out for self reflection, checking on your thoughts, on your behaviors all the time can actually help improve your inclusion acumen.
Great thoughts, Sunita. Unlike our intelligence quotient IQ, this quotient, our inclusion quotient, is something that we, for all good reasons, we can probably improve in terms of self introspection. So that's great news, in fact. So thank you for sharing that, Annie. What would you say in terms of being more inclusive in our day to day life on a personal basis? What could I do?
I am also aligned with what Sunita was saying. I don't know what I don't know. This is the biggest issue with inclusion, the blind spots, and I'm daily discovering something or the other that I thought I was good at, but really not. And so it's about listening to a wide variety of people and content. Prioritizing time for that. Literally, if you don't have time, then you're not going to do this. So carve out time to listen and then reflect. So it's more before you get the doing part. And the third piece, of course, it's speaking up, which is equally hard. But then if I don't even know what my bias is, I'm not able to really identify that when it pops up in another person's affair to actually speak up either. So it's literally carving time out, listen and reflect, and speak up.
Great. Thank you, Annie. And I know, GB, you're a huge proponent for inclusive behaviors more than anything. So, if you would like to share your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. It's a my response would be a combination of what Surita and Annie's said. I completely agree that I think one is even before we address behaviors outside, we need to kind of address our own mindset and behaviors. And that can be only done if we spend enough time to understand human issues, right? I mean, I think a lot of people who are great leaders, and I know personally, they spend considerable amount of time to actually get involved in community issues. And, and because these are the community issues which actually permeate into the organizations, right? I mean, you bring your sexual orientation, your religion, your region, your caste, your big schools, and all of that into the workplace. Therefore, it's very important to kind of really spend some time, your human time, out of your calendar to really understand these social issues, right? And I spend about 30 hours in a month to volunteer on various things, just with that quench of thirst about, what are these people issues? Why do they have this problem? Whether I can do a change or not, that's a further journey. So that I think that. And I don't do that with a mindset that I'm an inclusive person. It could be just about, how what is this ground issue all about, and at some point you will figure out what can you contribute as. You can contribute as an individual, as a leader, as a colleague, or whatsoever, that in that sense. Secondly, I would also say that, please do not treat any issue as an alien issue. Just because it did not happen with you, that doesn't mean that that's not a valid issue. It is when people come with life stories, when people come with issues around their identities and things like that, and build a story around it. We need to listen. We need to the least that we can do is that we can listen to those issues out, and give value to those stories, right? Just because it did not happen to me, it's very I would say inhuman to say that I cannot relate to that story, right? And that is what the entire empathetic leadership is all about, where you can just empathize with what one person is actually going through, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have the same experience for that matter. So yeah, so those are a couple of tips that I can share.
Thank
I
you,
wanted to
Jimmy.
add one thing. Sorry, Liji. I
Please,
wanted to add one
please,
thing.
Sunita.
Is in today's polarized world, I think it's important for us to take the time out to look at a different point of view, right? So when you're consuming news, if you could be liberal, conservative, whatever your mindset is, totally fine. But are you taking the time out to read the news from another source that you don't
Perspective,
always read?
yeah.
Always balancing out, right? Just going and seeking different perspectives consciously. And that's important because otherwise you could be in the rabbit hole of thinking that, your point of view is the only point of view that's valid. And there are very sane people who are having the opposite point of view. So it's not like, 50% of the world cannot be insane. For sure, everybody else is also having a valid point of view. So constantly doing that is going to give you a check, and that becomes a behavior that becomes encoded in all of your interactions then. So I think that, especially in today's world, I think this is an important one for us to all imbibe.
Absolutely true, especially coming out of a pandemic year. That's probably one of those lessons that we all tend to, kind of realize. And like GB said, it doesn't have to be that you are the first party experience to that. It may be something that you cannot really comprehend upfront at first, but it doesn't take much, so to speak. I can probably share a little anecdote from one of my team conversations lately when we realized that, a person who is not really let's say, and apart from the labeling, when it's someone who was a little more shy and a little more on the introverted side. We were talking about the power of networking with this person, and we tend to discuss this as a group, as a team, and we kind of then realize, you don't need to have. It definitely helps to have a great sense of humor in any conversation. It helps to have a great personality, but really, if you need to come across, what you really need to have is deep respect and the ability to be fully present in a conversation. Give your ears, use your ears and mouth probably proportionally, be attentive, give that person your undivided attention, and that itself is a great step towards having that inclusive conversation where it's just breaking that person midway and then interrupting the thought process and so many little things. So we are almost up for time, but great conversations. I'd like to thank my panelists one more time, Annie, Sunita, and Jibi, for taking your time off and coming and sharing your thoughts with AZConf. We could not have done this without you to, bring the spotlight back on the eye of inclusion. Never underestimate our power as individuals. Don't be afraid to ask questions, advocate for transparency, brace to be allies. DNI is everyone's job. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Liji.
you.
Thanks,
Thank
Sunita.
you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Annie.
Annie. Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks,
Great
Nice to
Diksha.
meet you all.
conversations.
Thanks for your signing for this entire session. Loved it.
Thanks, Diksha.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, that was a beautiful discussion with the panelists on coding for inclusivity on everyday DNI. And I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did on that discussion. And stay tuned, we have our next session, which is an equally interesting one, which is a fireside chat with a dear, dear friend of mine, I must say. So let's see if Minnie has actually joined on screen. And before she joins, I'd be happy to introduce Minnie to the audience. So the fireside chat that we're going to have right now is on a very interesting topic. It's about gaming and gender, right? You might think this has got polarities here, but let's face it. We have come a long way in terms of increasing gender diversity in tech and in the gaming industry. There always seems to be progress that we can make, and as a woman with a career in technology, particularly games, our next speaker, Minnie Naran, is a very passionate individualist and also on the DNI space in the industry. So Minnie comes with a very strong technical background. From a software architect to a technology manager, she's now director of engineering at Zynga, which is a leading developer of the world's most beloved social games. So from the outside, now the gaming industry may seem quite daunting for someone to start with or to stay, especially women. So let's ask Minnie about her experiences and how we can attract and retain and develop women to this space. Welcome, Minnie. Pleasure to have you at AZConf.
Thanks a lot, Liji, for the wonderful introduction too.
How are you
Thank
doing,
you.
Minnie?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're doing great. We're having
Yeah.
a great day at the conference, and so glad that you could join us.
Yeah, I was just listening to the previous panel discussion and wonderful, great conversation.
Cool. Nice. All right. So let's dive right in, Minnie. So, how did you find your start in this industry and what really attracted you to gaming?
Okay. So actually, I was introduced to gaming development by chance after a couple of my friends joined Zynga. To be honest, I never thought I would be working in gaming industry ever. I did not consider myself as a serious gamer at all. Yeah, well, even then, I used to play games like Farmville, like many others, right? Farmville was a popular game at that time, and Candy Crush, etc., and was to a certain extent, I would say, addicted to it. I used to think that serious gamers are those who play and who are very good at console games. At first, I was self-doubting whether I have the capabilities or the skill set that is required to be here in this industry, as well as contribute or even survive here, right? Which actually shows the lack of awareness about the gaming industry as such and the gaming development part of it. Then, after hearing amazing stuff from my friends who were at Zynga at that time, the idea of working in a gaming industry started exciting me. I was thrilled to learn about the different functions involved and the whole process of developing a game and the creative team that is behind it, right? And also, specifically, I was attracted to Zynga because of the wide range of games in all different genres, if you see, right? And had millions of players playing these games. This provided a very unique opportunity of working at such a large scale team. And my skill set is basically backend technologies. And working at large backend gaming services was a huge attraction. And it actually quite challenged me also in a healthy way. Am I able to kind of do it right? At the same time, I was so nervous stepping into a domain which I knew nothing about.
But kudos to you for that and for doing great, in fact, in the present capacity that you're doing. So, Mini, if I may ask, from your understanding, do you feel the efforts in improving female representation in general in the tech industry, do you see that being improved, or is there progress, or how has it been? You've been here with solid, so many decades of experience. What has been your understanding?
Okay, so compared to the earlier days, the female representation in this industry has definitely been improved. And specifically over the past 2 decades, the number of video or game players, right, and mobile game players or video in general has increased. And also, studies have shown that the women across diverse age groups make up now about half of the gaming population, which is fantastic. If you look at Zynga, our audience are primarily female. That also breaking the demographic barriers and the myth that gaming belongs to men, right? On So now this is on the gaming side. On the game development side, also good things are happening with the increase of women representation in the gaming creation part as well. Many corporate social initiatives are helping in creating awareness about this industry, awareness about the STEM and game development as such. Also, the representation, the increase in the representation of women in the leadership roles, not to the extent that it's a good ratio, there we still have a long way to go, helps in fostering this diverse culture in the organizations. So several gaming companies have very specific leadership roles to look into this diversity and inclusion part at the workplace, which actually helps and accelerate the this culture shift from a homogeneous kind of a development to a diverse kind of development. We still have a long way to go, and more focused efforts are underway across the industry to better this ratio of women representation in gaming development, and particularly to enable even women leadership roles. So I would say that things are improving. We still have a long way to go.
Yes, absolutely, and we dearly hope that with trailblazers like yourself who are helming leadership roles in industries like the gaming industry, we would be able to excite and to attract and more women into this space. But so, Mini, from your experience, what has been the biggest barrier for women in this industry, and how do you think this barrier can actually be overcome?
Okay. So first I'll talk about what I understand these barriers are, right? So particularly with gaming industry, the biggest challenge for women to come to this industry, in my opinion, is the bias and the myths that gamers are primarily men, and because of that, game should be made by and for men, right? And I read somewhere that in one study, that the lack of equal access to the gameplay could also be a major reason. This means that girls and women are not given the same opportunities to develop that interest and the requisite level for gameplay. Basically, if you can see, females have usually have secondary access to the game devices, even when you consider a household, right? And they must continuously negotiate that access because they often engage in play in the presence or under the sanction of our male counterparts, right? So these barriers often translate to girls choosing this game development as a career path itself, since they have reduced opportunities to develop that expertise and interest itself. So the situation is still changing a lot in terms of audiences of the game now, and also the people who create the games. So more women have started to now study and complete their education in the game development, design, etc., and other functions that are required. Now, coming to how we can address this, I think a key element is going to be challenging the dominant culture by attracting more young women into the industry, by spreading more awareness, and to attract more girls at a very early stage, and support them in their journey from school into the workforce. So in game development, there are a lot of different functions. It's not just game design, right? Like game design, production, product, analysts, engineers, art. So there's a wide variety of functions, which many are not aware of also, and which can match the interest and skill set of that individual. So it becomes basically a natural way for them to come and contribute to their interest, right? So at Singa, our aim is also to create a difference in this by building the next generation of women in STEAM. We say STEAM instead of STEM because we have art also included, to make them aware and help them to prepare and thrive in this workforce. So, as part of our STEAM outreach initiatives, to give an example, we recently conducted a program, 4-week mentorship program, which is called Girls Game 2, to introduce 22 high school girls from under-resourced communities to a career in gaming and technology. So we basically had mentorship programs, career guidance, etc., one-to-one mentorship programs, etc., for these girls. And we are committed to carry forward such initiatives so that we can inspire the young women from all backgrounds to consider a career in gaming, tech, innovation, etc. And we have to continually support their journey towards their workforce from the school days till their workforce.
That's interesting. That's very interesting, and you share that many. I mean, I myself, I was not aware that there was so many functions towards gaming in terms of production, art, in addition to development and all that. And it's great to see the kind of work that the organizations are also doing to build that next generation of female gamers. And to your point, yeah, we growing up, when at least in my generation, when we used to play a lot less of female oriented games that were also available, and maybe we were not the first target audience also. So
Correct.
do you think that studios and developers are now considering female or women as a new target audience, or do they tend to at least develop sort of gender neutral games these days?
Yes, definitely. So, as I mentioned, our female audience for these games have increased, and at this time, I think it's around like half, right? Like, so definitely. Good news is that more games are also launched were launched last year, featuring prominent female characters, right? That itself shows a good change. With a large female customer base, and the percentage of women in the target audience is leveling up, we definitely need a different perspective or a women's perspective in the game development as such, and the characters that we develop inside the games, right? And catering towards this larger audience now. So also more women involved in the whole process of making a games, like whether it's game design or production or product or whatever it is, all bring a fresh perspective into this, which actually helps in developing a game which is more catering to a larger audience. Moreover, on a business side, with the gaming industry projected to generate nearly, I think, around $200 billion in the coming years, having the skill set and strength with which the women developers and the other tech people bring into board makes more business sense rather than anything else.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of common sense as well, right, Mini? In order to be able to create products or services, be it games or any other technical solutions for a diverse crowd, or say you're developing for women audience, you need to have that kind of diversity baked into those products and services, starting from your workplaces, include those diverse thoughts and those perspectives in play in your very teams that are building those products and services. So if I may ask, do women in esports or in games in general, do they have different strengths and weaknesses than men? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Definitely all brings different kind of strength and weakness to the board basically. So it is proven that women bring in more diversity in terms of ideas, perspectives in gaming development, not only development in all the different functions as I mentioned before, right? And research have proven that having diverse teams in any product building makes the product better, caters to a wider audience and addresses customer needs faster, right? So we know the customer now. So diversity is essential for innovation, which is again proven. So to give an example, in a homogeneous team, so there is a pressure towards conforming to a particular stereotype. But this pressure is broken when there is a diverse team who have different ideas, bring different aspects, etc. In esports, female audiences, players need different things with respect to the gameplay, characters. The way they look at the game is different than what men look at it, right? So the game also should be focused towards catering to these needs. Especially now, we are like 50% of the audience, and what better way than to have more women in design, decision making, and development of the games.
Absolutely. Yeah, we need more decision, no more audience in terms of the decision makers in order to make those kinds of games. So, Minnie, working in a historically male-dominated industry, what has been your journey in terms of breaking down barriers and stepping into even leadership roles where you are there right now? What has been your journey and your experience?
Sure. So I'll have to go back a little bit back. So I'll talk about two different industries that I was part of, and the challenges, or at least, yeah, the situations that I have faced in both these industries. So I have done my graduation in civil engineering, which was again considered to be a male-dominated industry back then. So when I was attending interviews as a for a career as a civil engineer, I had faced questions like, "Oh, will you be able to work as a site engineer? Will you be able to manage contractors? Will you be able to manage workers? Will you be able to extend your work timings if required?" All sorts of questions which are not asked for the men candidates, right? Uh, so these were some of the questions, and I proved them wrong basically. And I enjoyed my work, but still I was working out of my hometown, which is again a small town. Wanted to move out of there because there was a lot of do's and don'ts, which was not acceptable to me. So I wanted to explore outside. So also, I was always interested in programming and wanted to pursue a career where I can learn more and expand my knowledge. So I did an advanced computing course in Bangalore, and that kind of reinforced my interest that, okay, this is the field that I would like to kind of stay on, right? And I moved to Bangalore, and Bangalore became my second home. So I started my career in IT software after completing this course. And there were no major issues, I would say, that I faced in the companies that I have worked. But in general, the percentage of women in tech was very less, right? Even now it is less, but then it was even very less. And the perceptions that women needed to focus more on family. They are not very serious towards their career, and they do not want to take up leadership roles and so on. So these often work against you, right? So often you have to work much harder than our for other counterparts to be more visible and to grow in our career. And as I became a leader, I often find myself as a single woman in meetings many times. And sometimes it takes conscious effort in being more assertive and bringing your point across or point of views across. And I worked in many domains and different companies. But even with all these biases that exist, right? If you have a will and a passion, you can achieve everything fighting against all this. So these biases exist even now. So maybe all of us will be fighting against this even now, right? Day to day. So we women often want to be perfect in whatever we do. So there's some things that I have learned from my career, like I want to be perfect. For if I am doing something, I wanted to excel in whatever I do. Right? We think modestly, not able to express our ambitions, and struggle with the imposter syndrome. So we are so harsh on ourselves and often feel guilty that in sacrificing something else for making our careers, right? So what I have learned is we have to dream big, right? We dream big, take risks, accepting failures along the way, because failures are part of taking risks. So we have to embrace that, right? And not limit ourselves with those beliefs and biases that hold us back. At the same time, we have to continuously upskill ourselves, and that is the journey towards attaining your goals. I would say, and for the next generation, right? For our next generation of girls, we need to teach them that be brave, don't be perfect, right? So that is one thing that we always have to keep in mind. And also, we need to work towards creating a support network and look for allies and mentors and sponsors. I think I was hearing the panel discussion earlier, which talked about the same thing, right? Which I have seen naturally come for our male counterparts. So we have to make that extra effort in kind of reaching out for mentors or sponsors or something. As more and more women join the leadership roles, that is where we can make a difference, that we build a support system for the other women by creating a level playing field, by bringing in these progressive policies and thoughts, etc., across all the organization.
So many great points shared there, Minnie, in terms of being, bold is beautiful, and if you had a choice in being strong and happy, sometimes we forget to be happy because we're busy trying to be strong, and we're busy trying to be the perfect version of whatever we think we want to be, and the ability to pay it forward in terms of what we have received to building up the next generation. So in your role as director of engineering at Zynga, how do you empower individuals worldwide to learn, experiment, and create through the medium of games? What is your thoughts?
Sure. So ever since I joined Zynga, I was fortunate actually. I was fortunate to have the opportunity to work with an incredibly talented leadership team here. Every single one of them, who are my managers, my mentors, everybody has inspired and challenged me in healthy ways, of course, to bring out the best in myself. The mentorship and guidance that I have received here is amazing and has shaped me into a better leader or a better person. And often I have to step out of my comfort zones to learn more and then be better at yourself, right? So I would definitely like to pay it forward and make sure that I inspire, empower, and support bringing the next level of leaders, women leaders, right? And at Zynga, we have multiple mentorship programs for different functions, and also focus mentorship and dedicated one-to-one coaching program for women to prepare them and accelerate their further growth in the it's Zynga or even outside. So this is what we would, as a leaders, we would like to kind of implement in each of our organization. uh, s- when I talk about Zynga, Zynga's mission is to connect the world through games, and this starts right at home, at our workplace. Right, as leaders, we encourage knowledge sharing, learning, and create opportunities for collaborating among different functions and with people with different backgrounds and skill set. Working from different parts of the world, we have scenarios where people from a different function move to a different function because of their just passion and interest to pursue their career in that function. So all these opportunities are there, and we try to kind of encourage people to pursue and pursue these opportunities. So, in addition to being the director of engineering, I'm also an ambassador of a group called Women at Zynga, which is an employee resource group. So, that works with a vision to foster an environment that empowers women to succeed and become leaders in their careers. So in this role, we work on strengthening connection and collaboration in our community of women through organizing various events, initiatives, etc. And also we kind of try to give back to the community through awareness and career mentorship programs like the Girls Game 2 that I just mentioned some time back.
Yeah, that's awesome, and that's so great to hear of all the initiatives that you are officially and otherwise a part of as well. So, thank you for sharing that, Minnie. I think we have the last 5 minutes of our session, and as before the audience sends any, as we wait for the audience questions to feed in, if you have any closing thoughts on, what would be your biggest piece of advice to make tech inclusive?
Yeah. I would say making tech inclusive starts with fostering the culture of inclusiveness and encouraging and celebrating diversity at the workplace, right? It's not only where women, but women, people of color, members of LGBTQ community, and other underrepresented minorities are adequately represented. So it starts from there, and then it takes to the products that are designed with an intention to catering the needs of the diverse audience. Right at our place like Singa, the culture starts from our leadership. We support various initiatives focusing on education, equity, and opportunities for diversity in gaming itself. So we explore various opportunities with colleges and universities. Since, as I mentioned earlier, this creating this better representation in gaming, whether the industry or the workforce, like starts with an early investment in education and broader promotion of career opportunities. So we should make our girls aware that okay, there is a industry called gaming, and these are the things that you need to be aware about the gaming, right? So as I mentioned, it's not just with women, it is like all underrepresented minority groups. We invest in community outreach programs and diversity oriented training and support, and work towards opportunities for these underrepresented minorities in tech. So if this is done across all the industry and various organizations, not just gaming, across tech, across all the industries, I'm pretty sure where we can reach a state where tech is inclusive pretty soon.
Cool. Thank you for sharing, Minnie. And you bring a great point. One of our previous panelists, Sunita, also shared the lessons that we have learned and the strides that we have made, especially in terms of gender diversity, which is at least one area where we have made considerable progress in the last couple of years. We can take the lessons from that and perhaps use that or reciprocate that in the other dimensions as well, and not work on a holistic understanding of trying to make this tech industry and tech spaces inclusive. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your time with us, Minnie, today. We deeply appreciate that. And on behalf of AZConf and our audience, we'd like to thank you and wish you all the best in all your endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Liji, for giving me this opportunity, reaching out to me. And I was wonderful being part of the AZConf and listening to the other panelists talk. And it was a great experience. And thanks, Diksha, also.
No, it's looking forward to further conversations with you, Minnie. Take care.
Definitely.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. I hope you enjoyed that fireside chat with Minnie Narayan, Director of Engineering, Zynga. We have our next session coming up in 2 minutes, which would be from Aditi Shah, My Life from Exclusion Towards Inclusion. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session on my life from exclusion towards inclusion. When we think about diversity and inclusion, we generally imagine big policies, cultural shifts, leadership driven initiatives. While these are important, sometimes all it takes to be inclusive are small changes in our actions and interactions. Although inclusion is not a rocket science, there are only a handful of visually impaired individuals in the corporate world today. Let's learn from one such techie's journey on how each one of us can help make tech a more welcoming industry for people with disabilities. Our next speaker, Aditi Shah, currently works with Microsoft as data and applied scientist. She owns a master's in cybersecurity from the Georgia Institute of Technology, US. Having faced numerous challenges of being amongst the first few blind students to pursue a STEM career in India, she is determined to make the journey smoother for those wanting to take a similar path. She is associated with various nonprofits working in their skill training, mentoring, and disability related initiatives. Thank you for joining us today, Aditi. The stage is all yours.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much, AZCon, for inviting me today. I want to talk about my journey today, a journey of becoming a technology professional as a woman with a severe disability. Next slide, number 2, please. So, I am originally born and brought up in Mumbai, India. And as a kid, I was extremely fascinated with technology. And obviously, I wanted to become a computer professional as I grew up. However, this very feasible looking dream was shattered because of a turning point in my life. I was 11 years old when I was diagnosed with a degenerative eye condition called retinitis pigmentosa. It's a genetic disorder wherein your light percepting cells start dying off gradually, and I turned totally blind by the age of 15. I had never anticipated this change. I could no longer read and write. I could no longer use computers. I could no longer do pretty much everything that I was able to do while I was sighted. However, after a few months of self pity and self indulgence, I realized that I did have a choice. I could either choose to give up and blame it on the disease, or I could learn to live with this and continue to pursue my dreams. And with this acceptance came the awareness that my blindness has only hampered my ability to see. I could still hear, speak, think, and most importantly, learn new things. I quickly equipped myself with all the assistive technology available for the blind, the major one being a screen reading software. A screen reader is a program that converts everything that comes on screen either to speech or to braille so that blind users can use devices like phones, tablets, or computers. And with this, I was again able to read and write, though differently but independently. Technology became my enabler. Listening became my new way of reading, and typing became my new way of writing. And so, what I want to say here is next slide, please. When we look at someone with a disability, we often associate that disability with some underlying health condition. However, to a very large extent, the disability is not caused by the health condition, but rather by a mismatch between the abilities of the person and the environment. Yes, often it's our environment that enables or disables us. Let's look at an example. Next slide, please. Say you are a left handed person. Now, being left handed is not really a disability because you can do pretty much everything that a right handed person can do just with your left hand. But say your environment, say furniture, is designed for someone who is right handed. Like, say, there's a picture on the slide wherein there's a chair which is designed for a right handed person. Now, you might have difficulties functioning in this environment. Now, it doesn't mean that your disability or your different ability of being left handed is causing issues here. It is the environment which is not designed to support your ability of being left handed that is causing the issues. Similarly, say a wheelchair gives a person the ability to move around independently without using their legs. However, if our environment is disabled, that is, we have only stairs and no ramps or elevators, then it is not the person who has the disability. It is the environment which is disabled and cannot support the needs of the person. So remember, when we think about inclusion of people with disabilities, let's not focus too much on their limitations caused by a certain health condition. Let's focus more on how can we best design our environments to best accommodate people with different abilities. Next slide, please. Anyways, moving back to my story, I, over the next few years, learned so many different lessons, which obviously looked like exclusion at that time, but now have become guiding tips for me to become an ally for the disability community. Based on my newly gained technical independence, I decided to continue to pursue my dream of becoming a software engineer. However, this journey wasn't a bed of roses. Every educational institution I reached out to did not accept me. They said a blind student cannot study math and science. They decided what I could or could not do based on my disability and not my abilities. This is very sad, but unfortunately very common. When we look at someone with a disability, we immediately start having doubts as to how would they function, how do they operate, how do they do different things. But a good practice is to always ask as to how someone can or cannot accomplish a task rather than assuming based on our own definition of their disability as to just that they cannot do something. So remember, ask and not assume. Moving on, I was thankfully accepted at a local college for a Bachelor's of Science in Information Technology program, and then began a series of a lot of firsts. I was the first blind student to pursue a STEM like course at the University of Mumbai, and nobody knew how to deal with me. There was no study material that was in a format that was accessible to me that I could read by myself. I sat through lectures listening to the sound of the chalk on the board and trying to grasp concepts through bits and pieces of information that was spoken aloud. I was being excluded from classroom education, not because I didn't have the aptitude to learn those concepts, just because my instructors did not know how to present the information in a way that was accessible to me. And I repeat, like they did not know, not that they did not want to. And this is so very common. Happens to me at work all the time as well. It's not that people don't want to be inclusive. It's just that we always lack the awareness that our audience could have needs which are different than that of ours. So remember, if you want to be inclusive towards everybody, you should always be mindful and aware and present in a way which is accessible to each and every person in your target audience. Going forward, I had to work very hard all through college. If my sighted counterparts put in 100%, I had to put into 100% effort. But I did it, and I topped each and every semester all through college. I'd heard this quote somewhere: be so good they cannot ignore you. And I thought if I excelled academically, my future employers would never be able to ignore my abilities. However, I was proved wrong. All the big Indian tech companies that came on campus to recruit students wouldn't give me an opportunity. They did not just deny me a job, they denied me an interview. And of course, some of them were equal opportunity employers. They were willing to hire me, but they said, blind people cannot work as engineers. We've never had a blind software engineer. So they were not willing to hire me for an engineering role. And if that is the definition of equal opportunity, that is totally meaningless. Equal opportunity should give anybody who has the right aptitude and the right skills to perform a job the ability to pursue their dreams, the career that they want. So remember, equal opportunity should always imply equal access to every role at every level. Next slide, please. I did not get a job after my undergrad, I continued on to pursue my master's in information technology in the same school. And at the end of it, I was felicitated by former president of India because of my consistent academic performance all across 7 years of college. And the slide has a picture of me being felicitated by Dr. Kalam. Next slide, please. Now, by this time, I had become so used to all the skepticism that I stubbornly continued my journey of trying to become a software engineer. I thought it's okay if the companies are not willing to hire me. I started working as a freelance developer. And few months into my freelancer stint, one of my clients offered me a full-time role. Like Winston Churchill once said, success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. It was a cybersecurity startup, and even though they did not really have any D&I policies in place, everybody treated me with utmost dignity and respect. I happened to be the only female engineer on the team, and it took me a couple of years to establish myself as a dependable resource. But once I had proved myself, there was no looking back. It was one of the most exciting times of my life. The company was growing rapidly, and so was I, both in terms of skills and the opportunity to wear multiple hats at different roles. I started as a software engineer and then transitioned into the role of a technical lead and then a product manager. My disability was no longer a barrier. And that is the beauty of tech. Disability or no disability, what really matters is that your code works. After 2 academic degrees and 5 years of working in India, I decided to move to the United States for my higher education to pursue my new goal of becoming a cybersecurity professional. I was accepted at the Georgia Institute of Technology's Masters in Cybersecurity program. Now, this was again a very different journey for me. I was away from home, from my family, my support system. However, I found the right support at the university and in the US whenever I needed it. The best part was that all the study material was digital by default for all the students. So I did not really have to spend a lot of extra effort trying to make those materials accessible in order for me to study independently. And that's when I learned the power of both equality and equity. It was because of this support that I graduated from Georgia Tech in December 2019 with a full 4.0 GPA. And this slide has a picture of me in my graduation outfit at the graduation ceremony. Next slide, please. I want to double click a little bit on what I just said. There's a difference between equality and equity. This slide has a picture which is divided into two parts. Both the pictures have three people with different heights, short, medium, and tall. They are standing on crates and trying to watch a game, and there's a fence barrier in between. On the first half of the picture, everyone has the same number of crates, which means there is equality. However, it's not really sufficient for everyone apart from the one with the medium height. For the short person, the number of crates are not enough, and for the tall person, they are too much. In contrast, in the second half of the picture, everyone has the right number of crates that they need to enjoy the game. And that is equity. Different people have different needs. So, based on their needs, they need different level of support. And a true inclusive workplace is one where there is not just equality, but also equity, regardless of gender, disability, race, or whatever diversity. Everyone needs the support based on their needs, and there is no one size fits all kind of a solution. Next slide, please. And I have been very fortunate to experience both equality and equity at Microsoft. I joined Microsoft first as a software engineer intern in 2019. And then after graduating, I joined them full time since March of last year. The inclusive culture at Microsoft stood out to me immediately, right from the time of the interview. Like most engineering interviews, coding interviews at Microsoft require candidates to write code on the whiteboard. But because I couldn't do that, I was allowed to use a computer and write by typing on a text editor. And all through all the 4 coding rounds, where other candidates have to move to different rooms to see their interviewers, I was sitting in one room and all 4 of my interviewers visited me one after the other. And when the hiring is inclusive, it really gives a lot of belief to the candidate with a disability that the workplace is also going to be inclusive. Even as a full-time employee, I have no hesitation in disclosing that I have a disability at work. There's a constant push to make not just the physical infrastructure, but also all the internal tools accessible for everybody. It is at Microsoft that I learned that disability is just one aspect of me. Just like I'm a software engineer, a data scientist, and a cybersecurity professional, I also happen to be blind. Everyone uses person first language. Instead of saying blind man, we say a man with blindness because it's just one attribute of them. Next slide, please. I just want to give you one number that about 1 billion people, or 15% of the world population, identifies as having a disability. But we are still a very long way from having a similar representation at our workplace. Next slide, please. So I want to conclude by saying that caring about inclusion is not really enough. Caring about it enough to do something about it is what is required. People with disabilities are the largest untapped talent pool. Because of all the challenges that we face in our day to day life, we have built very strong problem solving muscles. Plus, we have the ability to easily adapt to changing circumstances because that's what our life is all about. And both of these skills are really useful in the corporate world. And as we hire more people with disabilities, the representation is going to change. The diversity is going to change because diversity is, after all, a game of numbers. But inclusion is more like a process of constantly being mindful and aware about different needs of different people. And as we just saw, inclusion is not really a rocket science. It's really those simple things which you and I can do on our day to day basis so that we can make a difference in the career of someone with a disability. Like it makes a difference in my career every time when my team chooses to be inclusive towards my needs. I want to conclude by quoting Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I cannot become what I ought to be unless you are what you ought to be. And you cannot be what you ought to be unless I am what I ought to be. And inclusion is just like that circle. We all need to become inclusive for each other's needs so that we can make this world a better place for everybody. I wish you all the best in your D&I journey. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that session, Aditi. I have no words to express how inspired I am, and along with me, I think I speak for the entire audience who's tuned into this session. I've had messages coming in saying how inspiring Aditi's journey and her message is really. This is definitely going to be a great testimony for those who would like to trail this path and to make it. So thank you for being a strong proponent of what you have done, for what you do, and you continue to pay it forward with all your efforts. And on behalf of AZConf, we are proud to have you grace the stage today and to share your thoughts. I know it's early morning in Seattle. I want to specifically thank you for taking time to wake up in the morning and be with our audience today, Aditi. It takes a lot to really that dedication and that courage to share all that you have gone through. And we're really extremely happy to see that you are at a place that really values you for who you are and what you bring to the table. So kudos to Microsoft and kudos to your organization, for the communities, for your family who supported you nonetheless all this while. And kudos to you, Aditi. You are definitely a huge evangelist in this space. And we look forward to hearing from you in the coming days as well. So thank you once again for being with us. Our audience continues to say that I'd love to pop these up on screen and read it out for you. Denny de Klerk says this was so great. Shailender says excellent, and Denny also says, when you became fully blind, what was for you the click to continue to pursue your dream? Let's put it, what was your greatest inspiration, or what really pushed you to pursue your dream, Aditi?
I think it was mainly my parents who continued to believe in me because I was totally shattered. I'd never seen a blind person in my life, so I was wondering, how do blind people even study? Do they even get a job? So I was totally demoralized, but my parents at that point supported me. And then I've always had this burning desire to be someone. And I promised myself at that point that I will achieve everything that I would have achieved had I been sighted. And that's what keeps me going. I don't want to compromise on my dreams just because, something happened and I can't see anymore.
Hats off to your indomitable spirit. As you were presenting and I was off in the backstage, my little daughter, she's just great. She's in grade 1. She's just 6 years old. And she happened to be for the first time glued on screen in trying to hear your story and in your visuals where the late Abdul Kalam was felicitating you. I think she picked up on your story very well. And you are for us a great inspiration for not just people with disabilities, Aditi. You inspire the whole lot of us, in fact. So thank you for being with us once again, and we cannot wait to hear from you in the coming conferences as well. Thank you and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, audience. I hope you enjoyed that session from Aditi Shah. Our final session for the day, our closing track, will begin in another 5 minutes. It is on building a more inclusive tomorrow by another prodigy, I must say, Namya Joshi, grade 9 student. Stay tuned. Good evening, everyone. The last closing note of the day is on building a more inclusive tomorrow. Presenting the closing note is Namya Joshi. Namya is a grade 9 student who has trained over 10,000 teachers and students across the globe in creating game based lessons using Minecraft. She believes in each one teach 10, and with this motto, she has trained teachers and students across the globe on the power of Minecraft, MakeCode, Python, and several other tools. Awarded the prestigious Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar, the highest civilian award for an individual below the age of 18. She is also the recipient of the Diana Award 2021, Global E-Innovation Award, Youngest Global Juror, and many, many more. AZ Conf is proud to invite on stage our young prodigy, Namya Joshi. Welcome, Namya.
Hello, thank you so much. Good evening. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Are you able to see it?
Thank you.
Right. So, yeah. Just a second. Right. Greetings, everyone. I'm Namya Joshi, a grade 9th grader at Satpal Middle School in Ludhiana, Punjab. I'm a student Minecraft mentor as I create educational lessons in Minecraft to make learning more engaging in the classroom, while also mapping my worlds to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to make a positive impact on the planet. Following my motto, each one teach 10, I'm about to finish my 4th year of developing and conducting coding workshops for teachers and students all over the world, many of whom have gone on to become impactors and train others. I've educated over 10,000 teachers and students throughout the world, and I've presented at events like Chaos 2019 in Finland, EDU Days Microsoft, UNESCO Convoke, Asia Berlin Summit, Adobe Education Summit, TEDx, and many others. So, today I'm going to talk about how to use game based learning to create a more inclusive tomorrow. Before we begin, it's critical to understand the significance of the word inclusion. It is essential to build a productive, engaging, and inclusive learning environment so that we can empower students to do their best work, enable teachers to engage every learner, and ensure equity and inclusion in schools. When we talk about inclusivity, it is equally necessary to discuss the word play. So, as you see on your screen right now, here in big bold letters it says play is our brain's favorite way of learning. And that's really true because we only used to play like games for fun. And then when we start playing games for a certain objective, we start learning different things. Because anyway, games teach us many real life skills that we require ahead. But I wanted to shift to not just learning those skills, but also being able to learn with certain objectives. And that's how we shift for just games to fun, but learning game based learning while learning the educative mode of games. And that's why I used Minecraft for that. Now, the first question that comes in your mind when I mention Minecraft is why should I use Minecraft? The first thing comes engagement. That helps to engage more students in the classroom because they gain curiosity and they become inquisitive to ask questions. And that's how the engagement between the teachers and the students starts enhancing. Next comes self motivation and independence. So you don't have to be dependent upon other people to learn because Minecraft is such a tool that helps you to self learn everything. That gives you motivation and then you become independent learner. Thirdly, that's my personal favorite as well, creative exploration. It helps you to think from a different and a broader perspective and to create some things which you might have not thought of before. And that's how it helps you to explore your creative mind thoroughly. Next comes relevance. So there are certain things that you might, while reading through the books, have a question about that. Is that even possible? So the visual learning concepts from Minecraft helps you to understand the relevance of the topic that you are studying. Then you have customizability and personalization. That's just about the way you look like in Minecraft and how customized you can make yourself, and then differentiation. Next comes collaboration. Whenever we are working in teams, if we are provided some projects to work in, we always collaborate with people, and that helps us to become better communicators. And we also learn how to speak to other people and what it should be, the tone of speaking to other people. Next comes classroom extension. So, Minecraft itself is a very big classroom extension in the classes to make learning more fun and engaging. It also talks about digital citizenship, that how you have to be inclusive, how you have to be balanced, how you have to be alert, how do you have to be engaged, and it helps to accomplish all the 5 competencies of digital citizenship. And I recently also made a world in Minecraft that revolves around the digital citizenship. And it is not just about being safe online, but also about being a better human online. Next, deep learning. So it helps to understand the concepts pretty well because when we are seeing worlds through our eyes, the pictorial memory helps us to become more inquisitive, and that helps us to have a curiosity to learn more. And we start researching, and that's how it helps us to have better deep learning. Just a second. Yep. Next comes about the teachers. So they can also incorporate Minecraft Education Edition into their lessons ideas, and I'm sure you're familiar with the aspects of a general lesson plan. That is introduction, development, summation, evaluation, and reflection. It can be used in any phase of the session to improve content delivery, discovery, learning, and inquiring because curiosity, as I said earlier, and exploration are important abilities to have in one. Then there's project based learning, which allows a child to demonstrate their abilities while working independently. Minecraft, as a unique medium, aids in the development of students' creative thinking skills and empowers student voice. Finally, my particular favorite is formative and summative evaluation. Now, allow me to illustrate that with an example to you. When teachers are required to take a reflection test, they can either take it written or can instruct the students to build upon a question provided by the NPC in Minecraft, that is a non player character in which you can write the text, and if it is being a teacher in Minecraft, you can write the question there and the child can open the NPC and read the question out and then make the answer in Minecraft. So you'll notice that using Minecraft for reflection and self evaluation is superior to using traditional tests. Because when we're just having normal paper test and over that we start using game based testing, that becomes really fun And the element is fully of enjoyment because you're not just writing everything down, you're making while playing, and also you're self evaluating yourself. Now, these are few of the lessons that I've created using interdisciplinary learning through Minecraft. In English, we have Harry Potter. In literature, mathematics, area and volume. History, epic Ramayana. There's also the Egyptian civilization. That was the first lesson that I created in Minecraft. In geography, we have cricket personalities. Science, we have states of matter and chemistry. Respiratory system in biology. Motion in one dimension in physics. Art, you can see we have Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. In computer science, there's cybersecurity. Until now, I have created about 100 plus lessons that not only talk about just learning through the books, the content that we have in the books, but also the ones which are mapped on the SDG goals. So just a second, I want to reshare my screen as I believe the audio isn't there. So just give me a second. Right, so I'm going to play this video for you. So this was basically about creating safe zones from COVID-19. So we created lots of redstone mechanisms in this world. So there we had a futuristic technology to enter and exit an area. So there you could see about drip irrigation that provides with clean drinking water as well, and is a better way of having agriculture and farming. So this world is known as the perfect world, and that's what we talked about, that drip irrigation, solar energy, electric cars, solar devices are the best way of having a perfect world. Now, this world was not just the cure of whatever we're facing in the society, but a prevention so that we can have a better society to live in and we all can enjoy and use natural resources for a positive use. So now I'm going to talk about another concept to you, that is teaching equity and inclusion. So according to what I believe, Minecraft can be used to teach how to bring important concepts of diversity, social justice in the classroom with the new equity and inclusion curriculum designed to help the learners. And here are several lessons that teachers can use in the classroom: social justice, inclusion, identity, civil rights, and the indigenous culture. These lessons help to introduce students to historical leaders from social movements around the world and encourage critical values of equity and empathy. Now, when I'm talking about equity and empathy, history and empathy. First of all comes the empathy. So when we are learning about certain things, we learn how to be empathetic toward other people and how we have to step into the shoe of the other person and be a good human being while able to understand what the other person is saying and then give out our thoughts. And about history, it is very important to be connected to our roots, and that's why history comes in teaching equity and inclusion. Now, you'll be very surprised to know the inclusive hiring team at Microsoft explores and tests hiring process innovations to improve the interview experience for candidates identifying as neurodivergent. They have used Minecraft to complete challenges as a group, presenting an opportunity to illustrate skills in competency areas such as teamwork, creative problem solving, leadership, and communication. These are critical skills that can be shown in real time through participation in each team exercise as candidates work together and communicate via voice, text chat, and feel empowered to bring their authentic selves to interviewing experience. And also, we have the hour of code that helps us to learn at the same time solve problems. And you can see this one is about solving disputes. So, there are different problems that we can solve with creative thinking. I've always believed that Minecraft is a very accessible tool since it has features that are valuable to everyone. Accessible navigation and narration. For example, it makes it easy to discover the items quickly. You may listen to the written text using speech to text. If someone is too hesitant to speak to other individuals, they may always use the chat box. It also has captions, one of which is immersive reader, and single sign on, which allows instructors and students to have Minecraft remember their Microsoft 365 ID credentials so that they don't have to put them in every time Minecraft is accessed. Now, I would like to show you a video before I end my presentation, so I'm going to share that.
I think she closed the browser. Let's wait for her to join back.
Hey, audience. We were giving Namya 2 minutes to join back. She must be facing some difficulties on her side. We just give her 2 minutes to come back and complete her presentation. Meanwhile, please make use of the chat panel to enter in your questions and any comments that you want to share with Namya. And Namya is back, and I'll
Right.
give her the stage.
Really sorry because I just had a few network connections and I'm going to start sharing my screen, but that's what happens in the online world. I hope you forgive me for that. So let me just start sharing my screen again. Right. So this is a video that I'm going to share with you. There you go. You can enjoy watching it. So that talked about a Rube Goldberg machine, that how it can perform several tasks with one click. And that was my sustainable world is equal to a better world. So wherein I've created certain simple machines that have been combined as one, which are performing several tasks at once. So if I explain that to you, the load can be taken up through an inclined plane, and wherever we cannot have passages to be built, we can have a pulley. So that load can be kept in the pulley and it comes down, winding down the screw. And the screw helps us to activate the sustainable wedge that is able to help in crop cutting, and the waste crop is able to generate stubble, and that can be used as manure, and the manure can be used back in the soil again. And then we have hydroelectricity that is sending power to the farm, and that helps to generate the farm properly. And then the windmills, when the lever gets activated, the windmill is sending energy to the village. So that's how several tasks have been done at once. And I'll just like to go to the next slide now. So I'd just like to say that never believe in that we can't. Just tear off the T and believe that you can do it, because if you can do it, everyone can do it in this world. So the road ahead is each one, teach 10, and the journey continues. So if you have any questions for me, please go ahead. And I would love to have feedback from you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Namya. That was inspiring as always. I've seen your presentations in the past as well, and this was in no way less inspiring. So, thank you, Namya, for that. I would love to share with you some of the comments from our speaker, from our audience. Denny de Klerk says, "This is so inspiring. Really gives me hope for a really inclusive future." And it's a pride and a matter of privilege for us, Namya, that young, people like you are really the future of this country and of this world. And we really look forward to your conversations and discussions with you on. It's great to hear from you on how you are thinking about building a more inclusive and sustainable future. Your work with SDGs is equally impressive, and your journey so far has been, trailblazing in all ways. And I hope others are also inspired by that. And I'd really like to also thank you for paying it forward and helping build the next generation of Namyas. I do not see any other questions, but a lot of comments coming in from our viewers, from our audience, where Chinmay says it is mind blowing, and Monica Joshi also found it very amazing. So thank you once again, Namya, for sharing the stage with us today and taking time off your evening amidst your academics and your school life, which is definitely taking a lot of your time. But thank you for taking time off to join AZConf. We thoroughly appreciate this.
Thank you so much, Liji, and for giving me this opportunity, because I enjoyed it thoroughly as well. And this was a really big chance for me to present my thoughts to you. So thank you so much, Liji.
Thank you, Namya. Take care, and we talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we come to the end of today's lineup of speakers and sessions. We hope you enjoyed this sessions that we had on our first and exclusive D&I track for you, track 10. Tomorrow as well on this track, we will continue to have some amazing conversations with some great lineup of speakers. Again, fireside chats and lightning talks and 1 hour sessions, starting with keynote in the morning and ending with closing note in the evening. See you then. Take care. Bye-bye.